So, all right, while people are collecting the interpretation devices, we thought we will bring you some glimpses from yesterday. Amy, if you could play the video, please. Fueling growth and development across South Asia. However, despite this progress, the benefits have not been shared proportionately within the countries and their people. At the South Asia Forum, we are exploring linkages between workers, business and human rights agenda, as well as the 2030 agenda. Also, we are trying to identify solutions so that no one is left behind.
These guiding principles can be used as a compass by states and businesses so that in this region we make meaningful strides in promoting business respect for human rights.
At the heart of the UN Guiding Principles is the idea that human rights is the most important thing that we need to ensure in order to ensure sustainable development for the present as well as for the future.
So I think what I got excited about today was the idea about collective action. Not so much as the idea itself, but how to do it. And a number of ideas by a number of speakers around the role of civil society in providing evidence, in making sure that there are conscious keepers in the civil society to share the gains of the business with the bottom of the pyramid is something that I would take away as something we need to work more on.
All right. May I say also excellent work by the camera crew who has kindly helped us with all the photos and videos yesterday. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining us again today. Let me just briefly run you through the agenda and our plan for today. So about to start now is a plenary on migration, which will connect different themes of the forum with the theme of migration. So the session is entitled The Future of Migration in South Asia. After that, at 10:30, we'll have a short tea break, and at 11, we will have we have a deep dive session on migration entitled Protecting Migrant Workers During Recruitment and Upon Return. This will happen once we divide the rooms after the tea break in Hall AB, so this will be this section. And in the other part, in the back, we will have a session on mandatory human rights due diligence, which will discuss perspectives from the Global South. So the Global Supply Chains Plenary already touched upon and what does MHRDD really mean for the Global South, and to what extent have these Global South perspectives actually been included in this type of legislation. Then we'll have the lunch from 12:15 to 1:30. During the lunch, we will have side sessions, one on South-South exchanges on responsible business, and we will discuss examples from India there. And then we will have another side session. So the India session will be in the back in room C. And then here again in room AB, we will have a session entitled Where Are Indigenous Peoples in National Action Plans on Business and Human Rights, which will then, of course, again build upon some of the issues discussed in the government action session yesterday. Finally, from 1:30 to 3, we will have the Just Transitions plenary, which will then again introduce various themes to you, and we will kind of unpack the different just transitions that our economy can or will go through. Then we will have another half an hour tea break, and after the tea break, we will have two more slots. First from 3:30 to 4:45 in room AB here, we will be discussing pathways towards integrated approaches to formalization, which will then again of course, build on some of the issues also highlighted in the Just Transitions plenary. And in room C, in the back there, we will have a session entitled Exploring the Climate Labor Security Nexus as a New Frontier in the BHR Agenda. Finally, from 4:45 to 6, we will have a session in room C in the back entitled Just Transitions and Human Rights Defenders. And finally, in this room, we will have a session Breaking Barriers for Women, applying an intersectional lens to human rights due diligence in supply chains, which of course also brings together various of the forum themes. With that, I would like to hand back the floor to Harpreet. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. And without much further ado, I know we are running 10 minutes behind for the next sessions. I would like to invite the moderator and the panelists for the next session. So may I invite on stage Githro Lano, who's the Senior Regional Specialist, Labor Mobility and Social Inclusion in IOM. Please take your seat. May I also invite Rajiv Pokhrel. He's the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Employment and Social Security. Joyce Chow, Director for Asia Pacific Amphori. Neil Wilkins, the Head of Migrant Workers Program at the Institute of Human Rights and Business. Dr. Ramachandra, who's the National Vice President of the Indian Trade Union Congress. And Asif Ayub, who's the Joint Secretary at the Bangladesh Employees Federation. Could you please take your seats? Somebody joining online? And with that, I'm going to leave it to you, Githro, and you will have extra 10 minutes, but please stop like sharp at 10:40? Thank you. Over to you.
Hello? Yes, here we are. Well, good morning, everyone. Very happy to see all of you here today to join us for this plenary session on the future of migration in South Asia. My name is Geertra Lano. I work for the IOM, the International Organization for Migration. I'm based in Bangkok, the regional office for Asia and the Pacific. And we're co-organizing this session together with colleagues from ILO, the International Labour Organization, and OHCHR. As you all know, and this was also mentioned in different sessions yesterday, migration is a very important feature for South Asia. Actually, there are more than 40 million people from South Asia who live outside their country of origin. A lot of the migration happens within the region, but also, for example, to the Gulf Cooperation countries. Now, migration can be very positive. Migrant workers make important contributions to societies, to their home countries, for example, sending remittances, transferring skills, also in countries of destination where they often, work in sectors where there are key labor gaps. But unfortunately, what we see is that migrants are also very vulnerable to discrimination, to exploitation, to abuse, and that's not different for migrants from South Asia. Just to give you an idea, when we look at the victims of forced labor globally, there are about 25 million victims. More than a quarter of them actually are migrants. And what we also see is that a lot of the migration happens irregularly, and therefore migrants are even more exposed to risks. Unfortunately, legal pathways are still not available and accessible to all for migration. Now, there are many challenges, I'm sure you will agree to that, but there's also a lot we can do and that we can do together. And for that, we've invited actually different stakeholders from government, from civil society, from private sector, from trade unions to discuss and share about, what are some of the risks we see linked to human rights, labor rights for migrants, but also what are some of the good practices that we can share. So in this session, we're really looking at the shifting dynamics of migration in South Asia. What are some of the risks, some of the vulnerabilities? How will these evolve in the future? And how can we address those to make sure that migration can contribute to sustainable development and also, in a way that respects and ensures the human rights of migrants. So let me take this opportunity to introduce our panel. We have 5 speakers with us for this session today. 4 are with us here in the room, and we also have 1 panelist who's joining us online. So let me start from Neil from the International Institute for Human Rights and Business, IHRB, and Neil is actually responsible for all aspects of the IHRB Migrant Workers program. He helped to oversee the development of the Dhaka Principles for Migration with Dignity, and now also is very focused on HRB's work around responsible recruitment, promotion of the employer space principles, which means no migrant should pay for a job. Thank you and welcome, Neil. Then we have with us a representative from the Indian National Trade Union Congress, Ramachandra Kuntia, right? Who is actually the national vice president of the Indian National Trade Union Congress. Dr. Kuntia has also been elected as the chairman of the International Migrant Workers Working Group of the Geneva-based Building and Wood Workers International. And I understand you're also represented in different meetings within the UN and ILO. So we have civil society, we have trade unions, but we also have with us government. And Mr. Rajiv Pokharel is actually Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Labor, Employment and Social Security in Nepal. You, of course, are very much focused on everything that relates to labor migration, negotiation of bilateral agreements also with countries of destination. And in addition, he's the focal point for regional consultative processes, such as, for example, Abu Dhabi Dialogue, Colombo process, which are processes where different countries come together to discuss how they can best address issues linked to labor migration. So welcome, Mr. Rajiv. And then we have with us also Joyce Chow from Amfori. She's the director of Asia Pacific for Amfori, and Amfori is an organization that promotes responsible trade. She represents, a number of businesses, but she will tell us a bit more later about what Amfori is exactly. And then finally, we have online with us the Joint Secretary General of the Bangladesh Employers Federation, Mr. Asif Ajub. And he has been the focal point for the Bangladesh Employers Federation on all migration-related issues. So I hope we'll be able to hear also from our online panelists. So with that, I think we are ready to start. I have a number of questions for our speakers, but we also hope to hear from you in the room. So after we've had a round of questions to our panelists, we would also be very happy to answer your questions. So let me maybe start with the first question for you, Neil, about human rights challenges. So we already mentioned that in the region, unfortunately, we see that there are a number of existing and emerging human rights challenges in the context of migration. From your experience, what do you think those key challenges are? You have to press it long.
Thank you. The starting point, of course, is that there are so many migrant workers in the world, 169 million migrant workers, meaning that 1 in every 20 workers is a migrant worker, 5% of the global workforce. And we need to recognize the unique contribution that these workers make to the global economy and to society. So much of what we eat, wear, or use, or the services that we take advantage of, are dependent on the industry and labor of migrant workers. So ubiquitous are these migrant workers that very often we don't actually notice that they're there and the challenges that they might face. And 10 years ago, as Gertrude has said, my organization produced the Dakar Principles for Migration with Dignity in partnership with the ITUC and the International Federation of the Recruitment Industry, CIET. The Dakar Principles, and you can find copies in the foyer, and there's a Dakar Principles website as well. The Dakar Principles are a framework for understanding all of the challenges that migrant workers face at all parts of the migration cycle. Last year it was 10-year anniversary, and during 2022, each month we invited a different organization from business, civil society, or one of the UN organizations to write a commentary on each of the different principles. What's clear is that despite greater knowledge, advocacy and countless initiatives, migrant workers still face challenges at all stages of the migration cycle. The area where my organisation and many others have chosen to focus attention is recruitment, and you're going to hear a lot about migrant worker recruitment today, I'm sure, in the sessions this afternoon as well. But particularly within that, we know the payment of recruitment fees is a key issue. Workers from here in Nepal may pay $1,000, $2,000, maybe even $3,000 to secure employment abroad. As well as being exploitative in itself, this flawed recruitment system creates debt, and debt engenders vulnerability, and human rights risk at every single stage of the migration cycle. So my organisation works with a group of companies in the leadership group for responsible recruitment. We have a load of big brands like Coca-Cola, Hewlett-Packard, IKEA, Walmart, Unilever, all who have committed to the employer pays principle, that no worker should pay for a job. The cost of recruitment should be borne not by the worker, but by the employer. And it's very important that there's two parts to the employer pays principle. It's easy to say no recruitment fees to workers, but we need to make very clear who should be paying. Recruitment is a business cost and should be paid by business. However, so many companies are now committing to the employer pays principle. However, during the keynote yesterday from the UN, the chair of the UN Working Group, she talked about the disconnect between policy and practice. So despite the good intentions and efforts of many, this is definitely the case around this issue. There's a lot of people saying that they support the employer pays principle, but we're yet to see big inroads into practice. For migrant workers and for the countless businesses so dependent on their hard work, this is the persistent human rights challenge.
Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding us about the DACA principles, but also highlighting one of the key challenges about the payment of recruitment fees. So as you hear, thousands of dollars that migrants have to pay to get a job. Often they get in debt. It leads to situations sometimes of, forced labor where they're not able to leave an employer because the debt is pending. Very good that you highlighted this. No worker should pay for a job. Now let me also hear from the perspective of businesses. So I'll turn to Joyce of Amfori. Maybe you can indeed tell our participants what Amfori is, but also what do you think could be the role of businesses in responding to some of these challenges that were highlighted?
Thank you. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Yeah, it's my pleasure to join this very important plenary session. I represent Amfori in Asia Pacific since I joined organization 2011. Amfori is a non-profit organization, international business association headquartered in Brussels. We were established in 1977. We focus on promoting the code of conduct committed to drive responsible trade and sustainable supply chain. Why migrants are so important to us? Because one of our 4 of the top sourcing countries are actively supplying goods to our members are coming from South Asia. And actually, if I just want to echo the importance of the topic, migrants, and because all of that 160 million migrant workers, 15% are coming from this region. That's why we focus very much on the, protection of laborers, especially for migrants in the region. I would like to also explain a little bit how important migrants' protection is to our supply chain. Our members source mainly fast-moving consumer goods, and top of all are textile garments and apparels. In countries like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka are the major suppliers of this kind of goods to us, and they are very labor-intensive. Quite often, they are supplying goods from the factories, recruited large number of migrants. Take an example of Nepal. Although it's not a top sourcing country for our members, however, Nepal supplies many migrant workers to the countries where we source, like Malaysia or, for example, and India. So migrants protection doesn't really just confine to the countries where we have the migrants, but also where they go to. And this could be out of the region. So the advantage of Amfori, our members are coming from 48 countries. So not only just European-driven, we also have over 100 members from United States, North America, and also Australia and New Zealand. That gives us our advantage to address problems in the supply chain. The challenges, what Neil emphasized, I'm happy to share with you. Actually, we being the supply chain active players, we represent the buyer side. We're close to consumers, so we can cascade the effect. We have a social compliance initiative called BSCI. So we set out a common code of conduct to audit factories to find out the problems. And when they are underperformed, and then we can also provide capacity building program to them and then get improvement. Back to the challenges recruitment fee. We did issue some guidelines, and then to support members, how can they do responsible purchasing practice. And for migrant workers, we also have a code of conduct with reference to ILO conventions, OECD guidelines, and also the UN Guiding Principle for Business and Human Rights. So migrants' recruitment fee is indeed a very complicated issue. The guidance we create is not just for members, but we also provide training. I'll explain it later in our sharing. But before I stop here, I would like to introduce my core team members. They are our representative from Mumbai, India, Natasha. She will also moderate the session about grievance mechanism. And also Bangladesh, a representative, Milad, who is coming from Dhaka. And Milad, are you here? Not, maybe he's just busy. Why I need to mention my team? Because we can't do things alone. We have to rely on local representatives. They are the local experts, speak the local languages. That's the language barrier of most of the migrant workers face. I think this is what we can support. Other challenges, I won't oversimplify the challenges, because from migrant workers, skills training and also language, religious differences, living skills is the challenge. From employers, factories, there are multiple regulations, and say coming from all ends, from the buyer's country, from their own country, it's like in Nepal. And then for buyers, the most challenging thing is transparency. So I think it is a very complicated issue. I'm glad to be here and then to learn from all of you, the professionals, so that we can bring it to our members' supply chain and create a positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joyce. So as she explained, Amfori actually has brought together more than 2,400 retailers, importers, brands, and associations for more than 40 countries worldwide. And you also highlighted the important role you can play actually in looking into this issue of protecting migrant workers in global supply chains. I appreciate that you highlighted initiatives like the Code of Conduct, the training for members, so indeed businesses can play a very important role here. Now let's hear from the government, because we also have with us Mr. Rajiv Pokharel from the Nepal Ministry of Labor, and a lot was already mentioned around human rights challenges in the context of migration. I was wondering if you could maybe highlight some challenges that are particular to Nepal. But in addition to that, also as a ministry, how do you use the relevant international human rights and labor standards in addressing those challenges? Over to you.
Thank you. Namaste. We all know labor migration has remained a distinctive feature of the South Asia, and most of these movement can be linked with sorts of decent employment. Personally, I perceive it as two dimensions. The first is its advantage, and the second is its challenges. As advantage, country of origin and destination, both sides can get benefit from it. and country of origin can get remittance, employment opportunity, transfer of skill, knowledge, and technology, and so on. And destination country can get skillful manpower for their development. For example, in our country, Nepal, as well as in South Asia, remittance has recommended a major source of income for all of us. It has contributed to poverty alleviation in many low-income households. In Nepal, we have issued around 600,000 labor approvals last year, and we received around 1.06 trillion Nepalese rupees as remittance, which is equivalent to 28% of GDP. So, but we have also so many challenges. Despite of extensive benefits of labor migration, we are facing many challenges in this sector. There are various gaps persist, particularly in ensuring labor rights of migrant workers. In my opinion, the first one is unethical recruitment practices, huge recruitment fee and other costs charged to migrant workers. Also, the other one is a risk of exploitation, poor working conditions, occupational safety and health hazards, forced labor, debt bondage, trafficking in persons, like this wage theft, lack of social security, and other decent work deficits. The other one challenge is social and economic cost of migration we are facing, like separation of family, absence of social protection, mismatch of skills to the job, and vulnerability due to pandemic situation, and so on. The other challenges is lack of resources for effective implementation of labor migration governance framework. Like this, we have also so many challenges in labor migration area. We need many efforts to minimize its challenge. There is need of increase decent work, right-based and gender-responsive migration governance, which is also recognized by two important global frameworks, SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, and the GCM, Global Compact of Migration. Nepal is the champion country of GCM. We also the active member of regional and global forum to strengthen migration governance, such as Abu Dhabi Dialogue, Colombo Process, SARC Technical Committee in Labor Migration. Nepal is working to ensure the rights of migrant workers for their well protection. We have prioritized bilateral labor migration arrangement or agreement for ethical practices. Our policy and legal frameworks are migrant friendly and utilize many of global standards, many of international organizations like IOM, ILO, also supporting us in this area. At last, I want to emphasize that we need collaborative action towards protecting labor rights. It requires collective efforts from the side of government as well as from non-government, like civil society, academic, international organization, as well as private business. Yeah. So we need to collaborate and coordinating each other to address these gaps Finally, our report is not adequate, as we discussed. So still we have to do many more things in labor migration area collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting some of the challenges. I think many are already mentioned by previous speakers linked to wage theft, exploitation, ethical recruitment challenges, but you also highlighted some of the social challenges, separation of families, mismatch of skills. Really important to also look at that. And of course, in terms of the frameworks beyond the traditional human rights instruments, the labor instruments, you also highlighted the Global Compact for Migration. Now, I do have a small request to someone in the audience. My pen just stopped working, and I want to take a few notes. If someone can kindly give me another pen, that would be so much appreciated. Thank you. That is very kind. Thank you so much. So let me move to our next speaker from the trade unions, Dr. Ramachandra Kuntia from the Indian National Trade Union Congress. How do you think international human rights and labor standards can guide the governance of migration and also alleviate the vulnerability of migrants?
Thank you, Madam. As we believe, all human rights are freedom, and let us not equate the worker. Hello. All human rights are trade union rights, and let us not equate the human beings with machine. Question is, so far the migrant workers is concerned, I must thanks to the civil society, human rights organization, and trade unions, and also the good business community and the government, like Bangladesh, like India and Philippines. Some of the countries now, they have started working. The question is, from India alone, I think it is around 19 million workers in Middle East, gents, and 4 million women workers. As it has been said, from 169, around 40% of the workers belong to South Asia. And the international standards, the core labor standards, the non-binding convention which has been passed in 1718 and reviewed in 22. I was there in all meetings also, even at the beginning when we put the demand in 2013, has just created an atmosphere, not worked very much. And with ITUC, human rights, ILO, we have worked in Middle East, in Qatar, Abu Dhabi. It has created sense, but not to that extent. Maybe joint visit of health and safety issues, negotiation, there is a change in minimum wages. I will give you only 4 examples and complete my speech. One, in Kuwait, I have met around 174 women and children. They don't have father. They don't belong to any country. They are not citizens of any country. Maybe the migrant workers, gents and Sri Lankan women. After that, the workers might not have back or what might have died. So 174 family do not belong to any country, no citizen. I draw the attention of the government of India. Some decision has been taken. Number 2, I have gone to a spot in Qatar where Nepalese, Philippine, and Indian workers are working. A carpenter or a turner or an electrician, Indian, getting a different wage. Nepal is getting a different wage. Philippines is getting a different wage. Pakistan is getting a different. As a trade union, I do not believe in whole of the world. It should not happen wherever it may be. A same worker working in same place, same building, same factory must get the same wage. Number 3, people say the workers, when we demand for the compensation in death, the government and the company say natural death. What is natural death? Nepalese, Bengalis workers and Indian workers I have seen. Workers are working in 5 kilometers away. The whole day they are not drinking water. You know why? Because there is no urinal, washroom. The whole day, till night, 10 o'clock, they have to remain without water. And ultimately, they are affected by the kidney disease, and they are dying, and we are calling them natural death. In the case of some worker dying in heart attack, they are in Qatar, and their family is in India or Nepal. The wife died, is not able to come. Father died, is not able to come. Brother married, is not able to come, not allowed to go. And mental pressure is dying, and we are telling that it is heart disease. These are some glaring examples. And then you know about waste theft. In Corona, many people died. Many people came back to their country. But when they went back to the Middle East again, neither they get the area wages, nor they are allowed to work. The reason behind it, somewhere people thought probably they can get away of the waste, and secondly, they are getting the workers in a lesser salary, lesser wage. So they did not allow the old worker to work, even they did not pay the salary, the area wages. So these are the things I think is happening. I don't say the industrial houses, businessmen, government, they are good. But if you look to the where exploitation is, exploitation is done mostly by the middlemen, not by the government directly, not by the industrial houses, it is by the middlemen in question of recruitment, in question of paying the wage theft, in question of paying arrear wages, in question of taking away the passport and the travel documents. These are the things. And what I think, the international standard is very much, I must thank ILO also has taken regarding resolution regarding health and safety as a matter of right. But I think all the stakeholders, unless they are concerns and unitedly take some decision, it is very difficult to give justice to the migrant workers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for highlighting these real challenges that migrant workers face. And I also note that you mentioned about the middleman, and indeed sometimes it's so complex. Even if we look at recruitment, there's so many different brokers, middlemen involved who each, charge some fees to the workers, and in the end this money ends up, and even for the businesses it's not always clear when the migrant workers are hired, how much have they paid and to who. So for us to make that process more transparent is already a big challenge. So thank you so much for highlighting this. I know we also had a speaker online from the Bangladesh Employers Federation, Mr. Asif Ayub. So can we test if we can hear from Mr. Ayub? And actually, I wanted to ask you a question about how employers' federations could actually play a role to facilitate the positive outcomes of migration, because we've talked a lot about the challenges that exist, but how can we now, ensure or facilitate that migration is actually positive and contributing to sustainable development? How can employers' federations play a role in that? Can we try to hear from Mr. Asif Ayub, please?
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished moderator and my respected panelists and the participants, and very good morning to all of you. And thank you for inviting me to be a panelist in this very important session. And I'm proud to represent the Bangladesh Employers Federation, as well as the employer and IOE in this forum. So yes, as we were talking about, I was hearing with the previous panelists, we're talking about the challenges. So one more challenge, especially in the migration process, what in Bangladesh we find is the skills mismatch. The skills mismatch between the migrant workers' skills and the skills required in the destination countries. So that's a big challenge, and that also is a very big reason of being vulnerable, of losing out the human rights, like violation of human rights issues, because a person when he is going abroad with his skills, but that skills actually is not required in the destination country, so that the destination countries actually has a different types of needs. So when the migrant worker goes there, he don't get the proper job, proper salary according to his skill, because that skill is not required there. So those things are there. So what we need is a need assessment of the destination countries' requirements. Unless we have that, and for this, the government has a big role to play, and the CSOs as well. And from my perspective, as you asked, what would but the Employers Federation will do in terms of protecting the migrant workers or addressing these challenges. So yes, the number one is Bangladesh Employers Federation. We have been involved in promoting the fair and ethical recruitment process. The Recruitment Agency Association in our country, BIRA, is a member of BEF, and we always try to promote a fair and ethical recruitment process, and also to ensure job security and social security of the migrant workers in the destination countries through our counterpart employers organization if there are any issues. And other thing is, BEF has been doing is promoting reducing the cost of migration. Because as Mr. Neil Wilkins already mentioned about the employers pay model, but in Bangladesh, and he also mentioned that it's been 10, 11 years and haven't seen much of the big impact of this employers pay model. It's because, in Bangladesh specifically, if I say, the cost of migration is very high, and we all know that, and it's all because of the middleman, which Mr. Ramakrishnan has mentioned. And so it's actually the middleman which raises the cost. So we have been promoting. So unless we reduce the cost to the actual cost of migration, we can't move out to employers pay model in Bangladesh, because as of now, it's the employers, the migrant workers are paying almost double of what the charge fixed by the government in our country. So unless we come to that point, we can't adopt the employers pay model effectively in our country. So yeah, so we have been doing addressing the challenges. We have been organizing training programs, awareness building program among the members, and we have been doing orientation programs with the local chambers in our regional chambers to aware the role of and the importance of the role of the private sector in the entire migration process. So we have been doing those activities for the last, since 2015. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this perspective from the employers. Indeed, the skills mismatch sometimes, I think we've all heard about the brain drain, but there's also something like brain waste, people who have skills, who have qualifications, but actually, are not using those in countries of destination, perhaps because those are not recognized in the first place. And good to hear about also the actions, that you take as employers to promote ethical and fair recruitment, the employer space principle, ensuring social security of migrant workers, but above all, this big question, how can we reduce the costs of migration? The costs of migration are indeed way too high, and something has to be done about that. Let us maybe go back to Neil, because I know these are issues you've been looking into very closely at the Institute for Human Rights and Business. What are some of the measures you think can be taken?
Thank you. And I mentioned previously the number of migrant workers and their contribution to the global economy. We can tend to focus on the benefits to countries of destination, but should never forget the contribution to countries of origin as well. NOMAD, the part of the World Bank that deals with remittances, estimate that formally $600 billion US was remitted in 2022 to low and middle income countries, developing countries. That's through formal channels. They also estimate that a further $400 billion US was remitted informally. So 600 and 400 makes a total of $1 trillion US being remitted by migrant workers. What a fantastic contribution that could be to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals, or could be. But the value of those remittances is diluted at every turn by the flawed recruitment processes, which are an inherent part of migration for work in the Global South. According to Nomad again, and Nepal, and I've got a slightly different figure than the ministry, so bear with me, but Nepal received $8.5 billion US last year in remittances, and that accounts for 22% of GDP. However, we need to consider where a large proportion of that money ends up. In servicing recruitment debt, the hard-earned wages of migrant workers are leached away from the individuals, families, and communities where they're most needed. This flawed system of recruitment drains value at every turn. We see a movement of money from rural to urban, where the local recruiters are based, and then from the towns to the cities, where the international agencies are located. And then, ironically, very often, back to the countries of destination through the payment to recruitment agents there, visa traders, and hiring managers. So the money does a big circuit and ends up back where it started. Now, to date, many efforts to challenge existing recruitment practices have often focused on preventing forced labour and trafficking. And there's nothing wrong with that, and indeed, forced labour is a curse on global supply chains. But this focus means that we're spending all of our efforts trying to prevent a negative. We could also focus equal attention on promoting a positive. Responsible recruitment practices are a prerequisite if migration for work is to drive development. And this will require sustained efforts from business, civil society, the trade unions, and particularly government. We need to work towards a global prohibition of recruitment fees charged to workers. That step is key to better development outcomes, and as we state in the Dakar Principles, to realise migration with dignity.
Thank you. Quite impressive to hear these figures about remittances. $600 billion US, and that's only through formal channels, while we know a lot goes through the informal channels. So you mentioned it comes to almost 1 trillion. That's an amazing contribution of our migrant workers, but of course very unfortunate if then that money is eventually used to pay off debts that have often been incurred to cover the high migration costs, the high recruitment fees. So let us see what can be done. Maybe I go back also to Joyce to hear from Fori, how you see some of the good practices in promoting, protecting, and fulfilling the human rights of migrants, including in global supply chains.
Sure, we don't just see, also implement. we walk the talk. Thank you, and I just want to echo Neil. I think we read the same report. And there's a statistic showing really migrant workers actually contribute a lot to GDP. And some of those transferred, those money they transfer back to their home country could be equal to 6 to 30% of the GDP of some countries, so very significant. However, doesn't mean that they haven't made some compromise. By nature, migrants, why do they need to leave their hometown, home village, home countries to work in other, say, region? Because they are at the disadvantages of finding jobs. So to remain competitive, they have to sacrifice, say maybe they accept lower salary when they go abroad, and they are also suffering from paying lots of fee. Many of those fees may be undocumented. The middleman is important. We really hope government can monitor better, because the limitation of the business is we work with suppliers. They only register in one country of destination. However, if talking about issues like recruitment fee, it involves at least 2 countries. Country of origin, they don't even have business license there. We have been challenged by some suppliers. They said, Ms. Zhao, we register in this country, we can follow the law, but I don't know the country of the origin, what the law is, to what extent I can be responsible. Am I helping people, even encouraging, charging more to the workers? So I hope in this regard, that's the limitation of a business. But it doesn't mean business cannot do a good job. So I can quote you some example. The best practice I would advocate since we launched 20 years for BSCI, we should work together. We should we work toward the same common code of conduct reference to UN Guiding Principle for Business and Human Rights. We don't need different languages. We have proliferations of standards driven by single companies or say individual groups. We hope people can work collectively. So that's how we build BSCI, the Business Social Compliance, meaning we follow the same code of conduct, follow the same set of auditing tools, and then when we find something wrong, say migrant workers are being abused or say having some suspected forced labor misbehavior happening in the supply chain, we can work together. We don't need to repeatedly audit. So this is the first best practices I want to promote and advocate. People work towards the same goal doesn't have to be our members. We also work with different brands who are not our members, who also recognize our, say, audit results. So this is the first best practices I want to advocate. And the second thing is we see also many best practices in focusing on capacity building. People use the word corrective action. Oh, you have forced labor and then you are treating the migrant workers badly. So you have to correct your action. Actually, this term is quite discriminate. It's like carries an element of discrimination. It's like people don't do well and then they're criminals. We use the word remediation, continuous improvement. No companies can be perfect. So SME suppliers also have their limitation. We have investigated some of those, say, underperformed factories when they recruit significant numbers of migrant workers. They don't know how to do it. They don't have the expertise. They don't have the knowledge about to what extent they can comply to international standard of government laws. So we provide lots of capacity building program in the region, free of charge for suppliers who are engaged in our system. We are happy to partner with different organizations like IOM. So I think a partnership for training, no one could be the expertise of everyone, every subject matter related to migrant workers' labor rights or their human rights. So I take an example in India. In 2022, we address issue about migrant workers' rights in the fashion industry. So we handhold, work together with IOM, develop the training program to train the factory management to understand their responsibility. They also make the awareness of the migrant workers working in those factories about understanding of the rights, being an employee in a remote countries. So it was proved to be a very successful model. UN agency, business work together, and then deliver on the ground with the support and engagement of brands and suppliers. So this model we can replicate in different countries. Another example I want to take is in Bangladesh. We also work closely with ILO. We develop a training program like training of the trainers, so that migrant workers quite often have a lack of knowledge about health and safety, for example. So those are another subject matter we address. Because based on the audit results in Amphori's 20 years of experience in South Asia, the most frequently underperformed area is health and safety. And this is the most vulnerable part. We highly encourage, and we have put a lot of resources to have it support migrant workers and also general workers' rights in general. The last piece of example I want to share here, the best practice of business can do is advocacy. There are multiple regulations, apart from German Supply Chain Law Act, which is the most famous one, human rights due diligence. We also have Norwegian Transparency Act, we have Modern Slavery Act from Australia, for example, and UK also have Modern Slavery Act, coming from all sides. In Asia, and many of the countries also have our own, needs to, impose new laws and regulations for migrant workers' protections. But countries do not, I think, haven't got enough dialogues yet. And I think that creates lots of pressure and, interpretation as simple as translation of the law in local language. How can we make SME factories understand? So I hope more resources we can do together, like a platform today is good. It's my pleasure to sit next to government officials who are in charge of this area. I am totally with Mr. Rajaf to say there are a lot we can do together. Yeah. And as simple as recruitment fee, it's not a matter of nail, it's not about awareness. It's about how much, since when. And then I have come across some, say, cases, if we really strictly follow all the rules and regulations, the factory can close tomorrow. So how can we address those serious issues? It's a huge, the fee, documented or undocumented. I hope we can work collectively, and the platform we create through BSCI, I think, is a good channel. You may like to be engaged, and then we can work together. That's another good practice I would like to advocate here.
Thank you. Thank you, Joyce, for sharing these ideas of some of the good practices. Working together, following the same standards, advocacy for those same standards, capacity building, these are all very important. But you also mentioned, the issue about the laws in countries of origin, laws in countries of destination, international standards, and how sometimes, for businesses, they can get a bit lost in all of that. So how can we help them? But it also points to another issue, which is the reality that often the laws we see in a number of countries, they're not yet aligned with those international standards. So often we also get reactions saying, oh, but what we are doing are legal. It is legal to charge fees to the workers because it's allowed in the national legislation. So what can we also do to bring the national legal frameworks aligned with the international standards? So thank you, Joyce, for highlighting that. Maybe now to turn to the Ministry of Labor to also hear from you in Nepal. How do you feel some of these good practices can be replicated or scaled up? I do have to ask all our panelists to please stick to the time. 3 minutes for each question, so we can also hear from our audience. I'm sure there will be many more questions. So over to you, Mr. Rajiv.
Thank you. As we discussed, we have many gaps in area of migration, labor migration rights. So Nepal has taken several initiatives in this area, like promoting, protecting rights of migrant workers. We have introduced online system. Online system, we can work our labor approval and their complaint, grievance, registration, all these works with online. So we can give them the remedy or result in time. So I feel the cost will also be lower for this recruitment process. The second thing, Nepal government has expanded information and counseling, like skill development program, access to justice, like psychological counseling, financial literacy, and so on. Recently, we have introduced one program, telemedicine program. Our migrant from abroad, if they are facing any health problem, they can contact our doctor and our counselor. They will give some remedy to them. We have also bilateral agreement with 10 countries now to promote fair recruitment policy, employer pay policy. We are trying to employer pay policy, and we are trying to do more bilateral arrangement with our labor destination countries. And the other one, we have introduced on a reintegration program in the recent year, particularly since the COVID pandemic. Our migrant workers who have returned to Nepal, we have joined them in our reintegration program, social reintegration, economically, like they have to do entrepreneurship, self-employment program. We give them some soft loan and training, skill development. We have also prioritized skill development for all people who want to go abroad for foreign employment. And recently, just a week ago, we have joined all of our migrated labor in social security program. It is contributed by themselves, and when they return back in our country, they will get some benefits from this social security program. Like this, we have also the legal defense and some welfare activities. Also in insurance repatriation activity. We have also one major program, PMEP, Prime Minister Employment Program. We have been providing minimum 100 days of employment for unemployment people. Like this, thank you.
Wow, an impressive list of good practices from Nepal. And what I really like is how you focus also on, supporting the migrant workers in many different ways, whether it's providing the right information, whether it's psychosocial counseling, skills development, reintegration support, financial literacy, just to name a few that you mentioned. And I think this really focuses on how can we better empower the migrants, right? So that they're better prepared also. But you also mentioned access to justice. I don't think this was mentioned before, and it's so important because often it's very difficult for migrant workers to actually access justice. Imagine you've been a victim of wage theft and you were repatriated in the COVID-19 crisis. How are you going to address, how are you going to get your money back? How are you going to access justice? You've already left the destination country. And what can we possibly do with business also in terms of alternative, mechanisms for remediation? Very important point. Thank you so much for mentioning that. I do want to continue a bit on this idea of empowerment. Because let's not look at migrants as, just victims. I think this does not do them justice. How can we empower migrants, and what can be also the role that trade unions can play to strengthen this migrant-centered approach and to empower the migrants themselves? Is that something you could tell us a bit more about, Mr. Kuntia?
Madam, no doubt the international agencies and the international standard implementation, non-binding convention of UNO has an impact. In India also, two important things. The migrant workers can be given justice if they are identified in their country of origin and the place where they are working, because they are not identified. So what he has said in India also, now we have got online registration as per the order of the Honorable Supreme Court. So around 370 million unorganized, including migrant workers also, they are also recognized. And in Building Construction Workers Welfare Board, another registration also, 55 millions have been registered. So what is more important, where they are working and from where they are going, they should be not unidentified, they should be identified. Otherwise, sometimes it happens in many natural incidents, in cyclone, Orissa, tornado, in some agency also, World Bank agency, some people died. Government gave the compensation, but there was nobody to take the compensation because their place, address, nothing is known. So I think that's a good process started. Enumeration of the unorganized workers, construction workers, and also migrant workers, which is a good process. Second is the social security. Also in India, they have started, those who are going is a very small scale, not very great scale, but social security has been started, which is also required. What trade union, what you have said, we have been camping for creating awareness. When the people should go, they should know what is the migrant workers' right, duties, and what he can get, what he will not get, what he should do, what he should know. And also he should be able to read the agreement which is signing. And the agreement now also, Middle East people, they have agreed that it would be in their Indian or any other country language agreement also, so that the workers can read. That is also one development. And relation government to government, because because Bangladesh must talk to the government of India. That is very much required. And we are also started union to union. Suppose Middle East there is no union, but suppose in Nepal there is union, in India I have a union. So if there is a problem, we can share our views from the union. We have also signed building and woodworkers, signed agreement also with Malaysia, with India, and some other countries. So union to union relation. So the senders countries and the working countries also, their views can be exchanged. And thirdly also, to discourage, even India also, we have now developed some state government agencies to recruit. 4 or 5 state governments also, they are recruiting directly the migrant labor, like in Andhra, in Telangana, in Karnataka, in Tamil Nadu, so that when there is a recruitment by the government, the private agency cannot charge more money. They cannot exploit more because there is an alternative already available. So I think, and what is more important is creating awareness, and I think government to government, and also what is required, if the government can have the at national level, with the help of the ILO and IMO, the international agency, a coordination of the all stakeholders. So that can be periodically meeting at the national level and state level to face the actual problems. I think, thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, government to government, what can governments do, bilateral agreements, but also how can we ensure migrant workers actually are more empowered, that they are aware about their rights, that they can read the contract that they're signing, and that they can be identified also to access justice. Thank you so much for your suggestions. I have a last question to our online speaker, and actually I wanted to zoom in a bit more into these gender dimensions, because many of our migrant workers are women, and often they work in very specific sectors like care, domestic work, and these are sectors where workers are more vulnerable to abuse, simply because, for example, it is more difficult to monitor, working conditions in private homes. But another challenge we see is that there are often also restrictions on women to actually migrate, perhaps out of a preventive approach to protect them. But this leads then to women using irregular channels for migration because, the legal pathways are simply not available to them, which leads to further difficulties. So maybe just to reflect a bit on those issues and to hear from the employer's perspective, how do you think we can best ensure the protection needs of female migrant workers looking at all this situation? Grateful to hear your perspective. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Asif Ayub.
Yes, thank you. So in general, without doing any gender discrimination, the question you asked obviously is for the female workers, but for me, what the employers we think is, to ensure a sustainable development and to increase the benefits of the migrant workers irrespective of any genders, we need a well-governed labor migration system. So the clear and well-implemented guidelines and policies should be implemented as a legal and regulatory framework to ensure, and to also support the business environment, now coming to your question. See, look, we have so many instruments developed to protect women migrant workers. For example, we have conventions on the protection of the rights of all migrant workers and members of their families, CTM in 1990, which is the first and foremost instrument for protection of this particular population. And beside that, we have the Convention for Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, in 1979. And then we have the CEDAW General Recommendation number 26, which also deals with women migrant workers and in terms of ethnicity, economic, and other discrimination, gender-based discrimination. But unfortunately, even though we have so many conventions and most of the ratifying countries, even the ratifying countries, especially the destination countries of these conventions, cannot ensure the protection of vulnerable women migrant workers. So we need to take actions, in fact, according to the convention, to make it more applicable. We have conventions, but we need to make it more applicable to the real scenario. So still we are facing issues, and it's a common scenario. And from Bangladesh, we send a lot of when you mentioned about the restriction for women to sending out the country, like from Bangladesh, we don't have any such restrictions unless there is only minimum age restrictions. So if you are above 18 or 21, you can go to work abroad. But I'm sure, I know I've been to Nepal, and I've seen that the Nepalese government, they stopped sending women migrant workers to Saudi Arabia, just to protect them from all kind of violations or they have been facing in Saudi Arabia. And for this, as Mr. Ramachandra mentioned, G2G negotiation is very important, to ensure the protection of the female migrant workers. And beside that, as you all know, that most of these women migrant workers are vulnerable to violation of basic human rights because of their skills and their gender discrimination in the destination countries. So they are commonly employed in a very low skilled, low paid and informal sectors, which are rarely covered by labor laws, and commonly have their migration status tied up with a single employer. They can't move out. The mobility is very restricted. So we need to emphasize, first is to skill up the women according to with the designed courses, which are skills needed in the specific sectors of the destination countries, such as you mentioned, domestic. Beside domestic workers, there are caregivers, there are old age home caregivers. Women can be skilled up for the hospitality sector, tourism and hospitality. They are very good at it. So these are the things I think, if we can have a gender specific good policies and implementations according to the conventions, and also skilling up the women migrant workers and sending semi-skilled or skilled women migrant workers to the destination countries, with assessing the needs of the destination countries sectors. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Really interesting. And thank you so much for highlighting also the different conventions, the convention CEDAW, the Convention on the Rights of Migrant Workers, and to recognize that Bangladesh is indeed one of the few countries that has ratified this Convention on the Rights of Migrant Workers. But now, yes, how to make this applicable? And as you mentioned, so Bangladesh does not have any restrictions for women to migrate. There are age restrictions though, but you're investing a lot into the skills development, into empowerment, government-to-government negotiations, so lots of things to think about. But I'm sure there are also insights, questions, comments, reflections from our audience. So if the panelists agree, I would like to turn to our participants now and open the floor to hear from you. I already see a few hands. Can somebody go with a mic, please? I suggest we start from here. Yeah, there's somebody waving a hand. Can we get a mic? Please introduce yourself before you ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Babita, and I'm from Nepal, and I'm currently a law student. And my question is directed to Mr. Rajiv, who is here as the representative of Government of Nepal. Well, sir, you stated that more than 20% of the GDP comes from remittance, right? And you also very proudly categorize that remittance is one of the advantages of sending laborers and other migrants to the destination countries. But it has also already been enlightened by other panelists, the conditions that these labor workers have to go through, that there is no dignity of work, there is no security of their job, and there is so much of waste, theft, and many more other conditions. So how long is the government gonna take pride in the money that is pacified by the blood, sweat, and death of our fellow Nepalese people? How long? And the other question is, you also mentioned about the shift from on-paper registration to online registration. But there are so many problems while we shift to a digital space, because there is no privacy of our data there, because these government websites are easily accessible by third parties, and it is not end-to-end encrypted. And these websites are also not friendly to all the intersections of people. So let's say it's not always friendly to the gender minorities, and it's also not accessible to people with disabilities. So how is it any better when, how is this shift from on paper to online space any better than how it's already been going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Since you mentioned that, I just wanted to add something to that, because you mentioned the shift to online, and I wanted to add to that also this question of disinformation, and more we see fake online job offers and how difficult it can be for people to distinguish what is real and what is not. I do suggest we take a few questions before we go to the answers. Is that okay? Yes.
Thank you. I'm Shipa Hafiza from Bangladesh. I have one comment and one suggestions to you, and looking at that, respecting the time, I'll be brief. First comment is the word remedy. Is it that we have already accepted all the violations on migrants, so we are now looking for remedies? It sounds like that to me. I'd like to hear your comments, please. My suggestion is to this forum, South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights, maybe this is the time to take this privilege to come together with all the ministries of migrations of different countries, and obviously with the civil societies and others. Business would be very good, I'm not sure yet, to develop a framework for bilateral memorandum of understanding, where migrants, particularly women migrants, dignity and safety will be considered very highly with their, along with the upholding the human rights. Some criteria could be like this, that because we, all the country will reject, the destination country will reject that, the sending country will reject that destination countries if someone has to reject it. Normally, what is happening, when some country reject the migrants, then another sending country immediately sign the contract, which is very undignified way of dealing with the migrants. So maybe one of the criteria. Another about skill level may be different, obviously, with different countries. So there, each country has to compete with other countries to develop and improve their own situation. And keeping in mind that in Bangladesh, as per ILO's needs assessment report, 93% women, migrants women, come back to country with empty-handed, where 66% men also do the same. Sitting here, how can we think we are really practicing the good practices from the CEDAW or any other, UN convention, and the migration, the policy or act of Bangladesh has not talked about women or special any emphasis as women. We need to remember those things. And we need support to develop this framework and develop the standard of sending countries a migration system. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a few more. Can we pass on the mic?
Thank you so much. Just to add upon, about the G2G. Under the G2G, we may also consider about the use of UPR, because that could also help us to influence the host and the destination country to make sure that, the rights of migrant workers are well taken care of. And in addition to G and G, there is one more thing that we have to consider is about N to N, meaning like NHRIs to NHRIs. Since NHRIs can forge a good network with other NHRIs at destination country, that may also help you to, consider and take care of the rights of migrant workers. There are already good practices, the African NHRIs, they have already, developed a very good network and been working very, effectively to monitor and to look into the issues of migrant workers. And at the same time, the Asia Pacific Forum of NHRIs I think, you know, in South Asia, we may also consider to have the same kind of framework, to have good network among NHRI so that they can collectively look into the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had similar points to what the previous speaker said, Shipa, so I concur with her, and those are my points as well. I just want to add 3 things. One is, it would be useful to have some statistics regarding of that $600 billion that go back in remittance, and how much of it is used to support the migrant workers, and at a regional level, at a country level. But if you also add the informal income going into those countries, then it's $1 trillion. So the World Bank and others, if they could give us an idea of how much it actually being returned or reinvested for the workers. My second point is, there was a mention of moving to online, and of course we're all moving to technology and digital applications. But please remember that the marginal and the poor do not have access. The users, online user, we have done studies, like I'm Farah from ActionAid Bangladesh, and we have done studies on this, and we have seen the level of access, affordability, and use for the marginal, for the community is very low, and if you are a woman or a girl, it's even lower. So if you are moving to the online, please take targeted programs to support them. And my third point is that Nepal has mentioned some good practices about psychosocial counseling. You mentioned financial literacy. One of the important points is women workers work their life out there, they send money back and they come back. It used to happen to the men as well, but now I'm saying that there are more women going. They have no clue where that money is. So why aren't national governments providing this service to women workers, that this is where you can invest, this is where you can save as a pension, this is where you can support yourself when you come back. You're not going to be a migrant worker forever and forever. And my last point is, in the reality of climate change, there's going to be huge increase in disaster displacement and therefore stress migration. So can we work on business as usual? We already have a system that is riddled with problems and challenges, and then in the coming years, can we still continue? Or do we really need to have a business, government, civil society, migrant workers coalition in country and across South Asia?
Hello. Excellent points, thank you. We'll take a few more because I see more hands. Can we pass on the mic?
Excuse me, I would like to ask the question to our Rajiv sir, and it is regarding the irony of the rules established or imposed upon the manpower agencies by the government itself. The rule imposed on the manpower agencies is to fulfill the 100 quotas per year, and isn't that a bit of an irony, because it has become a catalyst for the unhealthy competition that has been rising in the recruitment field, because they will have to, no matter what the unhealthy conditions of the work is there, they will have to take the demand letters in order to protect the recruitment agency license. So my first question is regarding that, and second question is regarding the accountability of the Nepalese embassies that are in these countries, because it is no lie that the working condition has been very hazardous, and even when there are unpaid wages for months, the employees can't go to the embassy because the most they can do there is call the companies. But apart from that, there has been no legal and the financial help from the embassies. And that is my second question regarding the accountability. So we would like to really hear about the solution. That's it.
I think we can take 2 more questions. I just want to
Hello,
confirm
so
with the organizers. We started 10 minutes late. We can get to 10 extra minutes. Huh?
Hello.
Yes. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Zulfikar. I'm from Pakistan. So one of my suggestion would be that I think it's not only about the South Asian migrant workers outside South Asia, but I think we should consider the South Asian migrant workers within the region as well. So I think we can think of the 2 approaches. One would be that a collective South Asian approach that addresses the concerns of the migrant workers which are working outside South Asia. So maybe to utilize the forums such as SARC and come up with a kind of a collective approach or instrument that it's applied collectively. Otherwise, there is also a competition around the cheap labor. So I think address that issue as well. Similarly, there's a lot of the kind of internal movement of the workers. For example, the Afghan workers coming to Pakistan, maybe the Nepali workers going to India, Bangladeshi workers also working in Pakistan. So I think that also need to be addressed at least within this framework. And my second suggestion would be to our friend from the trade unions. I think they also need to have a collective South Asian approach as well, to have a more coordination among the trade unions within the region, and they can, this is how they can kind of, empower the migrant workers while they work in these countries, rather than maybe the Indian trade unions going to Gulf to have that kind of a mechanism. So that's what's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestions and for highlighting that we should also consider migrant workers within the region. There's a lot of regional mobility within South Asia. I'm afraid we'll have more questions than we can answer, but the lady who's already holding the mic, go ahead.
I wanted to ask Labour Ministry, how you are assisting migrant workers get access to justice? Is it directly involved, or like whether the Council of Labour Ministry acting as a legal counsel for migrant workers in collecting wage theft owed to the migrant workers? And also, I wanted to ask whether, what happens if the Labour Ministry is involved in providing access to justice for migrant workers? What happens when there is conflict of interest situation? Yeah, thank you.
With due respect, if I can complete the question, because she asked me to complete the question.
And this will be the last question.
Yes, I just wanted to thank all the panelists for the very insightful discussion. But I also want to highlight that when a migrant worker is migrating to other countries, their families are at the risk of so many things, especially children. So, when their parents are migrating, they are at the risk of their mental, physical, and other social securities, as well as they are at the risk of child trafficking and exploitation and many more things. My question for Rajiv sir is if there has been any steps taken by government to take care of these families, to make sure that these families, and especially children, are safe in their home. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of very interesting reflections, comments, questions. Let's do our best to provide some insights. I think there were a few questions for government of Nepal. If you can take, let's first go to the answers. If there's time left, you will have to ask the organizer. Let's first reflect on some of the answers, but kindly be brief.
Thank you. Thank you for questions, my friends. We have not adequate internal employment. So in alternative, as an alternative, we go in foreign employment. It is not our government priority. So we have make the foreign employment safe. We are doing some regular reform on it. It takes time, but I feel, in my opinion, we are in the right track. So the second question was 100 quotas per year has been going to amend in the new law. We have already decision in it, so now it is in Ministry of Law. And my friend has also raised Nepal embassy role. As we know, we have different type of diplomatic relation, different type of work of diplomatic agency. So their main role is migrant worker rights, to protect migrant worker rights and welfare, I feel so. So we are doing collaboration with our Nepal embassy in different destination countries. The last question is Nilimaji raised that what is the provision of family of migrant workers. We have joined them, the provision of joining them in social security and welfare fund. From that fund we can give their family also some protection and some welfare activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perhaps can I also ask Neil to give some reflections, because there were questions, comments linked to remedy, access to justice, but also on the remittances. Perhaps if you wanted to respond to these.
I mean, on access to remedy, I think it's vital, obviously in all business situations, that workers have access to effective and fair and safe remedy, and very often migrant workers are excluded from those processes, even if they do exist. I think that some of this as well, in relation to migrant workers, comes down to attitudes towards migrant workers. And it's about companies engaging better with their workforces and not undertake this othering of migrant workers, lumping all migrant workers together, having the same problems, the same issues, seeing migrant workers as a challenge rather than seeing them as just a normal part of your workforce that you need to be engaging with. And I think it's quite instructive that if anyone's particularly interested in good access to remedy, they should have a look at the Remedy Project, which is a great organisation based in Hong Kong, who've set out a set of principles for how to devise a proper grievance mechanism. And interesting, they start at point zero. And point zero is about engagement with the workforce. And I think that that's where access to remedy always needs to start. Very quickly, if I can, on two other points that have come up regularly. Firstly, there's been quite a bit of discussion about women migrant workers and bans and protection and all of these things. We need to get away from the idea of protecting women. What we need to protect are the rights of women. And that's where government and others need to be making a stand. And then just on banking, absolutely financial literacy and access to banking services for women and women migrant workers in particular, which very often are lacking, and very often when women return home, they find that the money that they've been remitting back has been spent by feckless men, sorry. And then just on climate crisis, I think that yes, we are going to see some big changes due to climate crisis. Of course we are, but we shouldn't only think of those in terms of environmental shocks. We are going to see economic shocks as well. Old carbon-heavy industries are going to be closing down. Workers are going to be on the move, and there will be workers with their families, and this will put pressure on towns. And again, we need to be thinking about attitudes towards migrants and migrant workers. Social cohesion is going to become a major issue. And the other one just on that is demographic shifts. We've got aging populations in the global north. There will increasingly be movement. Whatever anyone tells you, there will be movement from the south to the north, migrant workers going and looking after those aging populations.
Thank you so much. I see Joyce is very eager to also provide some answers. I do have to ask you to be very brief because we only have a few minutes left to close our session. Thank you, Joyce.
I feel obliged because Remedy Project is also a partner and based in Hong Kong, and we connected with them through IOM last year. And we already started a conversation and dialogue, and we're happy to explore more collaboration with them. And in fact, if we want to have the migrant workers access to, say, some justice system, I think the first step is make their voice heard. So addressing this issue, we also introduce grievance mechanism in the region. So I think you will hear more from our colleagues from Bangladesh and also India later, and also other countries later. We are making this available for engaging workers beyond just migrant also. So this grievance mechanism is also to echo what ILO encouraging business can do. It could be complementary. It's not a substitute of government's channel, but can supplement, say, where resources are lack or insufficient, then we can make those migrant workers' voices and needs heard. And I feel also obliged to also mention women empowerment. It is very important. We just revised our code of conduct this year. And many of the elements when we measure the performance, social compliance performance of suppliers is reflected in our auditing system, which is a very good tool to make it have an incentive if we don't have to always say criticize those underperforming. We also demonstrate the way that we can give incentives to the better performance and then let them to lead by practice. So these are the two elements. And then the third one, last, the South Asia and Association for Regional Cooperation definitely is a big cluster. And it has a very big bargaining power when we talk about trade. Yeah, one leading example is India and Australia. Two countries have free trade agreement. Now we are actively looking into the area where can we build these elements, protection of, say, human rights in the supply chain between these two big economies. And I'm sure with our participation in the B20 ESG task force lately, having led many of meetings hosted by Indian government, I think it could also be a channel that we make this kind of best practices into the formal system. It is not just offline, say, nice to have. Make it as an official agenda. And then we are happy to contribute and work with you also.
Thank you, Joyce. We have only 1 minute left.
Hello. Yes, okay. Just quickly, I can, regarding the women's migrant workers protection, we all agree. But still, you know, violence for women, domestic violence, inside violence, workplace violence, even inside, everywhere that is there. But the government, only the government to government, what I've said, in where they're working and where they're sending, they should find out some way. And like there is also some rules and legislation in India also, the violence, sexual harassment in workplace, if that is there also in other countries, nation, that can be dealt with, but that should be very strictly dealt by the government authority. And we can also, the trade unions and the civil society can bring it up in media that to write out. So that is there, we all agree. Secondly, regarding what they said regarding the online registration, it's a fact. In India also we are opposing because online registration, many people are illiterate, women, they are not able to do that. But there is no, because it's a technological development, what we can do in the process also for creating awareness, what union civil society we are doing, they can also help to the workers and the, in some way, the capacity building of the unions and the civil society also can be assisted by some organizations so that these things can be done by training and make them also well aware about the online. And the third point, what you were saying, empowerment of women and workers would be done, which is lacking. 169 million workers of the world, and in India also 400 million interested migrant labor, they don't have the voting rights. They are not voting. Because they are not voting, neither unions nor political party leaders nor government are very much interested about that. Once they are given the voting right, now in India, as per the decision of the Supreme Court, government has proposed to give the voting right to the interested migrant labor. Nepal government is also thinking seriously about that, and Philippine government has already recommended for giving the voting right to the migrant workers and women migrant workers. You see, once the voting right is given to the migrant workers and women migrant workers, all government and political parties will be in favor of migrant workers' right, protecting right to work.
Thank you.
So that is the real thing which will empower the women and also migrant workers, empowering them to get their right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid we do have to stop here. It's been such an interesting session. I personally really enjoyed it. I hope it's the same for you. I want to thank all the panelists for sharing their ideas, and also special thanks to our very active audience. I'm mindful that not all people who raised their hand were able to comment or ask a question, but don't worry, we have 2 more sessions on migration in the program later today and tomorrow, so please join us for those sessions, and looking forward to that. Thank you, everyone.
All right, and moving straight to the announcements. I guess it also was a very interesting session. Thank you so much for all of your reflections. I think we've heard a lot about the different roles that stakeholders need to play. I think one also recurring theme throughout the forum is that, on the one hand, businesses might be struggling because there are industry-wide challenges that they cannot solve alone. And so, for example, governments will also need to create a level playing field. At the same time, however, companies cannot use this as an excuse to stall things that they should actually be doing. So having said that, I was also very happy to hear issues of digitization and digitalization, which we'll be discussing, among others, in the Just Transition session. A couple of household announcements before we move to the next sessions and we break up the halls. So first of all, during the next sessions, we'll hand out some of the registration sheets. We'll put them on all the tables just to make sure that everyone will have lunch. So it is very important to ensure everyone will have food. Second, please be sure at the end of the day to return your interpretation devices. I was informed by the hotel that 7 devices were not returned yesterday. So please make sure that you return them, otherwise we might have to reach out to you after the forum. And finally, someone requested medicines from Harpreet. Those have been arranged, so we couldn't locate you, but please find Harpreet in case you need them. Harpreet is sitting right here up the front. All right, so we will be breaking up the rooms like yesterday. In room AB, so here we will have the session Protecting Migrant Workers during Recruitment and Upon Return. And in room, so you can perhaps also ask some of the questions that you might have had now in that session. In room C, we will be having the session on Global South Perspectives on Mandatory Human Rights Due Diligence. Again, yesterday there were a lot of questions, so perhaps we can bring some of those to that session. Thank you, everyone. You can have a coffee break. Perhaps it might be a good idea that while we change the rooms, you bring your coffee inside so we can commence with the sessions as soon as possible. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, this is Hall AV. Hello, Mahinj.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think they have started ringing the bell outside to send people inside, so hopefully in the next 2 minutes or so, people will be here. All right, welcome back. I hope you've brought your tea and coffee inside. More people will be joining in a bit. So there were a lot of conversations this morning about fair and ethical recruitment practices, and I think this session is a really great way to deep dive into the session. The next session is on protecting migrant workers during recruitment and upon return. Can somebody on that side just close the door, please? Thank you. Thanks, Charles, for doing that. And to facilitate the discussion, may I invite Neha Chaudhary, the National Program Coordinator from International Labour Organization. Neha, if you could have you on the floor. And I'm also going to invite other panelists for the session. Ms. Mehnaz Claudi, who's the CEO of the Teritex International, or directors. She's also the director at the Employers Federation of Pakistan Board. I think she's just going to join us virtual. So if the team can see, if we can see Ms. Mehnaz on the screen here. We also have with us Mr. Ramesh Badal. He's the Vice President, General Federation of Nepalese Trade. So if we could have you going on. Mr. Kabi Raj Upreti, he's the Under Secretary, Ministry of Labour, Employment and Social Security. Sir, if you could have you please on the stage. And then last but not the least, we also have Mr. Mausam Chaudhary. She's the Senior Consultant for Banaza Overseas. Thank you for joining us on the stage. And the virtual team, if you can see, if we can have Ms. Mehnaz on the screen, please. Neha, over to you. You have to finish at 12:15 because we've got sessions, side sessions during the lunch. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Harpreet, and welcome to everyone who's present here, both in person and virtually. I hope Mehnaz can hear us. Should we check, Harpreet, like if Mehnaz can hear us? But then, yeah, because we need to finish by 12:15, I think I'll jump right into the session. As per my introduction, well, hi, Mehnaz. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Hi, everyone.
So I guess the session this morning has already set a very nice precedent in terms of the background, in terms of the challenges that we face in the region when we come to the labor migration governance. And I think one key takeaway that we can see is the fact that we cannot talk about future of labor migration without taking into account protecting migrant workers in the process. And I think we have gone into a lot of details in terms of the challenges that the region faces. We do understand that migration is quite significant in the region, that it does bring in a lot of benefits, especially in terms of the economic growth in both countries of destination and countries of origin. But then more so in the lives of migrant workers themselves, where they do have opportunity to earn higher income, gain new skills, and also in terms of the enhanced independence and agency that they also build during the migration process. In terms of challenges, as panelists in the morning have very extensively highlighted, we do see some of the key challenges stem from the fact that a lot of the migrant workers from the region are still trapped in precarious work, low-skilled jobs, which have precarious working conditions and decent work deficits. So I guess like this session becomes a very natural predecessor to the session in the morning in terms of how do we then go about addressing some of these challenges, be it in terms of exploitative recruitment practices, be it in terms of absence of social protection mechanisms, the mismatch of skills, the lack of access to decent employment, as well as sustainable reintegration. So it's a great pleasure for us to welcome our panelists here, where it's not very often that we have like this full spectrum in terms of people representing the worker organization, the government, and private sector on both sides. I think that the exciting part about this panel is that we have someone representing a recruitment agency as well as someone representing employers. So we are very excited to host this session today. On the panel, we have Ms. Mehnaz Kaloudi, who is associated with Teritex International, which is one of Pakistan's first female-led export-oriented home textile industries. She's also the member of UN Women Empowerment Program and a member of Employers Federation of Pakistan. Welcome, Ms. Kaloudi, who's joined us virtually. We also have on our panel Mr. Ramesh Baral, who is the Vice President of the General Federation of Nepalese Trade Union. Mr. Baral has a very extensive experience of working on labor migration issues, but then labor issues in general, and has made significant contributions to development of labor laws within Nepal, but then has also represented Nepal in some international forums, including in the tripartite meeting that adopted the ILO's general principles and operational guidelines on fair recruitment. So welcome, Mr. Baral. Representing government, we have Mr. Gobiraj Upreti, who is currently the Undersecretary at the Foreign Employment Section within the Ministry of Labor, Employment, and Social Security in Nepal. And he has been working with the government of Nepal for the past 12 years. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Masoon Chaudhry, who is the Senior Consultant for Bonanza Overseas, based in Bangladesh. He's in charge of the ethical recruitment wing within the agency, and has worked for 8 years in the nonprofit sector in the United States for American Cancer Society as Community Development Manager. So welcome to all our panelists, and I'll jump straight into the questions. Considering we talked quite a bit about the challenges, I think we would want to focus more on solutions and how to address some of these challenges in this section. My first question is to Mr. Gobiraj Upreti. As pointed out by our Joint Secretary in the previous section, the government of Nepal is the champion country for the Global Compact on Migration, and with a particular focus on Objective 6, which is focused on fair and ethical recruitment. So can you please shed some light in terms of just steps taken by the government of Nepal to ensure fair and ethical recruitment of migrant workers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nehaji. And I'd like to thank you very much once again for having me here as the panelist. Fair and ethical recruitment, it's really one of the tough journey the government, even the society, even the, civil society, they take it as one of the tough journey, because it never ends. It has a lot of things to do with. Currently, to highlight the activities, the government of Nepal, especially the Ministry of Labor, it's focusing on fair and ethical recruitment with some of the activities. Like in case of legislative frameworks, we have Foreign Employment Act, following by its rules. The Act also provisions some of the things related to fair and ethical recruitment system. The recruitment must be the fair and ethical. It's the commitment of the government as well. And what I believe is transparency and accountability. These are the two most important things in fair and ethical recruitment. And the government of Nepal, it has tried its best to ensure its transparency and accountability through the online digital platform, that is Foreign Employment Information and Management System, that is ongoing, and it is widely accepted within the country, and it has been welcomed very much. Likewise, to ensure the information system, the information regarding this foreign employment in all migration cycle. We have foreign employment board as well. The board is responsible to disseminate the different information in terms of this foreign employment. And it is also related to the welfare activities. If any kind of problems or hazards arrive within the territory or within any activities or within the cycle of migration to the migrant workers, then foreign employment board is always ready to work with that. Similarly, we also have foreign employment tribunal that works for the access to justice. It is in the previous plenary discussion as well, it was most questioned. The government with the tribunal is trying its best to give the access to the justice to its migrant workers. We have Department of Foreign Employment, the entity that is responsible mostly to regulate all the recruitment system through the PRAs. In the context of our country's private recruitment agencies, they are involved to recruit all the migrant workers mostly. So these PRAs are regulated and monitored closely in different cycles, mostly in almost in all the cycle. The DOFE, what we call department, is responsible to regulate and to monitor it. Similarly, the ministry, it also has expanded its labor agreement with 10 countries, and mostly our focus is on fair and ethical recruitment while having the MOU with the countries of destination. What I think is that this integrated program launched by ILO to fair recruitment, similarly the IRIS system that introduced by the IOM, it has also been one of the guidelines to the government of Nepal to ensure fair and ethical recruitment system. By doing this, there also lacks a lot of things within fair and ethical recruitment within the country and even in the government system. What I feel is it is not the initiation just by one country or one entity. It is the collaborative effort to be initiated by all the civil society as well as the governments.
Thank you, Kabi sir, for your intervention. I think what you focused on is more often than not, when we talk about fair recruitment, we just focus on fees, but then the fact that some of the good practices that are emerging from Nepal are based on ensuring access to justice, to information, to having a welfare mechanism, monitoring and enforcing bilateral mechanisms. I think it goes on to show that when we talk about fair recruitment, it's not enough that we just focus on fees, but then we talk about a whole migration ecosystem in a sense. And also the fact that there is a need of regional coordination if we effectively want to enforce fair recruitment as per the normative standards available. I guess now I want to move on to Mr. Baral. You have an extensive experience of working in working with workers. You've been an integral part of workers' movement in Nepal, and also in terms of promoting rights of migrant workers in particular. In your experience, why would fair recruitment be important for workers? What can be done to ensure protection of rights of migrant workers in the recruitment process?
Thank you, Nehaji. Basically, when we are talking about the fair recruitment issue, it is very difficult to understand what is the fair recruitment itself. So, we trade union, employer organization, and the government gathered together in 2016 in Geneva and decided the major principle of the fair recruitment process. The main issue of the fair recruitment is 7 points we can define. One is proper information to be provided to the workers and prospective workers. Proper information means where they are going to work, how much they are going to earn, and what is the condition of the working condition, working environment, climate, and etc. And how they can return back to their country of origin, and how they can repatriate their earnings. So this kind of the information should be provided to the workers in proper manner. That is one. Second one is the employment contract should be signed in the transparent manner and signed in the free and fair consent of the workers themselves. And they need to understand what is mentioned in the employment contract itself. That is the second. Third one is the process of hiring. That should be transparent without any discrimination, and selection process should be very transparent and accessible to the all prospective workers. And that recruitment process should be based on the labor market need. That is also the most important things. Sometimes workers, if they have the one kinds of the skill and they are sent to the another kinds of the job, then job mismatch create the problem. So that's why, based on their capacity and experience, workers should be hired in the proper manner. So based on the need of the market. Then another provision that should be followed by the government in case of the crisis, in case of any difficulties, they should be they can return back to their country of the origin very easily. That is also one of the important point. Of course, we already discussed in the previous panel, that is the recruitment fees and related cost. That should be levied to the employer, not for the workers. So that is another most important point. And each and every point in the country of the origin, in the country of the transit, and in the country of the destination, human rights should be followed by the employer, by the recruiters, by the government, and all. So the all package, we can understand that is the fair and ethical recruitment practices. So to achieve that things, if the employer, if the recruiters, if the government agency and workers themselves, if they are doing properly, then only we can achieve this kind of the fair and ethical recruitment situation.
Thank you, Mr. Baral. I think you touched upon a very important aspect as to how, more often than not, we tend to isolate actors when it comes to ensuring fair recruitment, but then you re-emphasize the point that it's not just about one particular actor, but then it's about governments working together, employers, recruiters, and all the other stakeholders in the migration ecosystem working together to ensure fair recruitment for migrant workers and to enable them to realize their rights and to ensure that their rights are protected throughout the migration cycle. Which brings me to Ms. Kaludi then, in the sense that increasingly we've started within the discourse of fair recruitment, we're talking about how this can, to a certain extent, become a top-down approach where employers have a big role to play in terms of ensuring fair recruitment of migrant workers. In today's globalized world, we are witnessing like supply chains being increasingly complex and more like multiple tiers of actors and geographical locations being involved when it comes to recruitment of migrant workers in a sense. In this context, Ms. Kaludi, as an employer, what can be done to ensure fair and ethical recruitment as well as access to decent employment for migrant workers? Because in a sense, both are like the two sides of a same coin in a sense. Like we cannot ensure fair recruitment without ensuring decent work. So Ms. Kaludi, over to you.
So Neha, fair and ethical recruitment processes and employment opportunities are a fundamental right of all members of the workforce. But when we talk about migrant workers per se, there are certain narratives that shape the discourse. So first, we need to understand that all human rights violations largely occur against low-skilled or illegal migrants. These are people who cross borders due to national catastrophes like civil wars or poverty or severe religious discrimination. And these violations are further compounded during global catastrophes like COVID, where countries follow a cross-border movement phase, but inflows of illegal migrants still remain. In this case, following forward-looking migration policies is very critical to ensuring that migrant workers are protected from incidents like child labor or forced labor or human trafficking. Second is following ethical recruitment and employment with respect to gender. Women are always at the receiving end of biases, and female migrants are most susceptible to being financially and legally exploited. So ensuring all recruitment policies are free of gender biases is fundamental. Equally important is to ensure that all employees within an organization are oriented properly with respect to grievance reporting and anti-harassment policy to ensure that there's a safe working environment for all employees, including women. Third is following ethical recruitment in the digital age, with technocratization shaping our everyday activities, including recruitment. The process becomes even more complex. Digital recruitment agencies are springing up everywhere, with increasing incidents of hiring scams where applicants are being financially defrauded and emotionally abused. So as employers, it is very important to have a very clear, open and accessible hiring policy in place where applicants are aware of the process. Where companies do really partner with recruitment agencies, then sufficient background checks need to be taken against the recruitment agency and certain stringent policies need to be in place, like not charging the applicant any recruitment fee or not taking ID and bank documents from the prospective applicant. So when we specifically talk about fair recruitment practices, it is important to ensure that they're consistent with local labor laws. But following legal frameworks should not be the only motivation and parameter to follow. Good practices mean having forward-looking policies in place. This begins with having a very inclusive job advertisement. It is so easy for language to read as gender or culture biased in a job description, and this can create misconceptions. So simple actions like including an EEO or an equal employment opportunity statement can help alleviate that. Secondly, your EEO statement should go beyond a line in your JD. It should communicate how your selection process is free of demographic biases, that is the steps you took, or the tools you have in place for the selection process to be impartial. For instance, a policy of blind hiring can be followed, where genders are not restricted to certain departments like males for coding or women for HR roles. Hence, demographic information can be hidden when reviewing CVs, or the hiring committee can be ethnically, culturally, and gender diverse to remove biases during assessments. Since we are in a digital age, companies can also post examples of diversity in their workforce on their websites and social media profiles. It is equally important to have a very clear selection criteria, which is aligned with and reinforces the company and brand values. All behaviors, skills, and analyses should be judged against metrics determined by these values. Lastly, it is so important to have a standardized selection process. The whole recruitment process should be transparent and open for all parties, and prospective applicants should be respected, regardless of their skill level. So all applicants have the same experiences. This will truly allow a migrant worker who's already adapting to a different culture to feel at home. And a feedback system in this regard from all applicants is also a good way for employers to evaluate where their own process stands.
Thank you, Mehnaz, for the intervention. I guess, in a sense, to have these policies and procedures, both at policies at the national level, regional level, but then also in terms of procedures at a sector level, industry level, looks good on paper, but then when it comes to implementation, obviously there are challenges. So I would like to invite Mahsoon to come in, who is here representing a recruitment agencies. Recruitment agencies, as we know, are often put on spotlight in terms of enforcing fair recruitment. However, we want to know from you, Mahsoon, in terms of your practical experience. Where do we start when it comes to fair recruitment, and what are the various challenges as someone who actually facilitates recruitment faces when it comes to really implementing these policies and guidelines which look very rosy on paper?
Hello. Thank you, Neha. Good morning, everyone. So we've heard from different panels about the challenges we face, and since I represent Bonanza Overseas, we're a recruiting agency out of Bangladesh, and the only one to have deployed over 500 people in the Bangladesh-Qatar corridor, following the steps of ethical recruitment, ensuring zero fees were paid. We know the challenges. I want to talk a little bit about how we as an agency dived into problem solving in the context of Bangladesh. And to answer your question, after the work order is signed, you have your client that says he wants to recruit ethically. Every other step to ensure ethical recruitment starts in the source country. So the first step we did was establish a chain of recruitment where candidates are able to apply directly. And also because middlemen or sub-agents are integral, are a very important player in the recruitment process. We had interviews with many sub-agents where those who were aligned with our objective, that is that they would receive a service fee for each candidate that they brought and passed the trade test, and they established that that during the pre-departure screening and exit interviews, the candidates will be interviewed one-on-one. We will be calling their parents and basically going into a deep dive about what costs they incurred, starting from prerequisites such as their passport and police clearance, which which they have to get anyway. But within that conversation, to find out, did you pay anyone, and if any of the people that their candidates that they bring, if they say that they've been coerced into paying, all the candidates you brought are dismissed. I will not be taking them. So yes, and I want to say this in South Asia, in the South Asian context, the biggest challenge for lower income communities that they face with regards to migration is access to information. The informal network of sub-agents and their village recruiters withhold most of the information, only ever divulging the salary and the cost to migrate. For Bonanza Overseas, it was important to implement ethical recruitment principles, which first and foremost included full transparency and information accessibility to the workers. All those who passed the trade test were given all the details regarding the company, the contracts, and most importantly, no fees were to be paid. We reiterated that in leaflets. We had a YouTube video where everyone's SMS, it was SMS to them. We had a 24-hour helpline, which, funnily enough, I was the one that, it was started, we said 24 hours, and then there were people calling at 2, 3 in the morning, so we made it to just within office hours. Interestingly, and all updates for when they have to go for their medical, when they have to go for their visa interview, when they have to go appear at our office, or signing the contract with us, and also going over, our clients had come down, so going over the contracts. Each contract was both in Arabic as a standard, since it's Qatar, but also in Bengali, and they had Bengali staff come and explain. They had a Skype session with workers there, and because they knew the name of the company, they could actually look it up online. Google is available to everyone. They can look up. And most people, if they know where they're going, they will do a deep dive. It's their life, and they want to know everything they can. They'll call relatives that they have there. Have you heard of this company? What do they pay? Do they pay on time? Are they good with their workers? Do they give all the necessary permits and insurance and everything? Do they cover all that? Interestingly, with the helpline, now the most frequently asked question I get, and even at 2 a.m. would be, sir, are we really going to go for free? And I said, yes, you passed the trade test. He's like, how? That's never happened. I said, no, this client is paying me for your skill, and you will be going. And that, the ability, like I said, access to information is very difficult. What they never get to speak to someone from the actual recruiting agency. So they know exactly where they're going, why they're going, and just explaining the module that this will be the wave of the future and all that. And they were put at ease. They're like, now they didn't have the fear that if someone did come up to them, they knew also that if someone tried to coerce them, they could call the number and we can note it down. There were 13 to 14 instances where I had got a call. They're like, sir, this sub-agent's employee called me and said, you have to pay something. They're not messaging you for the visa date. If you pay, I'll get that date up. I'll bring that date forward. So obviously you call the sub-agent and say, hey, you have 40 people. All 40, please let them know that they're canceled. This is what's happening. And then immediately that person, there were repercussions, real immediate repercussions to coercing people to pay. This was possible for when you have a small number, we say between 400 to 500, but if the number were to become in the thousands, then it becomes much more difficult. In that regard, what we, because this project was implemented all of 2018 and 19, and we were just looking into 2020, we're looking into 2,500 people that were going to go. And then COVID happened. But for that, what we decided how to solve that problem was because the numbers are worth it, we will eliminate the middleman and basically set up direct recruiting offices in Bangladesh. A lot of areas have technical schools where we hire mainly for construction, welders, steel fixers, masons, not just labor. So we were able to, we had a plan that we would be setting up all over Bangladesh to directly recruit, and this number would make sense for us. In a typical deployment, which is 200 to 300 people, we cannot really set up all over Bangladesh and do this. So for us, I think a lot of problem solving starts at the source country, and to eliminate the problems, the scale has to come up.
Quite interesting in terms of how you implemented a fair recruitment program. I think just as a quick follow-up, I think because one thing that you touched upon is how paying for your migration is still a norm in our region, right? And then in the past session, we did talk extensively about how high migration costs often undermine the benefits of migration, or even if of migration outcomes for migrant workers, as well as at the national economy level, right? So how can private sector ensure that no recruitment fees are being charged to and or otherwise borne by workers or job seekers? Like, what are some of the good practices that at least you've come across that can be replicated in the region?
Okay, so as bad as it is, the reality is recruitment, for every contract that recruiters get and implement, they have to buy the work. So so basically ILO, IOM, and the IRIS certification ensures that platform where you're able to connect with like-minded recruiters and get into and have this. Because if you're looking at, like Qatar as a country, it is illegal to charge recruitment fees, though it's still in practice. Certain companies don't, certain companies do. Most other countries are still, even though they're not supposed to, they still are. And that is a reality, and I don't want to sugarcoat that. And also because it's an absolutely informal network, how much a cost of, how much this company is charging for their labor or their carpenter is not the same, it's not standardized. And once you have bought the work, you come back, and then you have your network of sub-agents and their village recruiters who have made sure that they're not, it's an informal network, and it's not, they're not interested in quantity. It's about being predatory on each person and say, if they can maybe take $100 from me, they would talk to someone else and see if that person is more eager, they can take $200, and that's the norm. I feel that we are moving towards a direction where we're trying to only associate ourselves with ethical recruiters, getting our IRIS certification, and in recent times we've had meetings with we've had seminars at IOM and ILO where we've been able to communicate with potential employers and take that forward. So I do see that for us, we believe this is the wave of the future. The world is too connected, and a tragedy in Ukraine affects the living cost of someone in a village in Bangladesh. So in that aspect, as on humanitarian grounds, we want to move away. We want to absolutely not have to deal with this, and we know it can be done. We've done the problem solving. It can be scaled up, and we hope to have just be doing this.
Thank you, Masoon. And I guess you did touch upon the fact that sometimes it's also there is a wider responsibility when it comes to reducing cost of migration. It's not just about one particular actor. There needs to be employers on board, and we do understand that there are very limited employers who are currently ready to pay for fair recruitment. Considering the session is on protecting migrant workers throughout the migration channel, cycle, one thing that we did sort of see, especially in COVID-19, is that it exposed the specific vulnerabilities of migrant workers in particular. I would like to come to you, Mr. Baral, in terms of what can be done to ensure migrant workers are in a better position to claim their rights more often than not, we rob migrant workers of their agency. And what can be done? What can workers' organization and all of us do in terms of creating a situation where migrant workers themselves are claiming their rights?
Thank you. To create the fair recruitment situation, we should have the various type of the work we need to do. First, we have to prepare the proper legal arrangement. So without proper legal arrangement, we cannot enforce the fair recruitment situation. So as a trade union in Nepal, we always involve in the lawmaking process with the Ministry of Labor and Employment and Social Security. When we prepare the second Foreign Employment Act, first Foreign Employment Act was prepared during the Panchayat era. During that time, partyless system was imposed. That was before 1990. Then after 1990, in 2007, we bring new Foreign Employment Act. And as a trade union, we involve fully during the time of the drafting and adoption of the new act. And under that act itself, there are many things we try to mention to create the fair situation. So tripartism was imposed based on the ILO principle. So in the Foreign Employment Promotion Board, trade union, employer organization, and the government, all three stakeholders are there. And we decided from the board, normally with the consensus between the three stakeholders. That is one of the major things we are doing. And second, when we are talking about the enforcement of the law, then the employer organization, basically trade union, are outside. That is normally conducted through the Foreign Employment Department of Foreign Employment. And there are many lapses. And law are not enforced properly. And our monitoring agencies are not working properly. So that's why there are many lapses, and workers are still victimized, though despite there are the legislative arrangement is in place. Another one of the important things to create the fair practices for the migrant workers, as a trade unionist, we file the case not only in Nepal, outside the country as well. Just like in Hong Kong, we filed the case along with the HKCTU in Hong Kong some 25 years back to extend the minimum wage for the migrant workers, migrant domestic workers. And we won the case, and Hong Kong domestic workers are able to get the minimum wage as fixed by the government of the Hong Kong. Similarly, we filed the case jointly with the Korean Confederation of Trade Unions in Korea to provide the right of the migrant workers to form the trade union. We fight more than 10 years, and we also filed the case in the ILO. And we won the case from the ILO and the Supreme Court of the Korea both. And now migrant trade union exists, and that is legally registered in Korea. Similarly, we also jointly act in the Malaysia to introduce the minimum wage for the migrant workers. So myself visited many times in Malaysia to discuss with the Malaysian Trade Union Congress to extend the minimum wage for the migrant workers. And as a Trade Union of Nepal, we cannot do anything in the Malaysia. So that's why we asked the Malaysian Trade Union Congress to raise the voice in the Malaysia. So after follow-up for the more than 4 or 5 years, then the minimum wage is extended in Malaysia as well. Similar things happen in Qatar case. When we raised this issue in the kafala system should be abolished, then no one ready to listen in the initial days. We filed the case, GFONT, Anti-Slavery International, and the International Trade Union Confederation. We jointly filed a complaint against the Qatar government in ILO some 12 years back. And repeatedly, that was followed by the ILO itself, and many trade unions, they visited many times in the Qatar and find the situation, what is happening in Qatar. So that the forced labor condition was exist, and international trade union movement, not only the trade union movement, civil society and other stakeholders, they also raised the voice against the Qatar government. And now, the kafala system was replaced by the employment contract system in Qatar. And we are able to change in the situation in the Qatar, just like minimum wage was introduced, and the workers can be returned back to the country very easily than the previous one. And the political things, nothing changed in Qatar, in the situation of the workers, just like collective bargaining and the right to organize and collective bargaining. That kind of right is basically the political things. That's why Qatar government is not ready to change. But occupational health and safety situation, labor inspection systems, and others, they are ready to change. Now, there are many changes happening in Qatar. So, we are trying to do our best to change in that way. Similarly, I want to add one more information. When the government of Nepal preparing for the bilateral agreement with the government of the Jordan, so during that time, as a trade union, we also provided some information, some templates to our government. And we also visited Jordan during the time of the preparation of the draft. And we also provided the many inputs based on the fair recruitment guidelines. And that agreement was prepared based on the fair recruitment guidelines prepared by the ILO itself. So if we are involved in the policy making process properly, law making process properly, then some things we can change in our condition of the migrant workers. I want to add one point. In the 1994 to 2000, in between, our main concern, GFONT main concern is the introduction of the proper banking channel to return back that money. Previously, workers are deprived and exploited by the hundi operators. I do not know what is the hundi. Informal channel of a kind of repatriation of their earnings. So, when the banking channel is introduced, then only the workers are able to send back their money to Nepal. Previously, it was very difficult to send back their money. So with India, we have many problems to return back the earnings from the India to Nepal. Still, workers are facing the problem. So, if we started to our work and continuous efforts, then we can change, and we'll continue our work in future as well. So, in the last point, I want to add, only the good things mentioned in the law is not sufficient. Without any punishment imposed to the wrongdoers, then we cannot enforce. That's why the money laundering agency should be work along with our foreign employment department. If any recruiters, they try to get undue money from the workers, then the money laundering agency should act properly then and there. If so happen, then we can create the fair recruitment situation in future.
Thank you, Mr. Baral. A lot of food for thought there, especially in terms of how it's important for workers' voices to be represented not only in the policy formation to sort of ensure that provisions related to their rights are included in the policies, but then for effective implementation, how multiple levels of collaboration is important, like we talked about in the last session, of trade union to trade union collaboration, of NHRI and to NHRI collaboration, so on and so forth, to actually complement some of these structures that are already there within like government systems to ensure effective implementation. So thank you so much for that. I guess like just to sort of like come to the next part of like the migration cycle, if I may say so. One of the under-researched or under-explored area is return of migrants, even though it's one of the fundamental rights of every individual, to the right to return to their country. And one thing that we really saw in COVID-19 pandemic was like this huge volume of return of migrant workers in their respective countries in the region. And not all of us had like a mechanism to facilitate sustainable reintegration for migrant workers. As per Nepal Labor Migration Report, Nepal actually welcomed back more than 600,000 migrant workers between 2020 and 2022. Obviously, we're seeing a large surge of workers going back again. But then I do want to come back to Kabiraj sir, particularly because Rajiv sir in the earlier panel also pointed out in terms of how Nepal has recently adopted a reintegration guideline. So how can we take reintegration in the larger labor migration circle, and what are the opportunities and challenges that are available to facilitate sustainable reintegration of migrant workers? Can you just speak to that from a Nepal perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nehaji. Actually, the returns or returning migrants, that's also another the important aspect to be seen in the migration cycle. Is you discussed already that currently Nepal also published Nepal Labor Migration Report. Through that, around 600,000 Nepalese migrant workers, they returned back to the country within last 3 years. And what they are doing, whether they will go back again to the countries of destination, or they will be being involved in some kind of entrepreneurship, some kinds of employment, or some kind of business within the country. That is the main concern of the ministry this time. So in the award from the 15th 5-year plan, it has also given the avenues that the skills, even the technology or the capital gained by the migrant workers that can be used within the country by the different layers of the government, either it's federal or provincial or the local. There is the provision, but beside that, just in the early days of this year, there is the distinct directive the government of Nepal has issued to manage this reintegration, is the reintegration directives. And the Foreign Employment Board, it has been mostly the responsible entity to implement this directive, and in collaboration with the local government, different kinds of programs or activities have been launched there. And I guess up to this stage, around 80 local levels, they are receiving the orientation from the Foreign Employment Board as well. And mostly the 3 aspects the directive has included with, they are mainly the socialization function, similarly the entrepreneurship programs, and the self-employment program. These are the 3 aspects the directive of returning migrants has consisted. And within this socialization, mostly psychosocial counseling is the prime activity that comes under the socialization. There can be different kinds of problem, even in the physical or mental problems the migrant workers may have during that time. The psychosocial counseling may be the most healing way to the migrant workers. So that is also one of the most important activity the directive has tried to include it. Similarly, the next aspect of the directive is the entrepreneurship. Some kind of soft loans can be provided by the local government, even by the provincial government, though it has not come in the function by provincial government this time. And the federal government is the representative of federal government, FEB, is working on that. And some kind of self-employment program can also be launched by the migrant workers. So under these three categories, the directives have been working. Yet to see that it's just in the initial phase of its implementation. So it has a long way to go to set up this directive in the practical form.
Thank you, Kavi, sir, for that intervention. Like, more often than not, when we talk about return and reintegration, we see it as a disjointed process, whereas like literature and experience has gone on to show that how migrant workers migrate and how they experience their migration process and how they return has a direct impact in terms of how they then reintegrate into back into the home communities. But then one thing when we talk about reintegration is that there is a school of thought which does go on to say, like, can we talk about reintegration when we talk about migrant workers? Because those who are not integrated in the first place are the ones who tend to migrate, all right? So I would like to, and in the context of South Asia, what we've seen is the high amount of out-migration that happens is largely due to lack of limited decent work opportunities within our respective countries. So I think I would like to go back to Mehnaz now to just sort of close up this discussion in terms of really talking to like what can employers do to improve labor market prospects for migrant workers at home so that they're not compelled to migrate again, or and to facilitate their sustainable reintegration. Mehnaz, over to you.
Thank you, Neha. So what we need to understand is that the current age of migration is not a present-day
Sound. Virtual participant.
Globalization in the 19th century was the opening up of borders, and this led to the rapid free flow of migrants across borders. But what essentially complicates the migration cycle today is the scope of globalization. As you very rightly said earlier, with globalization,
Mehnaz, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I think we lost you there for a few minutes earlier. Can you please like start your intervention from the beginning?
All right. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, please.
So Neha, what we need to understand is that the current age of migration is not a present-day phenomenon. For one of the hallmarks of globalization in the 19th century was the opening up of borders and the rapid free flow of migrants. But what essentially complicates the migration cycle today is the scope of globalization. Earlier, you very rightly said that with globalization, supply chains are becoming increasingly very complex and involving multiple tiers and geographies, both intra-regionally and internationally. And markets today have become very transnationalized. So because of these global interdependencies in trade, finance, and production, factors of production have become extremely mobile. Thus, it is logical for states and corporations to expect an open policy in migration as well. But what is so specific to South Asian economies is that the openness provided by globalization is far exceeded by the limited opportunities at home and the worsening of economic conditions. Hence, why South Asian economies see such high rates of out-migration. So if I just take Pakistan as an example, in 2022, 765,000 people left Pakistan for international opportunities, compared to 225,000 people in 2021. That's 0.33% of Pakistan's population out migrating in the last year alone, and nearly triple the departures in 2021. So this is a massive brain drain for the country, and it does not take into account any rural to urban migration. So if we want to find a solution to this problem, we must recognize the root cause, for only then can employers work towards improving labor market prospects. You see, the decision to emigrate for a human factor of production is a cost-benefit analysis. The migration cycle is a process that encompasses economic, social, and political spheres. Now, many international corporations follow ethically very well-curated recruitment policies and offer substantial rehabilitation schemes, specifically in the Western part of the world. So this is in contrast to labor laws in South Asian economies, where employees, specifically female laborers, are exploited both financially and legally. So on one hand, there's a lack of strong internal corporate policy. For instance, industries continue to pay below minimum wage, or bonded labor continues to be practiced in South Asian economies, specifically in Bangladesh, for instance. And on the other hand, there is a lack of initiative by government agencies to hold such corporations accountable. So both parties are equally responsible. And when you combine these with social and economic issues like increasing inflation or lowering purchasing power and standards of living, lack of access to basic amenities and quality public education for their kids, a resource is highly tempted to emigrate then. And these are people, as you very rightly said, are people who are not very well integrated into the job market in the first place. So what employers can do is to take corporations who practice international hiring as an example and see what benefits they offer. Minimum wage, bonuses, gratuities, and sustainable and fair working conditions, these are just a basic starting point. And the Employers Federation of Pakistan, for instance, is working strongly on that front. But if we want to retain our quality workforce and avoid the brain drain that happens, we need to go beyond the basics, like having a strong human resource where all grievance reporting mechanisms are firmly in place and dealt with free of biases, or how corporations can practice a strong human resource policy on anti-harassment, not just on the basis of gender, but also religion and culture. Similarly, a strong workers' benefits scheme will really help with employee retention. So apart from a monetary compensation, companies can make mutually beneficial strategic partnerships with lifestyle businesses, for instance, like gyms, or shopping discounts, where corporate discounts can be extended to employees, or an education budget can be allocated for employees in the interest of upskilling them. The whole idea is that such practices are in the interest of workers, but also in the interest of employers. For it not only adds to the retention of quality workforce, but it also adds to a company's CSR profile. Lastly, this is an area where private sector really needs to work with government agencies to have attractive employee and labor retention schemes in place to avoid migration in the first place.
Thank you, Mehnaz. And I think another actor I would add to your last point would be workers as well. But then I thank you for talking holistically on this whole idea that this has to be a holistic approach where we are not only looking at financial incentives to create an enabling environment for the private sector, but when we also take into consideration the fundamental principles and rights at work, where we need to talk about intersectionality, so on and so forth, when we're actually talking about improving labor market prospects at home. So having said that, I think we would like to round up on the questions from our end, and would like to open up the floor for open discussion. We have 15 minutes, so I would encourage anyone who wants to ask questions to put it very briefly so that we have more time to sort of enable discussion. We are already seeing some of the hands being raised. Can someone facilitate that on the floor? Please give a very short introduction, just name and where you're from, and then just straight to the questions, please.
Good morning. I'm Advocate Somnoite, working since 20 years, including providing free legal assistance to migrant workers, more than 28,000 migrant workers. And every day we receive around 50 to 60 migrant cases, mostly recruitment violation. I enjoy the panel very much, and this is not my question for background. I would like to say yes, we have many policy, ILO guideline, employer pay model, BLA, MOU, and national laws and policy on zero cost or fair and ethical recruitment. But how much those are implemented in practice? This is the question. So normally I say it is fair for us who are talking, who want to talk, discuss on work on it, but it is not fair to migrant workers. In this background, I would like to raise one important problem in South Asia on recruitment. If you look at the recruitment of migrant workers in South Asia, there is unhealthy competition between the recruiter in South Asia for not lowering the fee, recruitment fee, but to increase the recruitment fee. So my question is, how can we address this problem in regional level, utilizing the available platform like SARC. SARC already has adopted SARC plan of action on labor migration, and we are also having regional consultative process like Abu Dhabi Dialogue and Colombo process. Thank you.
Maybe there, because I do understand some of our participants did get an opportunity in the previous session too, but I want to give opportunity to new people. So maybe there and then.
Yeah.
Also Bijay also.
Thank you, Nehaji. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bijay Rai Shrestha. I represent an organization called Amkash Nepal. It's a returnee women migrant workers group. I myself am a returnee migrant. I worked in Japan for 2 years, and I faced some of the problems that all migrants faced. Right, the discrimination because of being a woman. My question, because of time, my question will be direct to our sir from Bangladesh and Ramesh sir. Because Ramesh sir, I have rarely time to meet you, so I want to make a question to you also. So my question is, I have today, when I heard all the panelists, it's like I totally agree with Som sir. I really enjoyed the presentation that you all made. But especially I had a ray of hope when listening to our sir from Bangladesh, that the ethical recruitment processes that you all are implementing in Bangladesh, I hope it will be replicated in other sending countries also. But the thing is, it doesn't mean that, as Nehaji expressed just now, that it doesn't only include only the employers or the recruiters, but there comes the migrants and all these things. But okay, we also have a fair recruitment processes. We are following the recruitment. We have the decent work programs. But the thing is that they are trained, they are well recruited. But the thing is, they are exploited by the employers. I just wanted to know from you, do you face such kind of problems? So, do you have any complaint mechanism? What are the methods that you apply when you have recruited women migrant workers, especially because I work for women migrant workers, and my organization, we work for women migrant workers. So I just want to know how you all deal with such cases, because we also recruit fairly women migrant workers, but they face problems in the country of destination, and even they are recruited, they went through ethical recruitment processes, they face a lot of problems. Do you face such kind of problems, and what are the methods? And the other question is for Ramesh sir. Ramesh, I just wanted to know, we were there together when we ratified ILO Convention 189, and this 189 is convention for the most vulnerable groups. I just wanted to, you spoke a lot about policy making, changing of policy, laws, policies. So what other initiations, what other progress that trade unions, because we, in the policy changes, we cannot, achieve our policy change without the support from trade unions. We know that, everybody knows that. But I just want to know, how is it, where is it? Will our government ratify ILO Convention 189? Will our government ratify UN Convention 1990? Because that is that are the laws that will protect, because we are talking about protecting migrant workers. So where is the process? And I just wanted to know, is it possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Bijayji. Maybe another one from Akil. We don't want Nepal heavy interventions, so I'm trying to diversify. I'm sorry.
Hello, hi. Myself Akil from India. So I'm associating with Migrant Forum in Asia. So I have a couple of quick observations or questions. One is regarding the return and reintegration. So we have been discussing about, like how effective our reintegration strategies and return, and what are the problems and challenges. But, considering the increasing temporariness of international migration, and considering the, increase in temporary labor migration programs, I think we should start thinking about, the pre-return engagements. And pre-return programs or training programs is as an avenue where employers can also pitch in. Employers can also make liable for the reintegration strategies. So I would like to have a comment on this. And next one is, on regarding the ethical recruitment practices that is existing or attempts existing in the South Asia. And it's well and good, governments have been trying through eMigrate, FAMES, SLBFE, and all these things are happening. And we are negotiating with the employers, and we are bringing together different stakeholders in one platform and trying for ethical recruitment practices, well and good. But when we think about that, for example, we have set up eMigrate system in India. And after setting up eMigrate system and ethical guidelines and all, so the number of employees who started engaging with the Indian government or eMigrate platform has reduced, and they have gone to Nepal, Bangladesh, or Sri Lanka for workers. So there is an increasing unhealthy competition between the recruiters or even between the governments for labor market at the destination country, especially in the Gulf. So do you think, a collective effort from the South Asia recruiting industry or governments from South Asia is the need of the hour to ensure, the rights of the migrant workers? Otherwise, who is better off? The employers and the destination country is always better off compared to the migrant workers. Yeah, these are the two questions.
Thank you, Akhil. We'll take one last round of questions if there's any pressing. I see one hand there, or I think that hand was up from the very beginning, but then. And then maybe if we have time, we'll come back.
Thank you very much. So my question will be for Kaviraj sir. And it will be from I'm putting this from the gender perspective actually. Well, we are talking about protection, but my question is, what about those cases where in the protection, the people are actually facing more troubles? For example, in 2021, the Immigration Department of Nepal actually bought this law, where women under the age of 40 should get the permission from their families and, local authorities to travel abroad. And, we young people, we protested. And because of that, the law was not implemented. But if we didn't do so, then it would have implemented. And it is against the law of CEDAW, and also, it constrains the right to movement and work guarantee. And also, it is in the name of protection. They are actually, what the government is actually trying to do is chain the women again in the patriarchal norms, and it only does is amplify all of the structural inequalities that women were facing from ages and ages ago, right? So it is like saying, oh, don't get a car because you might get into an accident, or don't wear short clothes because you might get harassed. So is it actually, in the name of protection, you guys are implementing such kind of sexist or let's say discriminatory laws? And my question is, why is government, not mindful and accountable before introducing such kind of discriminatory laws to our women? And also, when is government going to stop disappointing us, and are we supposed to always protest in order to fight for our right, in order to ensure our rights? So yeah, I wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to give the panelists some time to respond, and then maybe if we still have time, we'll go for another round of questions. So maybe start from here and then.
Thank you, Niaji. Very good and lively interaction. Encourage me to move forward. So first of all, Somji raised the one issue, very important. And always in our mind, we have everything is there, legal provision is there, our agencies are there, but why we are not able to enforce? So that is always back in our mind, and it is always with the back in mind of the everyone participant here. So the enforcement of the policies is very important. For that purpose, the only making the law is not sufficient. The supervising agencies, they need to supervise, they need to monitor properly. So without proper supervision, without proper monitoring, and without proper punishment, we cannot enforce. Last 20 years, we try to enforce without punishment, but it is not sufficient. That's why I try to raise one point. The money laundering agencies should work along with our foreign employment agency, money laundering agency, because all undue money earned by our recruiters and employers, they kept somewhere. So we need to find where is it. We need to find where they invested. So if both agencies are work together, then we can improve our situation. So that's why it can help to improve our situation. That is one of the additional suggestion what I try to mention. And second, the trade union to trade union cooperation, just like I already mentioned, just like as a G-Fund, we have the G-Fund support group in the different countries, and we try to work with the trade union of the country of the destination and the other agency of the country of destination, or the Nepalese diplomatic mission with the country of the destination as well. So we try to activate our agencies to enforce the enforce the law and policies. And regarding the 189, yes, we are lobbying for that, and we also try during the time of the labor law making process, we try to mention some points what we mentioned in the Convention 189 regarding the protection of the domestic worker. That is already mentioned in the labor law of the Nepal. So we are not able to ratify it, and it is government is not ready to ratify the 189 yet. But our process, our lobbying is still continue. So and last, regarding the unhealthy competition between our South Asian countries, so that is continue since long. So when we are in the Geneva, during the time of the drafting of the conventions, ILO conventions, always the African, they unite and raise the voice as the African organized voice of the Africans. Similarly, Latin American, as a group of the Latin American countries, GRULAC, they always come with the common voice. Similarly, European Union, as a EU, they bring the common voice. Similarly, GCC country, they always bring the common voice. But the Asian, we Asians, we are not able to bring the common voice in any places in the international forum. So that is happening. So we need to continue our diplomatic efforts to bring all countries together, and then we try to minimize the unhealthy competition, but it takes time. I am not so much hopeful right now we can do it. Thank you.
Yeah, luckily I have not many questions to be answered. In the name of protection only, the unfair kinds of laws are also there. I think that is the question targeted to me, I guess. Yeah, really the laws, they are not always static, they are changeable. And the laws tries to protect all the workers in the blanket approach. Sometimes in the name of blanket approach, the few number of workers may have been misbehaved as well. So it's the changeable process, it gets changes according to the time. And two more things I need to add, I think, that in case of these recruitment agencies, there are the unfair competitions that lies is already, Baral sir also mentioned that the formulation of law is not sufficient, enforcement is required, and when we go reach to around Department of Foreign Employment, there lacks the tripartite system. So immediate response task force, this is one of the task forces currently built up by the Right Honorable Prime Minister's decision that includes the tripartite system, so that I guess helps to enforce the laws accurately. I think there is the constraint of time. That's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kavi sir. And then Masoon, just like we have like just a minute to wrap up. So.
Hello. Thank you. So the first question was raising recruitment fees and unhealthy competition. Unfortunately, like I mentioned, both the source the destination country and the source country, the agents in the source country, there is no formal agreement where the charging cannot be done. I'm sure in recent news, the Nepal-Malaysia corridor and the Bangladesh-Malaysia corridor, there was a lot of news about how many agencies came together to form syndicates, and the Malaysian government was really looking into the corruption on the side of the Malaysian employers to raise fees. So it's a systemic problem that needs to be addressed on both sides, and it's a reality that you have to work with. And for the other question, and thank you so much for saying a ray of hope, you made my day. So exploitation in destination country, as in Bangladesh, remittance is manpower is the highest remittance giver to our economy. So there are many protections in place to ensure protection for workers. Firstly, any work order above 25 people must be attested. That means the embassy in the destination country needs to visit the company, needs to get all the paperwork, bank paperwork, to ensure and attest that this company that is applying for 1,000 people can afford, has all the bank statements and everything and the work, and then they issue your no objection certificate. In the event that something does go wrong, we receive a lot of assistance from the Bangladesh embassy in the current in the destination country. Sometimes there are contracts that get lost. Sometimes there's other issues that come up where the embassy goes and actually has to negotiate with the employer to be like, okay, the food must be paid, half the salary must be paid if you're not giving them work. So there's many protections that the government and also for us, because we have it attested, the Ministry of Expatriate Welfare and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we work very closely with, that if anything is to, if any harm is to come to the worker and we do not report it as soon as possible, the recruiting agency is automatically blacklisted and you are unable to process any more people for 90 days to 120 days. So the government must give them due credit. They've come a long way in ensuring that destination country problems do not take place. And another thing, we deal exclusively in construction, so I don't have any experience with women migrant workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. And in the interest of time, I think it's great that we have lunch following. So I think some of the questions that you may have, you can address them directly to the panelists themselves. I think one of the key takeaways from at least today's session is when it comes to protecting rights of migrant workers, there is a need of collaboration. Structural systems in itself is not sufficient. In order to ensure effective implementation of these mechanisms that are already there, we all need to work together. So thank you so much to our panelists for their insights, both who have joined physically as well as Mehnaz, who has joined us virtually. And thank you all for being such great participants. Thank you. And over to you, Harpreet, for
And thanks, Neha. You actually made my job easier, also just in terms of helping wrap up the session. But I think the key message I hear from here is also about collaboration and coordination between the governments, between the workers, but also employers, and how do we bring together trade unions and everyone together. So I think some great discussion, and we hope to take it over lunch. Just a couple of announcements for the next session. The lunch has started. Already. Actually, there are going to be 2 side sessions, one here and one in the next room. The session here, you can actually go out, bring your lunch plates inside, and then you can have lunch. The session here is going to be on the indigenous people's rights in this room. And then in the next room, we're going to show a documentary of about 14 minutes, and it's an example from India on responsible business practices, which would be followed by also the discussion. So please choose whichever session you want to go. Just another announcement. I think when you go out, you will see some QR codes with photos where you can scan and download photos from the event. Please check photos yourself. If there are any photos that you need us to take down for whatever reasons, please do let us know. Reach out to one of the organizing team members and let us know. But these are the photos that are available throughout the event. Thank you so much. Get your lunch and come back soon. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Please go grab your lunches and bring them inside so you can, either in this room or the other room. So session on Indigenous peoples here, session on South-South cooperation in the other room. Please be sure to eat. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. We'll be starting our side session on National Action Plans and Indigenous peoples soon. So those who will be joining the side session, participating in the side session, they can bring their lunch inside. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Yeah? Yeah, thank you people for coming in. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. If you need interpretation, we have interpretation for the side session. You can get the equipment from the guys in the right corner of the room. On my right corner of the room and your left corner of the room. Okay, thank you people for coming in. We'll start in 2 more minutes. So if you still need interpretation, there is you can get the equipment from the right corner of the room. हाम्रो साइड सेसनमा आइदिनु भएकोमा धन्यवाद। हाम्रो साइड सेसन चाहिँ इङ्ग्लिसमा हुन्छ, सो तपाईहरुलाई नेपाली उल्टा अनुवादन चाहिन्छ भने नेपाली अथवा अरू भाषामा अनुवादन चाहिन्छ भने चाहिँ हाम्रो यो रुमको राइट कर्नरबाट राइट कुनाबाट इक्विपमेन्ट लिन सक्नुहुन्छ है। Starting in 1 minute, so please get settled. Okay, thank you everyone. We'll be starting now. Jojolapa, namaste everyone. My name is Praveen. I'm with the Community Empowerment and Social Justice Network and the Asia Indigenous Peoples Network on Extractive Industries and Energy. And on behalf of the co-organizers of this side session, I would like to welcome you all and thank you for participating in this side session despite this happening in a very difficult time and where we are keeping you between your lunch, keeping you away from your lunch. The co-organizers for this side event are SAMSOS, Lawyers Association for Human Rights and Human Rights of Nepalese Indigenous Peoples, Indigenous Peoples Rights International and Indigenous Rights Advocacy Center. So on behalf of the co-organizers, welcome again. For this side session, we'll be discussing where are Indigenous peoples and other marginalized groups in the national action plans of the countries in South Asia. And to discuss that, we have a distinguished panelists, a panel of distinguished speakers on my left. We will be speaking. We thank you, Pichamon, the chair of UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, for being with us for this side session. And despite your health, I hope you feel well. And we will be starting with Pichamon to give an overview of the National Action Plan processes. Then we will go on to Lela of HomeNet Pakistan to give the experiences of Pakistan that has already developed a National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, the first country in South Asia to do so. Then we'll move on to Dilip Chakma with the Indigenous Rights Advocacy Center in India. Again, a country where a National Action Plan has been developed or is being developed. He will clarify for us. And finally, we will have Manoj Rai, Manoj Atpaharia Rai, a beloved colleague of mine with the Lawyers Association of Human Rights of Nepalese Indigenous Peoples, and who has been leading the facilitation of participation of Indigenous peoples in the National Action Plan process in Nepal. So without further ado, because we are already past our time, and we will try to keep with the time to finish by 1:15. So I already request the speakers to keep their interventions short and sweet. I will start with Pichamon and to give us an overview of what are National Action Plans and what is the guidance of the working group on developing these National Action Plans.
Sure. Thank you very much, Pravin, for the kind introduction and for the invitation to join this really important session. I think it's safe to say that the development of national action plans on business and human rights is not a straightforward process in many different contexts. The working group itself has produced guidance on what should go into a NAP development process. And in it, we do highlight 4 essential criteria that NAPs need to be able to say that they've met in order to be considered legitimate and fully consultative. So I think many people in this room will be aware of this already, but there's no point to having a NAP if it's not actually based on the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. It's incredibly important that national action plans make direct reference to the UNGPs, that they also reflect the spirit of the UNGPs, and that the core principles of the UNGPs are likewise embedded into how they've been conceived, but also how they've been developed. The other point, of course, the other essential criterion is the fact that NAPs must be context specific. So we can't have a one-size-fits-all type NAP. That would be near impossible given the unique circumstances, the different dynamics that you find in different countries. And so for that reason, NAPs need to be developed with that in mind, that there are unique circumstances that they have to factor in. On top of that, NAPs also have to consider not just the actual adverse impacts that businesses can have on human rights, but they also need to consider the potential adverse impacts that businesses can have. And to really, in that regard, chart the way forward to really outline how businesses can do better. The other criterion when it comes to NAP development is the need for NAPs to be inclusive and transparent. And this applies not just to the final outcome, but equally to the process of development itself. And here, this is where a lot of the challenge when it comes to NAP development lies. We, of course, hear quite often, unfortunately, that NAPs are sometimes developed not in a fully consultative manner, or that sometimes information about the NAP itself is not readily available or shared with key stakeholder groups. And so it is important that as part of this inclusive and transparent development process, information about NAPs need to be readily available to everyone. It is also important that there is FPIC, of course, embedded into the NAP itself to ensure that all stakeholders who stand to be impacted have that ability to provide free, prior, and informed consent. The final point, and I will stop there, is to ensure that NAPs themselves are regularly reviewed and updated. I think I've made this point before, but it is incredibly important as well to ensure that NAPs are not just a static document, but that they are a living document and that they are constantly revised, updated to better reflect the realities on the ground. And for that reason, the measurements that you use to assess how NAPs perform, to what extent they're being implemented, must also be regularly updated and reviewed, subject to processes, again, that are transparent and open as well as inclusive. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
To Pichamon, I think that was very useful for us because again, a lot of countries that we have seen develop NAPs since 2016, when the working group gave this guidance or made this recommendation to develop NAPs as a means to implement the UNGPs, have not fully adhered to all these criteria that you have already mentioned, because we see that in some certain countries, NAPs are not context specific. They just look at the ongoing impacts, but not the potential impacts. And more importantly, and what we'll be discussing in this side session, is the process and the outcome. Have they been inclusive and transparent, particularly for indigenous peoples and other marginalized groups, no? And have they been regularly reviewed and updated or not? So with those 4 points, I think it's very timely, or it's very. It gives a good segue for us to move to UMI, because again, Pakistan has recently, I think last year or 2 years ago, adopted its National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. Should we say congratulations, or so how do we reflect on that? That is the first question. And the biggest question is, how have the marginalized groups, indigenous peoples, and groups such as you represent, the home workers, been involved in the development of the National Action Plan?
So thank you so much for having me here and giving me the opportunity to talk about the experiences from Pakistan. So the whole process of the finalization of the National Action Plan of Pakistan has been based on the principle of inclusivity. So inclusion was very much ensured, and it has been a tripartite consultative process throughout the country. So what we have seen, we have been engaged with the Ministry of Human Rights, as it was mentioned yesterday also by the government representative here, that it has been like a consultative process, and we are witness to that. So I think that's a takeaway for all of the other organizations working for the marginalized sectors, specifically the women and the informality. So we have been there as a representative of that sector, primarily of the women in that process. So the whole idea of the ideology of the objective of the National Action Plan, it relates to the implementation of the key human rights principles and international instruments, as well as the cross-cutting interventions for the protection of the human rights. And when it comes for the cross-cutting human rights prioritized area, women and informality, child labor, forced labor, bonded labor, occupational health and safety, and the access to remedy and equal opportunities for all have been the specific primary objective or thematic areas of this National Plan of Action Plan. And I think indirectly it touches upon the indigenous people when we talk about the forced labor, which we see in the bricklayer worker, which we see in the domestic work, care work, and which we also see now during the informality in the supply chains also. And it has covered the whole component of the informality, highlighting the home workers in the presence of the supply chains. And I think that's a very pertinent point, which talking at this forum at South Asian level, the existence of informality within the global supply chain, specifically of the garment and textile, is very much important. And the government of Pakistan has taken that up. And that was brought through the consultative process that the government was taking. So this is something very, 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 I think, an important area. Now, when it comes to the broader areas of like talking about the access to justice and implementing the key human rights priorities or international commitments, two important things with regard to the international commitments are very much focused here. One is the focus on the Sustainable Development Goals, and second is the GSP Plus status, which the Pakistan already have. And the third is the strengthening of the human rights institutions and creating awareness on the human rights. So I think that is an initiative that is coming from top down. And it's through the consultative process and women organization, labor organizations have been part of that, and now they are like collaborating with the Ministry of Human Rights in ensuring the implementation. And obviously, as it's been 2 years, more than 2 years now, there are certain gaps or certain limitations that have been observed. Eventually, we are looking forward to have go through another consultative process and engage in the implementation of the National Action Plan by bringing up more workable implementation strategies and doable things, which will ensure, obviously, the recognition of the workers at all levels and the labor standards, protection of the workers within the supply chains. So that's my point. And I will definitely talk more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ume. I think we can again come back after overview of how people have participated. I think that was a very good overview of how the Ministry of Human Rights in Pakistan led this whole tripartite consultative process, as you call it. I'm guessing the tripartite is being the state, businesses, and civil society, no? And yeah, I mean, I think the participation of women and informal economic actors, as you said, workers, as you said, I think could be a guidance for how marginalized groups can be involved in these processes for other countries too. We'll move on to Dilip now. Dilip, can you please first clarify us? Does India have a national action plan? Does not have an action plan? How indigenous peoples that you represent or indigenous groups that you work with have been involved in development of these national action plan or non-national action plan?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Of course, we don't have an NFP yet, but the process started way back in December 2018 when the Ministry of Corporate Affairs came up with a zero draft. Subsequent to that, I think sometime around February, third week, the government again brought out calls for submission of comments and recommendations with a deadline of 10 March, 20 days time, which was extended further to another 10 days. So we had 30 days for comments to submit. And I'm talking about a time when the COVID pandemic was just about to start in the region. So we had a zero draft. The initial idea was, I think, to have a final draft by 2020. And today we are in 2023, and we don't know where we're heading to. And so let me get back to the zero draft. I think the zero draft is zero in its true sense because it does not talk about anything new to what we already have in India. So the zero draft talks basically about the existing framework, the policy. It talks about, say, the Forest Rights Act. It talks about the PESA. It talks about other policy framework, affirmative actions, nothing more. So the zero draft doesn't in any way indicate how the NFP in India would look like. So the zero draft we had in 2018 also doesn't reflect if any consultation process have taken place prior to that, because there's nothing new, like I said. So in terms of engagement, I think we have been missing from the scenario because 30 days is very short, and for indigenous communities, where we come from, it's difficult actually. We need a process of facilitation, I think, and it has to come to the government, the ministry that is in charge of developing this NFP. So when I talk about the facilitation, I think it is beyond just calling for comments. It has to go beyond that. It has to be in the form of providing support. It could be financial support, it could be technical support, so that communities, stakeholders, rights holders can come together. The process could be facilitated. I think it's missing from the process. So, of course, the Indigenous Rights Advocacy Center where I work with, we have submitted one belatedly, 1 year later, no doubt, but we don't know what happened. And I also have a feeling that, there is not much of transparency in the process because no one seems to know when we'll have a draft next. That's one aspect. So I'm not aware about any indigenous organizations within my network, at least, who have managed to submit comments by March 2020. So I'm assuming there'll be another first draft after the zero draft. I think that is a logical, sequence. So if we have a first draft, I'm assuming we should have a system in place where we can actually express our concern, we can submit comments, and all of those things. Another thing, before I waste my time, I would like to add is, on one hand, the government is saying we are in the process of developing NAP. We are going to do it very soon. In fact, in the UPR process last year, where I attended in Geneva, that is one of our recommendations, actually, a specific recommendation to expedite this process. In fact, only Thailand as a country have actually taken up this recommendation that India should actually expedite the process and have a NAP at the earliest. So that's one aspect. So another thing is the concern is that I see in the last 4 years since the zero draft, we see the government's attitude approach to be very confusing because on one hand you are talking about empowering, system or the present existing legal policy framework to protect the rights of the people relating to BHI issues. On the other hand, the government have actually taken a lot of policy measures, including legislative amendment, wherein the forest law, the environmental law have been diluted with the objective to facilitate businesses to enter into indigenous territories, issues of, say, consent, which is actually recognized in several laws in India. The Forest Rights Act, SPESA, even the coal, 2020, I think, the coals have been actually opened up for private parties to be leased out too. That's one aspect. And of course, we know the conservation rules last year, I think, wherein, again, attempt has been made to dilute some of the protective provisions that we already have in India. So I think that's for now. Maybe I'll have something more to add at the end.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just have a quick follow-up. What we understand from your remarks is that so India has developed a zero draft, which is basically a collection of existing legal framework, and there has been lack of transparency, lack of participation from involvement of indigenous peoples in development of this zero draft, and even a lack of information altogether, no information altogether on what happens next. Do you know if any other civil society actors have been involved, or like other groups have been involved in this process? And very quickly,
yeah, I know a couple of organizations. Of course, they're not strictly indigenous organizations. Of course, Partners in Change, who are also present in this event. I've gone through a submission they made, a very extensive one, very good one. Of course, no one knows what happened to those. When those will be considered. We will only know when the first draft comes. Again, just to add one more aspect to that. Like I said, no, there seems to be a lack of transparency in the process. In fact, 2 parliamentarians have asked specific questions in the Parliament of India, in the Lok Sabha, the lower house. Specific questions, when India is going to bring up this NAP. Government's response is very general. It's just a paragraph that is extracted from the zero draft. We are working on it. We are consulting, stakeholders. And another thing is, in fact, just last year, one parliamentarian has specifically asked the government in relation to BHR, the NAP, has the government of India recognized land rights as a human rights? So the response of the ministry was, in our records, there is nothing to suggest that we have recognized land rights as a human right. Of course, land rights, we know, is central to the entire debate on, I think, this BHR, not only specific to indigenous communities, but across when it comes to companies'
Thank you.
operations.
Thank you, Dilip. I think one key takeaway is how these national action plan processes can also be raised through our elected representatives. It can be a takeaway from Indian case. We move on to Manojji now. Manojji, you have been leading the participation of, you and your organization thankfully have been leading the participation of indigenous peoples in the development process, in the process of development of National Action Plan in Nepal. What has been the experience? What has been the good? What has been the bad of it?
Yeah, thank you, Praveen. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, from the very beginning of this fourth BHR forum, we come to know that indigenous people of Nepal are facing lots of, they have bitter experience regarding the development aggression in the name of hydropower project, transmission line, and maybe it's like cement factory and a national park, something like that. So we come to know that Nepal has initiated the National Action Plan on BHR, on third BHR, last South Asia BHR. So we continuously focus or continuously follow up that we have to participate on that draft process. Even though we have two major document, ILO and UN that's also calls that indigenous people should be participating in that. And also we have a constitutional provision that's tell us that we have free prior informed consent right, and also have a right to participation on that process. So we are continually doing follow-up on that process, but we are not engaging on that, and I think our Nepali colleagues are continuously triggered with PISA1 as well, and South Asia Forum, and also in Asia Pacific Forum and Geneva Global Forum as well. So that's why we come, the UNDP come to us to have one workshop. It's at the end of the zero draft, I think. 1 week before we have one workshop. Yeah, of course, working group celebrating decade of UNGP, and also they have a roadmap of UNGP plus, but in the ground level, the people do not understand the basic principle of UNGP, like what is protect, respect, and remedy. Even though the workshop was very good, there are lots of participants from the Indigenous export, youth, women, and also person with disability. And they shared their experience from the business and human rights, and they recommend lots of things. So in a zero draft, they incorporate lots of things. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
So at the beginning, there was little room for us to engage, but after let's say kind of pressure through the UN working group or through these regional forums or global forum on business and human rights, there have been more engagement with the indigenous people's representatives. Is that right to say from the government side on the process of development of NAP? Yeah, while you're fixing the question, also of quick follow-up, like how well do you think the zero draft of the National Action Plan have reflected the issues of indigenous peoples in the draft?
I think this is the first time that government of Nepal thinks that indigenous people are a stakeholder. That's why they consult. This is also a good thing. But initially, zero draft, before the workshop, there is no space for indigenous people. They just put chapter like environment and indigenous people, but there is no space for indigenous people. But after the workshop, they incorporate not much, but they have a little bit, and they also talk about that this is the ending process, this is continued process. So we hope we can do it better.
So some commonalities that I draw is, as you say, Ume, as you say, Manoj, in the National Action Plan, the governments have been making linkages with the UNGPs and the SDGs. But what I hear from Manoj is also that, the real grounding of the National Action Plan for this to be understood by the indigenous people's representatives on the ground has been lacking. What has been the experience in Pakistan, Ume?
I think
you only have. Let's make it brief so that we can open up the floor to the thing.
I totally agree with my Nepalese friends that the indigenous people's right
at times they are like overlooked. And it's the same happened with us also. So it's not the direct indigenous people rights that are covered in the National Action Plan. The reason is that the indigenous people's rights are not labor rights. You see, and since they are not labor rights, they are not human rights. So that's the critical thing that I have been like, what I got from this. So we need to build more advocacy and more movement on getting the indigenous people rights on the paper and on the policy tables. We have indigenous people in the rural economy when they are the farmers, when they are artisans, they are working in urban scenarios, and they are craftsmen, they are artisans, and they are indigenous people, indigenous tribes that are doing this since generations. They are preparing and they are making the musical ornaments, the musical stuff, but they are indigenous people, but they are not covered. So the category of the coverage does not fall into the review of the social protection, of the social welfare, or the labor. So I think that's a very critical pathway. We need to understand this, and we need to move forward by keeping in view. And since knowing the scenario of Nepal, I'm very much aware that a whole lot of indigenous communities exist here, and we need to support them, to bring them on the policy table. And this is the point. I think this is the point where we can move ahead.
Floor now. Before we open the floor, Pichamon, you have any quick thoughts, quick reflections on what our other panelists have shared? So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We will be moving to the floor, or we just want to, yeah, okay. So we'll come to Pichamon at the end of after we take the questions from the floor. No, do I run around with the microphone, or do we have a person to run around with the microphone? Okay, I can also do that, like to save some time because we are already running behind. Okay.
First, I'll ask my question. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Not smart, but this is, women first. Well, my question is from ma'am from Pakistan. Like, how can indigenous peoples and indigenous women's are not included in NAP? So where all the businesses are taken place, or development aggression are taken place in indigenous land, territory, and resources. It is very clear that indigenous people, especially women with people with disabilities, they are the rights holder. So how can the rights holders are excluded? And this another question to Manojji. Yeah, I was also there in drafting, while drafting like zero draft. So my question is, National Action Plan. So can it be amendable? Can we add indigenous women's issue in National Action Plan? As we all are aware that in indigenous Newa land, especially in Kathmandu Valley, the development aggression has uprooted our identity, our civilizations, and we are nowhere in the world, and we are, this is a very big threat to Newa civilization, not only Newa civilization, other 59 nationalities. So how would the NAP include these all issues? Thank you so much.
So we'll take a range of questions. Can we move to the gentleman in the back? The one. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Can you please, let's make it brief so that the panelists also have a chance to respond.
Okay. My name is Raju Shakya. I'm from Nepal. While talking about the indigenous people, the national human rights, business and human rights, there should be, I think, a big debate about this protection of the indigenous knowledge or the traditional knowledge as well. And in this context, how can we link these issues with intellectual property? And another question specifically to the madam from the Pakistan. Do you have the link, the indigenous knowledge or the traditional knowledge in your business and human rights or not? Thank you.
Yeah, can you just pass the mic on? Yeah, okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for providing me this opportunity to speak up about the indigenous human rights of Nepal. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Bhimraj Gurung. So I'm representing the indigenous community of Dumkibas, Nolprasi, Nepal. Funded by the World Bank, Nepal-India Electricity Transmission and Trade Project, P115765, Component B3, Hetaura, Bharatpur. Bharatpur 220 kV transmission line and substation has violated our indigenous rights of FFIG, ILO 169, UNDRIP, CERD, and human rights. Though the World Bank Dispute Resolution team has been working with us, but they hasn't been effective enough to resolving our issues yet. So, despite an interim stay order in place was issued by Supreme Court on 9th April 2021, 200 armed police forces were deployed on the command of Energy and Water Resources Minister to dog a tower pad. So our community organized a peaceful protest, but the authorities retaliated by deploying armed forces, physically assaulted and used tear gas. Women, senior citizen, and a toddler were wounded, and even 4 members of the community was arrested without any reason. Supreme Court of Nepal has clearly ordered to follow all the legal procedures before resuming the construction work. But NEA, local police, chief district officer, rural municipality mayor, and VDC chairperson has been continuously intimidating, torturing, and giving threats to our community to agree as per their terms. They even threatened that 600 army will be deployed to construct towers, transmission line tower, through our land and houses forcefully. This kind of unlawful and inhuman activities has already caused a severe damage in our peaceful community. Now every day our kids, women, and elderly people are living in fear and uncertainty. Even small kids are mentally affected by police activities as they show up in their houses looking for their parents to pressurize. There is no...
I
minute.
Apologize, but we have to take short questions, so we'll be really short on time.
Sure. There is no such word as peace and happiness now in our community. We don't see any kind of national development in this kind of activities. The only thing we see is destruction of our houses, agricultural lands, sacred sites, schools, and public places. So I have 2 questions. Why in NAP draft of Nepal include indigenous with environment? They are different issue. So Manojji, could you please explain on this one? And the second question would be for Pichamun. So is there any immediate plan from a UN South Asia Forum that can help the indigenous community to get the justice? Thank you.
So Frederick, yeah. I think this will be the last question unless I see any hands there, and particularly non-Nepalese or women. No?
Thank you, Praveenji. So I will be brief. And I think this approach mentioned for all panelists is that NAP should be fully consultative, inclusivity, as well as transparency. My first question is, Chairman also mentioned about NAP should be unique. Maybe you can also tell us what kind of uniqueness of this NAP approach. And secondly, is it any language barriers during the process of NAP development? This you can also respond, however. And is it any component of capacity buildings in the NAP drafting? And maybe I would like to ask Dilip and also Manoj. Is it any national assessment baseline before this NAP drafted? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Frederick. Anyone else? No, yeah? I think a lot of questions for you, Manoj. I would have hoped there is a representative of the government to respond to many of those questions, but do you want to start with you, or Pichamon, you are more ready? Okay, we'll start with Manoj. I think there are a number of questions. Are NAPs amendable? since we only have a draft, why is the issue of why are indigenous peoples and environment the same issue in the zero draft of the National Action Plan of Nepal? And I think you already have also see the question from Frederick. So yeah, and perhaps some question you can also relate with the question of Rajuji.
Thank you, Praveen, and also thank you for question for the Vidyaji and Rajuji. I think I'm not the right person to the answer that regarding the NAP, but we have that there is a 15 days to submit your any further any recommendation have in a draft. So and also I requested to the ministry they extended more 15 days, so you have a space to the recommended. But even though there are lots of issues are incorporated, like they have ensured the free prior informed consent on that NAP, and also they ensure that meaningful consultation process on the impact of impact estimate of any cycle of the project, and also they have activity level they have an action plan. The recommendation given by CEDA committee in 2018 and 2022 to ensure the rights of Indigenous women. Yeah. So also, Indigenous people recommend that they need that separate chapter for the Indigenous people. They also suggest that, but government did not put that separate chapter for the Indigenous people. Also for the question for the BMJ, we come to know that the Hedora Bordagat have violated lots of human rights of the Indigenous people. This is also one of the business doing by the World Bank and the government-owned company, Nepal Electricity Authority. But in a NAP, there are some, I already told that there is some space for the ensure the participation of the Indigenous people, and also there is a FEIC process. So I think in the future it should be a little bit easier. And for Rajuji, you raised the answer a question about the IP rights and intellectual property right. That also Indigenous people are demanding for that. And also for last, Frederick, thank you for question. They do not have a baseline survey on to drafting the National Action Plan. So Indigenous people also demanding that they have to put a baseline survey. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Manoj. I think, Dilip, you can take on the question about the National Baseline Assessment too.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, we don't have a baseline study done yet. Ideally, it should come, I think, even before the zero draft, so that we know what are the gaps and missing links, but we don't have a baseline study done in the Indian context. Like I said, there's a lot of confusion. We don't know where we're heading to. We might have a baseline study, we may not have, we might have the first draft, we might even have a final draft. Also, just to add, in the Indian context, actually, the drafting, the legal and research aspect of the draft has been outsourced to BD Center for Legal Policy, a think tank based in Delhi. So I don't know how exactly the process would be followed. Though it's the focal ministry is a corporate affairs ministry, but the work has been outsourced to some consultant. And on the language barrier, yes, the call for comments was in English, and we just had an email where you could send, not the traditional postal system, so it could very well be a barrier, not to me because I live in Delhi, but to other indigenous groups who basically lives in the interior parts of the country. Yeah. And I think uniqueness, I think, yes, of course, every NIP should be unique, not just a copy-paste of an NIP already in existence, no?
That was for Pichamon, I think, so you can take it. Yeah, I'll just,
thank you so much.
I think there's a common thing that you both are saying, that the government of Nepal and the government of Nepal has put a 15-day notice to submit comments on NAP when people are still not aware about the National Action Plan. And then the government of India put out an online commentary notice, and submitting comments through post, through post and email. So I think how consultative can they be is a question that we should all ask the governments. Just a quick follow-up, and I hope, Dilip, you can be very brief about it. Has the government of India consulted with businesses for the National Action Plan?
Sorry?
With businesses.
Of course, the document mentioned they have consulted interministerial department, including state government, including businesses, including the National Human Rights Commission of India, but it is not specific whether it has engaged CSOs. In fact, like I said, one question in Parliament was, have you consulted any specific organization? Okay. The government's reply was very evasive and general in nature.
Okay, we are already past 1 minute past the time, so we'll quickly move on to Ume. I think you have a question about how indigenous women have been included in the Pakistan NAP. I just have a question on my own too, because the UNGP's call for a smart mix of both voluntary and mandatory measures to be adopted or to be included. That there should be a smart mix of these voluntary and mandatory measures for the implementation of the UNGPs, the guiding principles. Does the National Action Plan of Pakistan provide such smart mix?
Okay, so thank you so much. I just want to answer to the question of the inclusion or exclusion of the marginalized communities. So I just want to correct myself if I made, I think it's a misunderstanding. I said that it has ensured indirect inclusion of the marginalized communities, and within the informality, there exists the indigenous work. So I think that's the way to go about it. It hasn't excluded anything. It talks about the transgenders people, it talks about the persons with disabilities, and it covers a lot. So they have covered it under the bounded labor, they have covered it under the informality, so it's covered. So specifically when we say indigenous people, specific connotation, there is no such connotation, but they are covered under these two things. So that's my one point. And with regard to mandatory, this National Action Plan has come up under the guidelines of UNGP, because the UNGP guidelines were not mandatory, and now this is going to be something mandatory, which the government is coming up, and it is building on this on consensus for the adoption of the guidelines, with more discussion on having a mandatory due diligence law at the national level, which is under discussion at the moment. This is a discussion which eventually the expert committee will take up, and we are heading towards that. And for that, my suggestion or my recommendation is that we need to build consensus before we go for a legislation. Ultimately, this HRDD law, when the EU will pass this directive, it's going to have an direct impact on the global south. So we need to prepare ourselves for that, and the national governments can start the processes now. So this is the first step. The National Action Plan is the first step. Yeah. And the second step is the implementation. Nice. And with the implementation, a serious monitoring mechanism, which is still under the development phase, the development phase will be established. And the monitoring, we'll come up with the consensus that do the country need a national human rights due diligence law or not.
Thank you, Ume. I think a lot of things for us to learn from the Pakistani process. We wish you all the best with all these follow-up processes. Pichamon, please take us home. Please reflect. Please respond, and so that we can end by 1:20 sharp.
Sure. So 1 minute I have in that case then.
I will give you 2.
Thank you. But no, in all honesty, all of these are such complex issues. I don't think I can really do justice in my response to all of the different challenges that have been raised. And we, of course, can appreciate that the development of NAPS is an inherently challenging process. I mean, if you speak to governments, they will say that oftentimes they don't have too many resources, but the other challenge is that there is a lack of awareness as well when it comes to business and human rights. And I think this is something we have to bear in mind also. It's not an excuse, nonetheless, to not ensure that information is being shared or that all stakeholders are involved in the consultation process. Nonetheless, I think we have to be mindful as well of those challenges on the other side. Similarly, if you speak with businesses, oftentimes they will say things like, we have no idea what a NAP is, we don't know what the consequences are, and for that reason they are very wary as to what additional new responsibilities will then be imposed upon them. So I think overall the key message that I'm hearing from this session is that we need more open dialogue, we need communication, and from there inclusion can take root. It's also the case that even for the working group, we experience, challenges as well when it comes to learning more about NAP development processes in specific contexts. The question was asked about, how can the working group assist, right, in terms of advocating and helping to shed light on the needs and also the challenges faced by Indigenous peoples. And and that's something that we are indeed dedicated to. And we're very pleased in actual fact that there is this side session and that there are other side sessions and main sessions as part of the South Asia Forum that focus on Indigenous peoples and your lived experiences. And so this is not a major step forward, but it is a step forward. And we're hoping that through these types of sessions, we can help to incentivize and motivate more action and more dialogue on these issues. We also hope that there can be a focus not just on NAPs, but also on other instruments, on other opportunities that can ensure that, again, the government duty to protect and the business responsibility to respect are being respected. So I think one thing I'll add here is that NAPs are not the only thing that we should be thinking about and concerned about. There are other developments, other opportunities out there I think we can leverage as well to ensure that those duties and responsibilities are being met. Thank you.
Thank you, Pichamon, for those closing remarks. I think she's taken us home very well. She's driven the point already well that national action plans are one of the measures to ensure the implementation of the UN guiding principles, but not the only one. So hopefully, Indigenous peoples can be part of the other processes and can engage in the other processes too. But at the same time, national action plans should be based on a consultative and open dialogue process whereby Indigenous peoples, again, I think I would repeat this, should be put, Indigenous peoples and other marginalized groups should be put at the center of the development process and the implementation process, as well as the monitoring and review process. Thank you, Pichamon, thank you, Ume, thank you, Dilip, thank you, Manoj, and we thank you all on behalf of the co-organizers. We hope that dialogue continues. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for staying back. People who are in this room, the next session is a plenary on just transitions and we'll share the details shortly. But I think people at the back may have to move a little bit because they're going to have to open the partition from there. So if people at the back don't mind, can you just maybe either stand or move a little bit ahead so that they can open the partition? Thank you. We'll start in about 10 minutes. All right, welcome back from a working lunch. If you can please start taking your seats. Somebody's ringing the bell outside and would start sending people inside. We still have about 2 minutes before we start. And while we are waiting for people to just come in, a quick announcement, messages from the women entrepreneurs who have these stalls outside. If you can please go check out the stuff that they have, and if you want to support them and buy different things, I think there are some really great products. So please, if whenever you have time during the lunch break, tea breaks, please, if you can support them and see what you can take back home. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Can I ask the speakers for this session to please come onto the stage?
Which one are you?
Is Farah and Shankar in the room? If you are, can you please come onto the stage? Thank you. Paging. There's 4 of you. Yeah. I was like, paging. Yeah, I can introduce them. So as you will note, we'll commence in 1 minute just to give people a chance to settle back into their seats. This session will also run for 80 minutes instead of the previously scheduled 90 minutes because we are starting 10 minutes late. All right, so it is 1:40. I think that's a good sign that we should start. All right, how are people feeling in the room? Good, perfect. Ooh, lunch. So with lunch and hopefully you're all feeling rejuvenated, I have such an exciting and insightful session planned for you here today. So I'm joined on stage, as you can see, by 4 extremely interesting and insightful individuals. I'll start with the person to my right. So Shankar Limbu, who is a human rights attorney for the Lawyers Association for Human Rights of Nepalese Indigenous Peoples, also known as Lahore NIP. Would you like to just say hello? Thank you. You actually just said hello. Thank you very much.
Doesn't work.
Oh, it's working now.
Hello.
Listen to that melodious voice. All right, so next to Shankar is Farah Kabir, who is country... Yes, of course, who is country director of Action Aid Bangladesh. Please.
Hi, everyone. Is it siesta time or are you shaking?
That's a good question. Look, if you feel the urge to siesta, please feel free to stand up and just shake, if that helps at all. But I am very confident that this session is going to be so interesting that none of you are even going to think about falling asleep. All right, so next to Farah is Lorenzo Urbinati, who is program manager for the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development, also known as Forum Asia.
Thank you, and hello, everyone.
Great, thank you. I know, this is starting to be a bit awkward, isn't it, when I ask you to just say hello. And then last but certainly not least is Kevin Lehman. I've known him for a while now, but I meant to ask you beforehand, how should I pronounce your last name?
If you want to do it in English, Lehman, or in German, Lehmann.
Lehman it is, who is business and human rights analyst at UNDP Asia Pacific. And you will have seen him, of course, running around the entire place, helping to ensure that we are on schedule for this forum. Did you want to say hello?
Hi, everyone.
Great. So with that, again, thank you so much to all of our speakers for joining this session. As I mentioned already, we are going to be tackling some very big, very complex, and very challenging issues. I understand as well that prior to this session, there were some questions asked around the corridors about what does just transition even mean? And that's a fantastic question, because in actual fact, even though we have definitions for what a just transition means and what it looks like, there isn't so much a consensus as we'll soon see. In fact, our speakers will be commenting on this as well. What does just transition even mean? What does it mean to ensure that justice and human rights are kept at the center of efforts to ensure just transitions? And indeed, should we even be speaking about just transitions at all? Should we in fact be talking about just transformations? But of course, all of these are just words, right, on a piece of paper or just uttered, if they don't actually mean something in practice. But look, let me share with you the ILO's definition of what just transition means. According to them, just transition refers to the greening of the economy in a way that is as fair and inclusive as possible to everyone concerned, creating decent work opportunities and leaving no one behind. Of course, as we face the mounting challenges of climate change alongside social inequality, it is the case that increasingly people are saying, in order to address the climate change crisis, we can't afford to leave people behind. As we transition towards greener economies, it is important that we are mindful of the impacts that will accrue for workers, for Indigenous peoples, and indeed for other vulnerable and marginalized communities. But again, this is an interconnected and cascading set of challenges here. And so to start our conversation, let me first throw the question to Farah. I wonder whether you're able to please elaborate upon what the idea of just transition means, especially within this broader context of greening the economy, and specifically, what are the implications for workers?
Again, a big hello and good afternoon, and thank you for being with us, even though it's the graveyard slot after lunch. And thank you, moderator. So if personally, when you're asking me what is a just transition, for me, it would be a feminist transformative world. That's how which is inclusive, which is about everybody's right, and less about labeling of who we are and where we are. But the reality on the ground is that we have different segments in society, different communities in society, and we are, for purposes of conversations or programming interventions or policies, we separate them. And in this case, this forum that where we are today and yesterday is about workers' rights and migrants. So I would say that first we have to decolonize our minds, because I think the conversation that I've been hearing is still about workers in the 20th century. And we are trying to work around the workers and their violations, their work contracts, the agreements between governments, and how we ensure their entitlements. So at least one thing we all agree, the workers are humans, and they are entitled to certain provisions, services, and terms and conditions. This question has been posed to me today at the same time as when the IPCC 6 report came, which IPCC has been saying for a long time. I hope you know the IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and the 6th report again clearly states that we are in existential crisis, and the climate crisis has reached a level where we are all being impacted, and I'm sure I don't need to dwell on that. So when we talk about a just transition, that means that we have to understand our context today. The world today, the climate crisis, extreme weathers, displacement, you name it. And that impacts all of us. Now, when we are looking at the workers, then we have to understand that it's impacting the workers in terms of the skill sets they have, in terms of their working areas, in terms of their home or where they were based. Because there is, as I had earlier mentioned, that there's this stress migration. It can be internal and it's also external. And loss of livelihood, loss of opportunities, loss of education. So that means that we are looking at a whole of the society, and we need a holistic approach if we are talking about just transition. And to do that, businesses, governments, workers, academics, civil society have to come together. I don't think we can resolve this in any other manner. Now, in our societies, there are existing embedded discrimination, disparity. We know about the 1% that even during the COVID were making obscene profits. So if that's what is happening, then workers work with these companies. Workers work in different situations where there is an employer who's looking at profit, and there are those who are serving. So just transition would require a new dialogue, a new narrative, a new conversation, that if you invest in your workers, your profits are not going to go down. You probably get more, and you probably feel comfortable, and you can go, and morally and ethically, you'll be in a better position. Now, if I come down to Bangladesh, where we are very much aware of the climate crisis because of our vulnerability, so when we talk about green transition, we look at the employment aspect of young people. You know, unemployment is still quite high, and 10% of the younger generation are working in the formal sector. 90% are in the informal sector. So we can't have a conversation without taking into cognizance that sector. And then we are looking at those who are not in education, not in employment, and are not skilled enough. So that is where the just transition focus has to be. If we look at just transition, we will be addressing the goals of SDG 8, SDG 12, SDG, you know, you name it, because we would not be leaving anyone behind. And SDG goals are way behind. So a just transition, I don't think is an option today, but is the call of the day. And if I bring you back to Bangladesh, the government of Bangladesh has come up with the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan. It's a decade, you know, up to 2030. And within that plan, it has mentioned that it will be looking at green jobs. It will be training young people to come into the labor market of the future. So this is one part. And the other part is that the anyway, that industry is going to go out of business, hopefully. I would like to believe so. As those industries are being questioned, coal companies, oil companies, then there's a lot of workers there. How do they make that transition? So that will also be a part of the just transition when we have these conversations. And in the midst of all this, the marginalized, the women group, the female workers, they are doubly disadvantaged. So just transition calls for inclusion, calls for elimination of discrimination, and calls for thinking about a green future.
Thank you very much for that, Farah. I loved how you said we need to start with decolonizing our own minds and decolonizing even the language that we use, right? And already you've given us such a very succinct but insightful overview of the challenges that workers face and what needs to happen in terms of inclusion and forging that path ahead. But of course, as we know, climate justice, environmental justice, and indeed just transitions, these are things that aren't just going to happen by default. We need to invest time, we need to invest effort. Governments need to create a suitable policy condition in order to ensure that these transitions actually happen. And so this really brings me to what this all means for informal workers as well. I mean, we've heard a lot over the course of this forum that the informal sector is growing. It is the case that it's not something that's easily regulated. So Lorenzo, would you be able to share with us your thoughts in terms of what just transition means or looks like within the informal sector? Thank you.
Sure, thank you so much. I think a key initial concept that I think needs to be stressed is that the just transition framework needs to place affected and marginalized communities at the center. I think this is an important premise to make, as much as it's important to acknowledge that people can enter the informal economy not by choice, but sometimes they are pushed by the lack of opportunities in the so-called formal economy, and also simply in the absence of means of livelihood. It is important to stress this because the informal economy and all the aspects related to it pose a major challenge to the rights of the workers, including the enjoyment of fundamental principles and rights of work, with issues related to social protection, decent working conditions, but also the entire concept of inclusive development and rule of law can be in contrast with an informal setting of economy. At the same time, I think we also need to stress that informal economy does not necessarily mean and is not a synonymous of illegality. So those are some key concepts that I think need to be stressed at the beginning. What is worrisome, and has been shared also in other sessions of the forum, is the growing informalization within the formal economy, in particular when it comes to subcontracting and supply chains. And in this regard, Forum Asia and its Sri Lankan member, for example, Law and Society Trust, recently released a report last week on the situation of workers in export processing zones linked to the garment sector. And you will see that there are workers that are not only receiving very low wages, but that also marginalized and face threats and do not receive any health insurance, social security benefits, and overtime pay. But at the same time, they are crucial to meet production targets. The same type of discrimination is also faced, for example, in Pakistan, by women agricultural workers who are not only paid less than men, but they also face sexual harassment and discrimination. And on this topic, we just released a report in December together with our member, Awaz. And these issues will be addressed on a session on the last day of the forum that I hope you will be joining. So what do we mean by formalizing the informal economy? Hopefully we mean that situations like the one that I just mentioned on Sri Lanka and Pakistan do not occur. So we are talking about minimum wage laws, anti-discrimination laws, and ideally, of course, health and safety regulations. We're talking about social benefits to be included, such as healthcare, unemployment insurance, and finally, of course, we're also talking about training and support to access the formal economy. So from the surface, clearly, we are talking about a number of benefits for the workers and overall improved working conditions and revenues for the government. But this is from the surface. Formalization also includes risk. First of all, some groups might be excluded. If we are talking about, for example, women, members of LGBTIQ community, indigenous people, people with disabilities, they might be excluded or not be at the center of this formalization process. Second, we are talking about the issue of discrimination against those that have been informally employed before. And this can have discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, or nationality. We're also talking about additional regulation and restrictions that might be in the formal economic sector that they might just end up in decreasing the ability to earn a livelihood for the informal workers. And finally, the issue of exploitation. Formal economy doesn't mean perfection. We can have employers that take advantage of the legal and regulatory gaps that exist, and this can lead to exploitation and poor working conditions and low wages. So I think as a final message, it's important to stress that the best path to this formalization of the informal, it is different for every country. It has to be context-based, and it can also be different within a country and different territories. So what do you need is a local consultative process and in a way that is inclusive and respectful of the rights of the workers, where workers are taken into account. In order for that to happen, you need civil society, you need human rights defenders. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorenzo. And already you're giving us a sense of how just transition really extends beyond just the discussion about climate change and how we can green the economy, right? Because fundamentally, these days when we talk about just transition, we cannot escape the implications for social inclusion, and indeed we can kind of take a step back and view or understand the concept more in terms of economic transitions and what that means for society more generally. And this really brings me to a question I had for you, Kevin, in relation to how increasingly we've been hearing about automation, the digitalization, I really cannot pronounce that word, digitalization of the economy. What does this mean within a just transition context, and what does it mean for workers? How are they interlinked?
Sure. Thank you, Pichamon. Yes, so like you mentioned, so how I like to think about just transitions is perhaps we have an economic transition, and then we try to ensure that this transition is underlined by the human rights-based approach, right? Some principles were already mentioned, but I guess just to be participation, accountability, non-discrimination, empowerment, and legality. So really trying to ensure that these principles, as well as all the internationally recognized human rights, are actually respected and protected in this process. So I will jump between actually two types of just transitions in the digital space that we are actually seeing. So one is digitization, and the other is digitalization. So they are interrelated, and I will jump between the two kind of to make that point. But first of all, automation. So I think a few the examples were already shared during the forum, right? So let us say we have a country with garment manufacturing, and then, for example, machines would then produce these garments, right? So obviously this causes job losses. So what about digitization then? So digitization refers to moving from analog to digital data. And this then enables us to easily access, search, and analyze that data. And where digitalization comes in is when you actually link this to computers and artificial intelligence. So with this information that is gathered through digitization, computers and artificial intelligence we can transform business models and processes. So this also could be, for example, big data analytics, Internet of Things. And if we talk about AI, I think everyone has heard of the recent example of ChatGPT, which has grown to a 30 billion US company in value in, well, no time. So let me give you then an example of digitization and digitalization. So what we see across the region, especially in the global north, so we can think about Japan, Korea, Singapore, countries like this, is where we are developing smart cities. And for example, India also has this policy of where they want to develop 100 smart cities in India. And I know also several other countries in the region have at least been discussing this. But then, oh yeah, and so smart cities, what they try to do is they try to use technology to improve public life, right? So it could be everything from water management, transport and traffic, or it could also relate to granting people access to certain places. But the risk, of course, is that this might come at the expense of human rights of its citizens. So for example, either civil and political rights or economic and social rights. So we have to be careful that, for example, if we develop a smart cities, that certain people, especially those that are already marginalized, are not excluded from public life, right? So for example, we actually see in some countries where we use technologies to exclude people, for example, from getting on a train or things like this, or banning them from public spaces. Another issue, of course, is privacy. And it was mentioned during the forum as well. So with all this information that we have, first of all, is it end-to-end encrypted? And is this data safe in whoever holds it, whether that might be a state actor or a business actor? But there's also other issues, of course, because we can apply digitization and digitalization also to, for example, our jobs, right? Will robots replace people? Or perhaps will certain administrations or governments, could they use these technologies to actually exclude people from civil and political participation? And just to round it up, I actually asked ChatGPT these questions as well to kind of test if it was doing well. So I just made some notes on that.
This is very dangerous.
Yeah. And I didn't tell it what it did wrong, right? So that way you can improve it. On automation, I think it got it pretty well. On digitization and digitalization, it didn't get it immediately what I was looking for. So I asked, is digitization and digitalization a just transition issue? And then it actually only started to refer to job losses and again this green component, but it didn't really touch upon public participation. But then if you ask the chatbot actually, are smart cities a just transition issue, then it actually comes to that. But just to say also, you know, it is not always on point in terms of context, but maybe we'll get there.
You just made me very scared. This might be the fever speaking, but I always felt like I could not trust Siri, and you kind of underscored some of that. But of course, I appreciate how you also pointed out, right, that there are clear opportunities here. And of course, we've been hearing also about how the use of artificial intelligence, more digital tools to assist with data monitoring, how all of these can help us kind of ensure that global supply chains are more robust and to also weed out, for instance, modern slavery. But of course, clearly that still comes with a whole lot of challenges. Now, Shankar, I have a very, very big question for you. In view of what the three previous speakers have already explained, from your perspective, from your work, can you share with us how rights holders, beyond workers, so I'm thinking here Indigenous communities, local communities more generally, how are they impacted or going to be impacted by all of these different transitions when it comes to greening the economy, formalizing the informal sector, but including the digitalization of the economy, for instance?
Thank you, Pichman. Yeah, indeed, it's a very big question. When I think about the just transition, or the word just, are we really talking about the just? Because as a human rights lawyers and the organization, from morning to evening, we hear the complaint and the information. The people have been suffering, and the people are being evicted from their home, and the people are being tortured. It's women, indigenous peoples, and the other marginalized section. If I talked about in the context of Nepal, let's say the Dalits, and also those people, the local communities, non-indigenous peoples, even the Khas area, which is considered as a dominant group in Nepal, living with indigenous people, they are suffering the same fashion, in the same manner. In the name of development, let's say the green or clean energy hydro project. This is not the case in Nepal. When I meet the friends or leaders from India, this morning I was talking to Elena. She was telling about the bauxite mining. And then I met the people, the leaders from Dibang community, India, and she was talking about Dibang, the dams and hydro projects. It seems like she was talking about what you call that in India, it's a AFSPA, the security forces militarization in indigenous people's lands. It seems like in South Asia, the indigenous peoples have been attacked by all means of the security forces, including the army. Just a month ago, the head authority of the Nepal Electricity Authority was giving an interview saying that if anyone objects the hydro projects or transmission line project, we will spare no option to deploy the security forces. We will first send the civil police. If civil police fails, then we will send the armed police. And if armed police fails, then we will deploy the army. So, he was responding not far from here, 20 minutes away, the place where indigenous people's land is located and the substation is being constructed. And the one policeman, it was viral, the picture in the social media. One policeman was pointing pistol to the peaceful protester of India. What kinds of, how we can address about this kinds of situation, land grabbing, forced eviction of indigenous peoples and local, attacking to the indigenous peoples, their home, can go, we can do much better because we have experience. We have experience that if we only talked about laws, existing laws, if we only talk about these kinds of soft laws, let's say the UN guiding principles, that may not be the sufficient. That's why we are talking right now. It's a collective effort. Government, business sectors, civil societies, including the indigenous peoples, we can find it out the way. In our experience, I was asking to my colleague sitting behind, he's from the western part of Nepal. There was one hydro project. There was a conflict between the indigenous peoples, local peoples, and that project. So the government was only thinking about the suppressive measures, the project as well. But beyond that, the company and the local people, they talked to each other, sat on full resolution, and it was resolved. Project was done, and the demand and the concerns of people not adequate. In Nepal, if I tell you the example of Nepal, we don't have clear provisions, national laws about the pre-prior and informed consent. But in one project that was funded by IFC, carry out the pre-prior and informed consent. If we know, I mean, the indigenous peoples, what we are talking about, we are talking about, we have our one way to resolve these kinds of has not been recognized. Mechanism, government policies, maybe this also need a more work to do national level. Customary law and customary. So the indigenous peoples, they have developed about the protocol that is based on the customary law, customary practices. And this is also showing a positive result. So I think to stop here, so we can do much better. You know, this ongoing, this green transition or green economy, each not being very adequate to address the problems in a manner.
Very much, and very sobering questions there. I mean, to me, it's still astounding. I've been working on hydropower dams for more than a decade now, and we're still talking about the same. And hydropower dams are still being justified, as you out in the same way, that they're the clean energy alternative. But clearly that can't come at the expense of the rights of people, which brings us full circle back to the initial question that started this session, which is, what does just transition even mean? And what does it mean to bring in a human rights-centered perspective? And even looking at the name of our session, what does it mean for us to pursue a just and fair approach? So Farah, I think we need a dose of practicality here and optimism perhaps even, in terms of how we can chart that future that you were telling us about previously. What should governments be doing to ensure that ongoing and future economic transitions do not come at the expense of workers as well as other rights holders?
I would again like to emphasize that we have to stop thinking from the lenses that have used in previous generations, in previous decades, because the situation of the world is not still there. So taking your question, what can governments do? Governments need to have a comprehensive plan. They're still working on an ad hoc basis. The one problem I think South Asian governments have is there's no coordination and interministerial cooperation. They are much more territorial. So the ministries that are responsible for dam will do the dam part. The ministry who is responsible for social welfare will do the social welfare. But we are now in a world where we need to come together. Climate change has made it very clear that you cannot approach any development without the green lens, without understanding the frequency, intensity of climate and extreme weathers. So yesterday I was talking, I had raised this question that I think South Asian governments need to be brought on at a table where if you're going to be competitive, then none of you will be surviving. Because we have seen that in 6 months, you can have multiple disasters. It's beyond your control. And in South Asia, our emissions are probably low. I mean, South Asia, I'm not talking about China. India has huge footprint. But it has happened in the north for over 100 years. We are at the receiving end of it. We need to come together. At a session earlier, someone said, when the issue of Africa comes, the African Union comes together. When the session about the small islands come, they come together. South Asians can't come together, or Asians can't come together. This has to stop, because we are all at risk, number one. Number two, I think governments have to take into cognizance that governments are there because people are there. You represent the citizens of the country that you come from. So your citizens' welfare is important. And you should be working to negotiate for that interest. Now, I'm being very romantic and idealistic. All right. So if the government wants to talk about its sustainability, how will the government be sustainable? It will be based on its performance and development. We have had for too long been told this is done in the name of development. How is it development if it leaves out the marginal people? If the community that was in the forest are now being thrown out and they have to migrate to another people. So are you really looking at the interest? And you need people to have a government, to have a country. You need people for your remittances. You need people for your foreign exchange. So let's also think about how we maximize. Now this is why, we have been doing a lot of advocacy and lobbying at a national level. We have been talking about green climate, and luckily our government was listening, so we now have a climate change prosperity plan. We have it's been incorporated into the national 5-year plans. But those are just the first steps. We don't have time. We are running against time. And therefore, we have to do mega action. And I would like to request whoever is here that work as a collaborative, cooperative force. Go to these negotiations with them. Business communities also have to understand that your businesses are not going to be sustainable just on the basis of the numbers. You are also impacted by climate change. You lose business. You lose your factories. If you don't know how to anticipate risk, if you don't prepare for the climate and erratic weathers, there is no guarantee you can make profit. Of course, I might be challenged by the pharmaceuticals who made obscene profit during the COVID. But that was also an emergency. That was also a disaster. I mean, you're not going to have that every year. So your profits, your income, your luxury, your brands and all this is meaningless in 1 second if the hurricane comes, if the floods come. So collective work, and I want to emphasize the discussions were about workers. Please come together and work on the workers' rights. I don't want to hear any more about how we can't negotiate with the receiving countries. Why not? They need you. Why can't we as South Asian governments have the confidence that they need our workers to run their economy? Why do we shy? Why are we dragging our feet? You are sending your people, show some confidence that my people are resources. both in my country and in your receiving country. So I think this is the time when we all have to start saying that you are celebrating the remittances. Celebrate the people who are behind the remittances. They're not a machine, money-making machine. They're human beings with a heart and a soul. So your heart and soul needs to be respected, and you need to negotiate. I was saying earlier to someone that the Filipino government had done a bit of negotiation for the Filipino workers. In some countries, we see they're better off. South Asian governments can come together. There's no competitive advantage, believe me, because at the end of the day, you're dealing with so many grievances and cases and labor law. If you do a cost-benefit analysis, does it make sense? So this is my last, and I also want to think the narrative of development and growth has to be inclusive. If you are going to work in indigenous or in forest or any areas where people are, it's a different group, why can't you bring them into the fold of that conversation? The approach is, we are going to go and grab the land. Why not talk about, let us share the land? Change the language. Why do you have to grab the land? It's in your own country. It's your own people. Why can't you convince them that this growth is going to be in their interest? Because you're dislocating them, because you're not providing an alternative to them, because you're not giving opportunities to them. If we change that, then I'm sure we would be better off.
Thank you. That's extremely powerful, and I feel like I can listen to you talk all day. But I think there's a really pearls of wisdom there, including the point that you very eloquently made about how you can't have government without people, and certainly you can't govern if you don't have a country or a city to govern, in the case of those that are currently literally sinking into the sea or the ocean. When you were speaking just now, Farah, you also mentioned the role of businesses in all of this. I think this is a perfect segue into the question that I had for you, Kevin, in terms of, how is this concept of just transition being integrated by businesses into their operations? How does it sit alongside things like human rights due diligence?
Sure, thank you. Well, okay, I guess it also depends on what transition we're talking about, right? Because, we're full in the climate crisis, and there's a lot of discussions about greening the economy. Automation during this forum we heard as well. Formalization, of course. Digitization, digitalization, perhaps not so much. But I guess the first question I ask myself is, are we even in a green just transition in the first place, right? I just today received actually the analysis that the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, which is basically, I think, the Secretary General's arm in Asia Pacific, a study they published on progress or regression on SDGs. And so actually what we see is that since 2015, we have actually regressed a lot, a very little bit on SDG 12, which is responsible consumption, but we have actually regressed a lot on climate change and the climate emergency. So the first question I would actually like to ask is, are we even greening the economy? And to me, I think the perfect example of this, and I'm sorry to put it bluntly, but are oil companies, right? So when you read the news that an oil company is doing oil exploration in the ocean, that basically means that these investments that they're making, billions or trillions of dollars, I'm not no economist, but that these investments are locked in for another 30 to 50 years. So if we're talking about greening the economy and a company is exploring for new large oil fields, we can actually ask ourselves, first of all, are we greening our economy? And in this respect, actually, they should have done it a long time ago. I recommend you read some of the research published by Benjamin Franta, who is a legal and historic scholar. And he actually researched that oil companies knew in the 60s and the 70s already. But anyway, so I'm not sure how to tackle this. And also, if we think about it, so I was taught in university in environmental law, the waterbed effect in the context of European laws. So who here is familiar with a waterbed? Okay, so a waterbed, it's a bed that's filled with water. So when you lay on one side, the other side goes up, right? So we can think it in terms of pollution. Let's say we have pollution here. So the bed is sinking in like this. Now, if say, one oil company would stop oil exploration, would another oil company fill this gap, right? So you lift it up from here, the bed neutralizes, and you lay down here, and it goes like this. So I think this is also something we need to think about, is if some oil companies hopefully phase out, what will this mean for oil companies in some parts of the world where they do not? Anyways, I feel I'm also digressing a little bit. But so the Secretary General, he also called upon businesses to really take action, right? He said, and I quote from his tweet, "No more excuses, no more greenwashing, and no more bottomless greed." And now, I am not someone that wants to vilify business, because we need business. We need all stakeholders to achieve the SDGs. But I am wondering now, like, what more will it take for us to green our economy and to move away from oil? So I guess that's one point. And then another point that I was told by some of the business people or business organizations that I engage with is that actually just transition seems to be a scary terminology for business. They don't really like to frame it as such. And I don't know why that is, and I won't make any guesses. I leave that for you to judge. And so another issue, and for example, like was mentioned during the forum before, is that the global north has already developed, right? And the global north has a clean environment because there's pollution in the global south and in South Asia. And now when we think about, for example, automation. So when companies start to automate, yeah, and let us assume for a moment that many of these companies will be from the global north, what will this mean? So if you have, say, a large garment brand and they start automating their production, I mean, where will the job losses be? I mean, that will obviously be where the production is taking place. So in this case, perhaps South Asia. Yeah, so I really think we need to see how businesses can actually integrate this into their business models. Now, if we look at the greening the economy, I hope we cannot draw that parallel also to the other transitions. But if that is the case, I think we should look at that transition, see what lessons we can learn from that, and then how can we apply it also to the other ones. And of course, if we have this whole global north, global south dynamics, we will also, of course, likely need global north governments to start regulating this and enforcing it from companies. And I guess then also this connects with the discussion that was held earlier about how global south can be consulted about laws that affect them. So that's another thing. So yeah, I think, okay, yeah, so and I have my comment here about that business. Sometimes they might be scared by the term just transition. So I don't know if later perhaps we can hear from a business and how they feel, what they think could be done to kind of change the discussion in this respect. Sorry, I hope that answers somewhat your question, but
very quickly.
Yeah, see, in Bangladesh we have our ready-made garment sector. No one was green. But when the compliance issue came and the buyers and the brand said, now we have the greatest number of platinum, green companies, because the buyers and the compliance issue became a part of the business. So companies became very compliant. They moved to green. They moved to all those issues. So that means you need the stick or the carrot, which is, I will give you business if you become green. And as Bangladesh graduates to LDC, it will have to meet so many other compliances of those countries. Sad part is those multinational companies and the governments in the north are themselves not complying.
I mean, I've come across that as well, what you were explaining there, Kevin, in terms of businesses feeling quite frightened by all of these new concepts. It, of course, raises the question, what then are businesses not afraid of? They're afraid of just transition. They're afraid of human rights being more integrated. I'm generalizing here, right? But I mean, is it that they want the status quo, but then the status quo makes the rest of us pretty darn scared as well? So it's a bigger question, of course, that you've put out here. If you wanted to quickly respond to that, you're welcome to.
No, and what does that mean for our strategies going forward?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and Kevin, you also raised a very big question just now in terms of what more needs to be done, right? What more does it take for us to actually achieve all of these different objectives, and certainly to also work with businesses to achieve those objectives alongside government? So, Lorenzo, let me come to you here. given that you in your work with Forum Asia, you work a lot with civil society. What do you think, or how do you think society can work alongside these other actors to ensure just transition?
Oops. I think I might be stating some obvious facts, but it looks like governments and companies need to be repeated some of these concepts. I think the first one is that policymakers cannot and should not do it alone. The process has to be participatory, and when it comes to participation and ensuring that nobody's left behind, you need to involve civil society, human rights defenders, and journalists. Most journalists are also human rights defenders. In fact, anybody can be a human rights defender. Fundamental freedoms, such as the right to freedom of expression, assembly, association, they need to be part of the discourse on just transitions. I think in order for views to be expressed in relation to the transition, you need to have the capacity to have dissenting voices expressing themselves. You need to have freedom of expression to be upheld. You need to have protests that are peaceful, but that they are allowed. And you need to have peaceful assembly and association. And when we see actually in Asia, but South Asia is not exception, the proliferation of repressive laws, when you see that civil society groups are barred or prevented from accessing funds, from operating safely, I think we are inevitably compromising anything related to just transitions. For example, without the insights provided by rights holders and defenders, who are themselves experts on the community's needs, on what companies should not and should not do, we are even preventing the policymakers and the company to do any sort of risk assessment or processes related to just transition. So looking into how civil society defenders can contribute, I think the key words are monitoring and accountability. You do need accountability. You need defenders and journalists to raise what are the issues, what are the potential harms to the environment, to the people. And you need to bring this attention to policymakers through media, through advocacy. You do need awareness raising, and we all know how much civil society can contribute to that, together with grassroots groups, together with indigenous people groups. And these can contribute to a stronger advocacy in making sure that everything is meaningful for the communities first, and then for the rest of the population. Capacity building and support is, of course, another area where civil society can contribute. Providing training and education support to workers in the process of transition, providing legal and other forms of support. Those are all areas where civil society and defenders can play a crucial role. The problem is that instead of being consulted and of being part of this process, what we see across Asia is increasing attacks and threats. From Asia, just from the 1st of January 2021 to the 31st of December 2022, recorded 788 cases only of judicial harassment against defenders across Asia. This is just in a year time. So we don't see the defenders being consulted. We don't see civil society being consulted. We see them being harassed, attacked. We see defenders being killed, including environmental defenders. And this is quite tragic if we think that we are talking about greener economy, reduction of fossil fuel, etc. So if we want to see a transition that is anywhere close to being just, I think defenders, civil society need to be protected. Otherwise, no people, no planet will ever benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Again, some very sobering observations there that really make me think about how all of these challenges really coalesce and how they present some very unique dilemmas and tensions. Shankar, what we've been hearing a lot about is how a lot of natural resources, of course, are fueling this greener economy, right? This green transition or just transition. We know, for instance, that polysilicon, for instance, is a lot of it is derived from, you mentioned previously, Farah, the question of China, but a lot of it is derived from China, for instance. And we know also that many more resources are being extracted from indigenous lands, for instance. At the same time, it is the case that some view that, of course, if we have a greener economy, this may well benefit communities and indigenous peoples, because then they wouldn't have to face things like pollution and so forth. I also recall in a very recent trip that I made speaking to communities in Latin America, the point was made to me as well by Indigenous communities that they need jobs. They also need to put food on their table. And sometimes in the vicinity, the only jobs that are available are with mining companies that are extracting these very resources needed to fuel, again, this greener economy. So to your mind, are these tensions, is this a dilemma? And if it is, or if it isn't, how should we proceed?
Yeah, very relevant questions that you have asked. Before responding that questions, I really want to thank Tufora that maybe we should, this is the time we have to change our mind and concept. So that is a very powerful statement what you have said that. I was looking at my Bangladesh colleague sitting over there. She was talking about the Keptai Dam, the impact, 100,000 indigenous peoples were immigrated to India. And then they were disassociated not only from their land, the destruction of their identity and culture. I guess this is the time when I heard that the positive saying, then maybe you will be the one ally that you can raise these concerns in Bangladesh, so our people will get the justice. This is the forum to respond to your question. Maybe we can solve these kinds of problems. This is not only the problem of indigenous peoples. When we talk about the green economy, I would like to make it clear, I haven't heard that anyone is objecting the idea of green economy. Because we are all facing the climate change, the problem and challenges. But the thing is, the process. That is the problematic. I'm very much skeptical whether this whole ongoing process will address the indigenous people's issues or other marginalized sections' issues. How this process will address these historical injustices, the displacement from their land, territories, and natural resources. How we can restitute. Is this the agenda of this whole process? When I go to the UN forum, by the way, I have to thank to the Working Group on Business and Human Rights and Professor Surya Deva. He was trying very hard, and other member of the forum, to bring the indigenous people's agendas during the whole process. I looked about the guiding principles, and I was looking about the where is indigenous peoples. You know that when that guiding principle came in existence in 2011. The UN adopted the UN DRIP in 2007. And why the UN DRIP concept is not reflected in the UNGP? So the problem is there. They say the challenge is there. And now in the whole process, whether the indigenous peoples, their existence as a legal entity or their legal personality will be recognized, and they can be a partner of this whole process, still there is a challenge. But how we can address about this one? This is the 21st century, and we're talking about the climate change, but the change we have to start from our mind. I guess that's the starting point. For that, we have many ways. In the first place, there is no doubt that we have to address the historical injustices relating to the disassociation or disposition of lands, territories, and natural resources. Another is the indigenous peoples are the custodian of the nature. So the custodians means they are not only protecting that nature for themselves, they are protecting this nature for all human beings and all the natures and all creatures, because they are very much linked with the indigenous people's culture. So that's why these kinds of concept we have to recognize. Let's talk about the clean energy and let's talk about the water. Maybe for the business, I'm not sure, for the government, the water is commodity. For indigenous peoples, it's a source of knowledge. It's their identity. It's their life. So this thing has to be recognized. And how we can do that one? In this whole process, again, I would like to refer one more time. We have international laws, UN DRIP, Convention 169, and also we have the indigenous people's customary law and customary institutions, and indigenous people's one concept of worldview that has to be recognized. And how we can do that one? If we recognize the indigenous people's entity and existence, then we can sit on the dialogue table and the negotiations in every forum. And that has to be start from community level, national and international level. Because who are suffering right now? It's the community. It's the community who are suffering most. So that's why we have a challenge that how we can bring the community. If you talked about the indigenous peoples have their one institution, representative institution, that adequately represents the indigenous people's voice. And that has to be recognized. And I know this morning there was a discussion about the barriers, language barriers. Maybe these kinds of technicality, the indigenous peoples, they don't know. But if we change our way and process to take these whole things to the indigenous community, they have the solution. I just wanted to say that indigenous peoples, they have the solution because they are the custodian of these lands, territories, and natural resources. Even they are being militarized in that land, suffering from their whole injustices, they are still looking the peaceful and amicable solution that we can do that one. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, thinking about what you were saying in terms of how do we change that whole thinking process, how do we change mindsets, reflecting on the title of this session again, a just and fair world, how do we transition to it? I can't help but recall there's a moral philosopher by the name of John Rawls, and he proposed a theory that justice as fairness, meaning that justice can only be achieved when there is fairness. And part of that theory, he argues that in order for us to arrive at more fair outcomes, we should all take a step behind what's called a veil of ignorance, meaning that for a moment we should forget who we are, where we come from. It doesn't matter at all. We're just a human being. And based on that, make the decisions that you would make. So let's say in the context of a just transition, would you, if you had no idea who you were going to be born as, you have no idea whether you're going to be an indigenous person or a woman or anyone else, would you still decide to build that hydropower dam right there in the middle of a forest? Similarly, if you had a choice, would you be green-lighting that specific mining project if you had no idea whether you were going to be on one side and not the other? And it's an interesting thought experiment, I think, because it forces us not to only contemplate what it means for us to be empathetic human beings, but it also forces us to think, if I were in their shoes, would I make the same decisions? If I knew I was definitely going to be on the losing side of whatever just transition is happening at the present moment. With that, let me turn over to the audience. I really don't like it when I have to tell people, please stop talking, because I like talking and I like hearing people talk. But it would be greatly appreciated if, when you are raising your questions, to please ensure that they are as succinct as possible. So, over to you, people on the floor. Yes, I see a hand up already. Can we please get a microphone right up there in front? Here, one moment. We're going to collect 3 questions and then throw it over to the panel.
My name is Ali. I'm
representing Sindh Human Rights Defenders Network from Pakistan. One recommendation from our side, which we have experienced also, that why indigenous peoples, when they are not included into the national action plans, many reasons are there. One is language barriers. So if paralegals and community lawyers are trained from that community, they can represent. Why I said community leaders from the community? Because the commercial lawyers who are in the bars, mostly they betray their causes. So this is one reason. Second, which issue is raised by for you from Forum Asia, is that human rights defenders protection. In South Asia, human rights defenders are more vulnerable because of internal conflicts of states. So visa issues, international locations, international relocations, these are main problems of human rights defenders. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being so succinct. Can you please pass on the microphone to the people in front, please? Thank you.
Namaste, good afternoon to all. This is Tok Bahadur Tamang from Nepal. If just transition is about greening the economy towards achieving fair, just, and inclusive society, as well as peace and prosperity for all, especially or particularly vulnerable peoples, including indigenous peoples, marginalized peoples, and other poor and deprived peoples who have no access over the mainstreaming resources, decision-making, and development process. Shall we know the just transition mechanisms or any strategies, any policies, if existing we have, and how much we believe, we hope these types of mechanisms and strategy and other schemes can address the issues of indigenous peoples, marginalized peoples, other poor and deprived peoples who have historically access from the mainstreaming resources, decision-making and development process at all affairs of the state. Maybe this question goes to all the respected panelists, I think. Thank you.
Sure, thank you for that. Please go ahead.
Is this my turn? Okay. I am Basanto Adhikari, working for UNDP Access to Justice Project. My question probably Kevin may respond, because he was talking about digitization or digitalization. These were, in recent years, these are the issues, these are the topic that we are most discussing and pushing. International community are pushing on digitalization, automation, all these things. The government are also very interested, e-governance and all this paperless work and everything. And even my project where I'm working, and we are also pushing for that. And sometimes what I feel, to be very honest, when we are doing this, pushing for digitization, automation, all these things, are we actually reaching out to the people who do not have these kind of accesses? So this is very important. Probably we are also following the trend set by Global North, or probably the businesses, people, all these AI and all these things, and capturing all these kind of information by few, maybe handful of people, and again in the name of this digitization, automation, everything. So maybe we are marginalizing those people who do not have access even those countries who don't have these kind of infrastructures, because probably Shankar ji might know, last month I think we have faced very difficult situation even in our airport. So we moved into our immigration department, moved into the digitization, all this automation, but at that time when there was no, the system software was not working and everything is stopped, even plane could not landed, people who were landed in the airport were killed. So this is how we could reach out to this kind of situation. Is number one question. Probably number two, maybe Shankar, just to complement Shankar sir, is, one is acquisition of land at the cost of the people who are indigenous community, local community, whoever, the local communities. And the problem in Nepal, and probably it is in South Asia, maybe everywhere, so they take land because we have system of taking, land acquisition laws and things are there. So they take land for one purpose, for develop, for example, hydropower, whatever development, and that does not take place in the time that is estimated, okay? So if it is not happening, then who is going to pay the compensation, even if it is not? So you are taking land for one purpose, but this purpose is not served. So people are giving their land because they have kind of assurance that they will get the development dividend from that particular project, which is not happening because it is taking time. So maybe you may order now. Yes, thank you.
Great. I think because we have two very big questions, I think the first was more a comment over to the panel. Would you like to address any of those questions? Would the
So the first, the questions I understand about difficulties around human rights defenders, and this is not just a difficulty that is happening or will happen with green transition, it's an existing inherent problem. So that was one, if I've understood. The other discussion about digitalization and digitization, coming to the south, the infrastructure is not there. The technology is not there. While this is the, what shall I say, flavor of the month or flavor of the year, and everyone's running for it. But in the south, those systems, the infrastructure, the investment is not there. So the rewards are not coming. It's creating problems. I think that's how, if I was to summarize, yeah.
No, thank you for that. I think both questions are very much interrelated in light of that. Lorenzo, anyone else? Didn't mean to pick on you, by the way.
And just the third one was about how the indigenous communities are not being part of any of the development discourse in a genuine manner. So I think we touched on all of that.
We really did.
Yeah, I can get the first one on. I think it was more of a comment on human rights defenders, but I think it's always important to stress it. I think you mentioned some key words like relocation, protection. I think, unfortunately, Forum Asia works across Asia, but when it comes to South Asia, there are some critical issues. You mentioned about conflict. There are conflict areas even within countries that requires extra support, extra, sometimes relocation measures. And of course, this is all part of the conversation on just transition, and it should be taken into account. There are criticalities that they cannot be overlooked. And just commenting on the other question quickly on what processes can facilitate the inclusion, for example, of indigenous peoples and defenders, if you want. I think from a civil society perspective, you do need to have the prerequisite of an open space for civil society. And for groups, for grassroots groups to express themselves, to point out what you were saying. I think there are countries where these kind of opinions can be potentially criminalized. And of course, in such a context, there can be no conversation on just transition as such. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other?
Yeah, well, for this digitalization issue for indigenous peoples, you have rightly pointed out the access for the indigenous peoples. and that the language of these whole things. For an example, you have rightly pointed out that what problem we faced last time, that's the national level, we faced that problem. But if you looked about the indigenous peoples, now the government of Nepal that imposed or made the compulsory, we should have a national card, national identity. And you have to get the online appointment. For that regard, you have to fill up the all information. Those people, even they don't have access on phone or internet, but that's largely the indigenous peoples living in a rural area. And the government is saying that if you don't have a national card, then you cannot open the bank account as well. Or you cannot get the government services, maybe the next step. So that's why the digitalization is really challenging in the context of indigenous peoples and people living in rural areas. But the next concern about the land acquisition, I guess this is the problem in South Asia. When I talk to the people, I mean the leaders from the other countries as well, the concept of eminent domain is a problematic for indigenous peoples and local communities, particularly the right to land or right to resources. The all laws and even the court, if you go to the court, then the court doesn't favor to the people. And then it's a worse thing that they take the one person's property and give to the other persons or the company in the name of the development. And they don't even provide the compensation. Even the court, in our context, I don't know about the other countries. When I asked people that if I go to the court bringing these issues about the compensation, will I win the case? Will I get the compensation? You know what my answer will be? My answer will be, I can guarantee I will bring you the decision of the paper, but I cannot guarantee I will bring the money or compensation. So even the court makes the decision. We have a number of examples and experiences. They haven't been compensated, right? So that's why it's not only the government is not, they acquire the land and that doesn't use for a long time, but the concept. So that's why now the UNDRIP, the Article 26 of the UNDRIP clearly tells about the indigenous peoples' rights over land, territories, and natural resources. So this provision has to be translated in existing laws and policies of the respective countries. And even when we are talking about national action plan, these things has to be reflected if we really want to go for the just transition.
Great, thank you. Now, we don't have time left, unfortunately, to do another round of questions. I'm afraid we really don't have time, but here's what I'm going to do instead, because Kevin hasn't had a chance to speak yet. I'm going to slightly reframe the question about automation and digitalization slightly, because I think the gist of that question is it's not working. In certain contexts, especially in contexts where there aren't enough resources to ensure that they work properly, these new systems, they're not working properly. So how does that feature into a just transition scenario? But I also acknowledge that there is one gentleman who has just stood up and was waving his hands frantically just now, wanting to put in a question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let said person ask his question at the end. I'm going to let the other person as well ask his question at the end, and I'm going to invite one, excellent, I was going to invite someone who's not a man, to also ask one question at the end. but we are not going to have time to respond to them. So please make sure that your question is succinct and it leaves us with food for thought so that after we leave this room, we can continue contemplating the questions that you've asked. But before then, Kevin, in just 1 minute or so, can you provide us with a response?
Sure, thank you. I would actually like to respond to some of the comments he made. I'm not sure about the question you asked, actually. But when you also mentioned, right, that perhaps we're not at this stage here yet with all these technologies. I think, yeah, of course, we don't have perhaps in this region full-fledged artificial intelligence in smart cities. But let us think, where do have often technological advancements taking place? Right, it's the military and security. So where could these technologies potentially be used first? And if we look at Southeast Asia, actually in many cities that are perhaps not at the level of development of a Singapore or a Tokyo, these technologies are starting to be used to track people, right? So surveillance technology. So for example, if you drive your car into a garage, the camera will see it, you don't have to pay, and you will just be able to drive. So think about what this means, for example, in the context of polarization in South Asia. If you have protests, what will happen with this information? Whether in cities or you're protesting a large, say, infrastructure project. Yeah, you might not be able to remain anonymous, and obviously that has human rights implications. So I'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you, Kevin. So please ensure your question is brief. Go ahead.
Hello, उपस्थित सबै सदनबिनहरू मेरो नमस्कार स्वीकार गर्नुहोस् पहिला हजुर। मेरो नाम भीमदेव श्रेष्ठ हो। म अहिले 59 वर्षको छु। अहिले म बाइपास बालाजु काठमाडौँ निवासी हो। म अहिले सुकुम्बासी बनाइएको छ मलाई जबरजस्ती। हजुर समस्या यो मेरो चाहिँ आलोचनात्मक गुनासो राख्दैछु। यो नेपालको कानुन दैवले जानुन् भन्ने नेपालीको कानुन प्रचलित छ यहाँ। र नेपालको कानुन भूमाफिया व्यापारी नैतिकता नभएको नेता तथा भ्रष्ट सम्बन्धित सरकारी निकायका पदाधिकारीहरूले जानुन् भन्छु। किनभने राज्यको संविधान कानुन नियमहरू देश विकास धन्दाका उठान भलाइ र नागरिकलाई दैनिकी चलाउन सुविस्ताका र मौलिक हक तथा मानव अधिकार सुनिश्चित गर्नका लागि बनाइएको छ। तर सो नियम ऐन कानुन संविधान अनुसार कामहरू भएको छैन। सडक विस्तार गर्दा दुवै साइडमा 7-7 मिटर विस्तार गरेर एकापट्टि मात्रै घर भड्काइएको छ। इमान्दारीका साथ बाटो निर्धारण मापदण्ड अनुसार नगरी मनोमानी गर्दा ठुलै समस्या परेको छ। अब यो विषय हो कानुपा 16 बालाजु बाइपासको। यहाँ धेरै अन्याय अत्याचार भइरहेको छ। सम्बन्धित सडक विस्तारका निकायका पदाधिकारीबाटै हामीहरूमाथि ठुलो अन्याय भइरहेको छ। 2022 सालमा नापी नक्सामा नियम किता 88 नम्बर कितामा घर 89 मा 15 आना जग्गा पाएको जग्गा 90 मा किता छुट्याएर नापी भएको छ 22 सालमा। यस्तो जग्गामा फेरि हाम्रो घर पनि छ। अब 48 सालमा फेरि नापी भयो। नापी हुँदा धेरै 48 सालमा नापी हुँदा सबै घरको किता छुट्याइ जग्गाहरूको निर्माण तरिकाले माथिको आदेश भन्दै गैर न्यायिक तरिकाले हामीहरूलाई निर्धारित सडक मापदण्ड छोडेर घर मर्मत गरिसकेर बसी आइरहेको घर सरकारले सडक मापदण्ड 14 मिटर निर्धारण गरेर सडकको केन्द्रबाट दुवै साइडमा 7-7 मिटर विस्तार गर्नु भनेर नक्सा जारी भइसकेपछि सो अनुसार बाटो विस्तार गर्न दुवै साइडको सबैको घरमा बाटो चिन्ह लगाएको थियो। त्यसपछि चिन्ह लगाएको ठाउँसम्म बाटो पश्चिम साइडको घरहरू सबैले निर्धारित मापदण्ड छोडेर 17 लाख।
Can I just very quickly interject? I know this is an extremely important case. Can I please invite you, and we can ensure that this happens, to provide your interventions at the other session that we will have on Indigenous rights and land security? Because we unfortunately really don't have enough time, but I know your points are very important. So let's make sure that you have time to speak to your case at the other session tomorrow. But for now, would you mind if we move on to the other person with a question? Thank you. I'm sorry. And also, please make sure it's a question very short. Thank you.
You only have exactly 3 minutes to close all of this.
To close everything.
So you have like 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mine one is not a question, in fact, an observation. And the way that this technological advancement is happening and this digitization is happening, I think that most of the world, like the southern part of the world, would become the indigenous, transformed into the indigenous community instead, you know. The smart cities would be with the northern countries. This is my observation, you know, because we are not actually transforming that artificial intelligence knowledge and the technological advancement to the southern countries, and we are very, you know, most of us are lacking in those technologies. The second thing is that the human rights defenders might have been more challenges because we have been facing challenges offline. And of course, when we have to work and to raise our voices in the online spaces, we see that there are lots of online harassments and challenges. Of course, the cybersecurity issues. So probably I think we have to think about those who have been actually really raising voices for the human rights and working as human rights defenders.
Thank you for that. And then very last, final, I hope it's a question.
Yeah, it's a kind of an issue, maybe related with some question also. In India, we have that scheme, you know, like Digital India Land Records Modernization Program. And this has very much opposed in my state, in Jharkhand. For the property card, this survey and mapping is going on. And within that, there are many issues came up. Like while doing the survey, like by drone, there were many like actual RAN records, as they had, you know, the written, what we call it khatiyan. But when it is digitalized, it has changed a lot. You know, they have changed the records. So people are, you know, even for the mistake or errors happens when they go for the correction, they have to spend lots of money, like more than 65,000 and 1 lakh. So just for a small correction. So these are like consequences we are having, and people are opposing that we don't want this digital land records or, you know, like property card, you know, they are saying it is property card. So in that context, I have a question, like what, I mean, how to prevent this kind of issues, you know, at government level, we know that some other states have accepted it without any opposition, but still in Jharkhand, opposition is going on, and it's a big movement going on to oppose this. So some suggestions and what we can take it from here. Thank you.
Great, and on that note, let us conclude this session. We don't have time, unfortunately, for more remarks or more questions, but nonetheless, thank you for joining us for this session. Please join me in thanking our superb speakers. And please now go out and enjoy your tea break.
All right, great. What an insightful session indeed, and has really helped us set the context for next couple of sessions on informal economy, climate labor nexus, gender inequality, so that's really great. Just a quick announcements before you step out for tea. Shh, that was somebody did that, it was really good. Thanks. So we have the next session. One of the next session is going to be on informal economy, pathways towards integrated approaches to formalization. That will happen in this room. And there's a parallel session that actually is exploring the climate, labor, security nexus as a new frontiers in the business and human rights agenda in the next room C. So please come back from the tea break sharp at 15:30. Thank you. Welcome back. We're going to have to start on time because there's no break after this one. So we do want to make sure that we end at 6. So if everybody please could take their seats. And Kevin, can you start sending people from outside to inside? And I see the moderator of my next session is still trying to send people inside. So I'm going to have to call Surya and Sheikh. Can you please call Andre because he's going to moderate the next discussion? He's going to moderate the next discussion. I need him inside. Can you please tell him? All right, welcome back. Sorry, we really got to have to start right now because, as I said, we do want to also end on time. So we've been discussing a lot about informal workers, informal economy, and how these approaches are good, whether the UN guiding principle or the frameworks that we have today really fits to the informal workers and what can be done. We have a really interesting session here now, which is on pathways towards, okay, I like a lot of attention to myself. Shh. I'm going to start calling names of people who are still speaking. And see, I know names because I've seen all of the registration sheets. Thanks. Okay, the next session is on pathways towards integrated approaches to formalization. In this session, we will discuss examples of initiatives pursuing coordinating and integrated pathways towards the formalization of jobs and businesses. It will also reflect on the challenges to upholding human rights in business operations in the informal economy, but we would also try to find some solutions so that actually no one is left behind. I think it's a great segue from the last session, where I think some of the questions did come for, for what happens with the informal economy and what happens with the informal workers also in the context of just transitions, which is either, which is whether it's going towards green economy, but also to the automation. So to chair the session and to sort of facilitate the session, may I also invite on stage Andre, who's right now is the OIC for the ILO's Nepal country office. Andre, please take the floor, and if you could also invite your speakers for the session. Thank you. And you have to finish sharp on time. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome all to this session on the pathways to integrated approaches to formalization. I want to thank, first of all, Harpreet for the invitation and for all that are organizing this event. And I would like to start inviting our panelists to join me at the stage. First, I would like to invite Mr. Danduraj Gimire, the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Labor, Employment and Social Security from Nepal. I would like to invite Ms. Juna Matema, co-chairperson of the Women Entrepreneurship Development Committee of the Federation of Nepali Commerce, Chamber of Commerce and Industries, FNCCI. We have online our colleague, Mr. Pradeep Bhargava, former president of the Employers Federations of India. Welcome, Mr. Pradeep. Thank you for your availability. I would like to invite now Mr. Zarekuzaman Ratan, president of the Socialist Labour Front from Bangladesh, and Mr. Sandeep Sachdeva, co-founder and CEO from the Safe India civil society organization. Thank you so much for your kind time and your availability for us to have a quick discussion on how we bring the different perspectives around the informal sector and tackle the challenges of such a big and complex issue together. We've been talking on these 2 days already quite a bit around the challenges and the complexities of ensuring human rights for all workers in all sectors, in all countries. And we know that reaching out for those in the formal sector is quite a big challenge. workers in the informal sector are the ones that usually are the ones left behind in terms of respect of labor rights, access to essential services, opportunities, lower pay, worse working conditions. But at the same time, informal businesses also suffer from lack of access to markets, credits, and opportunities to grow and develop themselves and their economies. We know that South Asia has been growing very fast, and we see the economy in the region one of the fastest growing in the world, but unfortunately we don't see that reflected in a formalization of the economy as many would have predicted a few years ago. But these challenges are very common in the region, not just for Asia, but many other regions are struggling with rising informality, particularly after the many crises and shocks that we've been having. And we know that pushing towards formalization will help ensure that businesses and workers have better rights, have better opportunities, they can grow, and will have more opportunities to develop in a sustainable way that respect and encompasses human rights in every aspect of businesses. The ILO recommendation 204 from 2012 on the transition from the informal to the informal economy indicates that integrated approaches are the most effective on fighting informality. Integrated approaches means interventions that look after formalization of jobs and formalization of businesses at the same time, working together to fight the multiple drivers of informality. In paper, it seems very simple, it's very easy, we just talk and we just agree that we're going to work together, but we know that in practice, this is very, very complicated to implement. So today in this panel, we're going to explore the different angles around an integrated approach on formalization and the different challenges that comes from working from different perspectives, and what are the key opportunities and how we can push this agenda forward as countries, as businesses, and as a region. So to start off this discussion, I would like to invite our host, the government of Nepal, Mr. Danduraj Gimire, to share a little bit the views on how Nepal is tackling this issue of informality. As we know, the pandemic was very devastating to many countries, and Nepal was not an exception. And we see the government making quite a few strides towards improving the protection and the formalization of businesses and employment, such as the extension of formal social security to workers in the informal sector, but also the development of a national action plan for formalization. So Danduraj, if you could please share a little bit with us what are the views of the government, how you see that government envisages working on formalization from an integrated perspective. Thank you. You need to hold a little bit longer.
Thank you, Andre. Actually, it is very important questions for everybody who are gathering here. Thank you for putting questions to me and what kinds of things is going on here in Nepal. Actually, sharing the experience of Nepal in this forum is very pleasure to me, myself and the country itself. So, what are the pathways and for the integrated approach and formalizations? It is one of the better example which is we are sharing here in this forum. Nepal, actually, we have not so much steps we have done in this regard, but some kinds of activities are going actually in Nepal. First of all, we have make a plan for formalizations. Actually, we have the action plan with the support of the tripartite constituents. Actually, with the participation of the stakeholder, all stakeholders, which is actually basic on National Action Plan we have for the formalizations. We develop with tripartite consensus based on clause 8 of ILO recommendation of 2004. The output of the objectives is the action plan, both focus on both enterprises and workers formalization, which is considered the complex challenge too. We also need some focus areas. We have expanding the contributory social security schemes to informal sector workers, and then sometimes we facilitate the business improvements, and the business environment is very much poor conditions. They have facing many kinds of problems, and sometimes government has the crucial role for facilitating to the private business sector. And we have also the contributory social security system for the informal sector too, informal economy too, which is now in the planning stage, and we are going to launch in near future. And basically, agriculture sector is the very much focusing areas and engaging of the informal workers in agriculture sector, focusing on agriculture sector. We have we take action towards the agriculture sector to take into account that for the social protection schemes. Integrated approach is a very much complex approach which requires the inclusions of the workers organizations as well as the employer organization into the formalization process, and we are intact. We make intact for the cooperating the employer as well as the workers representatives to making and to approve all the kinds of to making and to formalizations all the policies. We have the system because we follow the system which is recommended by the ILO convention. Actually, we followed. Actually, it is very hard, but the formalization action plan which we have, actually, it is the result of the tripartite constituents, and we make a consensus between us, yeah. And then we understand that more systematic approach is required for making the formalization actually in the economy. So that we require the national strategy, which is we required. Then we are now preparing that, and maybe the action plan should be replaced by the strategy one, and action plan only before action plan only for 6 months, but now we review it, and then we have planned to extend this action plan for 1 year too. Formalization business is it's very important that to take into account the enterprises as well as the workers registration system. Not only this is enough, but I think sometimes we require the skill testing system and skill registration system too, and otherwise the people and workers will not get proper chance to get abroad, and I think the facilities will be different for those people who are not getting the skill testing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danduraj, sir. And I think it's quite interesting to see how you articulated that the development of the plan was done through a tripartite group involving the workers, the government, and the employers in a way to agree what are the key points that need to be pushed forward in terms of achieving formalization from an integrated perspective. But you also highlighted some of the challenges of the private sector in such contexts such as Nepal, where you have so many SMEs and small businesses in formalizing and keeping formalized. So taking this point forward, I would like to invite our colleague, Mr. Pradeep Bhargava, that is online with us. And I'm pity that you could not join us in person today, Mr. Pradeep. And we know that some of the challenges that Nepal faces with the SMEs being such a huge part of the economy are challenges that are very common in the region, including in India, where you're based. The SMEs are usually the types of enterprises that face the biggest challenges to formalize because of lack of capacity, of resources to formalize, and even more to keep formal as they move forward. But we see some progress in the region already in this direction in supporting these enterprises. So, Mr. Pradeep, could you share a little bit from the SMEs' perspectives, what are the key elements that you see in the formalization process that could facilitate this, their transition towards formality? Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm the only one who's online. And if you want to charge a fine, I'm willing to pay that also online for not being there in person. And now I feel very comfortable in this ambience because both in the audience and in the panel, we have people who have got similar, I won't say background, but certainly evolution and challenges. What you just talked about, I heard the gentleman from Nepal, and it's very, very clear to us. Before I come to your questions, let me make one observation. You know, in your background note, it has been said that economic growth does not ensure formalization. This has been the experience. Countries have grown, economies have grown, but formalization hasn't gone up. So it means it's not logical. I'm going to put the thing on the other side. Just because you're formalized doesn't mean your economic growth is more. And I'm not getting into the implications of workforce. The recent huge startups in India and many other countries have shown that these organizations were able to be agile, show this speed, the growth, because they were informal, because they were not structured. So there is no final verdict, but let's also not confuse and say formalization means good growth and good growth means formalization. I don't think we have data to prove. It's a standalone statement that I'm making, that economic growth and formalization are not correlated as adequately as we'd like to believe. Though, of course, when we look at it from human rights, from equity, I come to the point. Now, let me just quickly mention to Andre in the beginning itself what I'm going to talk about. I'll give some flavor of the Indian ecosystem. Some are familiar. I'll bring the relevant points with respect to formalization. I will also talk about the key factors which are dissuading or persuading the enterprises, including SMEs, to go for formalization. And finally, I will talk about what is the best way to take it forward. So that will answer all the points that you made. India, and I think a lot of people know, we are 1.4 billion people. What's interesting is that our demography is 50% are below 25 years age, and 25% out of those 50 are between 15 to 25. So we have huge youth power, and this advantage will continue to 2050. We have a fairly fast-growing economy, fifth largest, and I'm mentioning this in the context of the size of the economy. We also have, and it will be dishonest not to say, we have large inequalities in the world of work, true world over, and this is only enhanced as we noticed during the pandemic. Formalization doesn't necessarily lead to more equity, is proved by the corporate India, and for that matter, corporate world, where the inequalities are glaring, obscene, vulgar. The ratio of the CEO's salary to that of the median is 100,000, even 10,000. So I'm saying formalization doesn't necessarily lead to more equitable distribution, is again a point to be marked. Come to MSMEs, I think the point that you asked, we have 8 million MSMEs in India, employing 120 million people. These MSMEs contribute to 1/3 of our GDP and also 40% of our exports. So these are big players, a big time. And so the question that you posed on MSMEs is very valid. They are a major part of our economy. Interestingly, I want to talk about the workforce, because not only are you talking about formalization of business, ultimately we are interested in not just formalizing business, what does it do to the workforce? India has about 500 million workforce. Interestingly, 70%, 350 million work for the informal sector. And even 150, which is 30% which work for the formal sector, 2/3 of those are informal workers. So really speaking, we have 90% of our workforce which is informal. Please keep this in mind when we talk about formalization. And we are majority of the enterprises are in informal sector. So we're starting on a slate on this journey on the pathway as you described, where we have, and incidentally, this 90% has only gone up, not come down. The number of informal organizations have also come up, particularly in recent times with the thing. So there must be some reason. So I come to my second point. What is driving this informality, or what is driving formality? Formalization, both of the enterprises and the workforce. The first and foremost, which is true global as well as true South Asia, also true for India, is that new technology drives the way global dynamics are happening, way the consumer aspirations are changing, way, in fact, pandemic and war brought it out. I think the enterprises want flexibility. They want short-term perspective. They want minimum baggage because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So there is a sense of uncertainty tomorrow. So they said, look, if I don't know, my business model will change, my offerings will change. Let me try and see, which is exactly the future landscape is very uncertain. So that's one factor. The second factor is there's a huge amount of specialization emerging in the economy. As a result, people say, let me outsource this activity. So they want to be lean, thin, and just pass on, travel light, as they say. The last, of course, is the fact that a lot of youngsters today want mobility. They want multitasking. They want to be gig and platform. They don't want any permanence. So there is also pressure coming onto this. All this coupled with what you mentioned, the compliance when you become formal is associated with costs and efforts and liability. It affects my agility. It affects my flexibility. So there is a trend towards not to get formal for the reasons that I mentioned. However, there is a flip side, and that's true for India and that's true for many other countries. The state is driving for want of collecting revenues to ensure compliances. And GST is a classic success story where everybody got integrated because state drove it. So there's a state pressure, and of course you need support from the state in terms of water, electricity, etc. You will end up becoming formal. That's one. Secondly, interestingly, the domestic and the global customers are also demanding formalization because they want traceability. They want accountability. ESG has come in. So that's another on the other side. And finally, I think society, employees, and industry, other things are also saying, hey, I want traceability, I want accountability. So there are flip side to moving towards formalization, but there is a counterpart. Just to conclude, since I've said a lot, what have been the drivers for, of really going towards in India towards formalization? GST has been one of the biggest one. And India has done a remarkable story in converting its citizens to net citizens. I mean, our stories with respect to payments to UPI, our direct benefit transfer, the social security coming through, our entire ability to identify every citizen today is tracked. He's formal in terms of acknowledgement. So that's one thing has happened. Ease of doing business is, our states are competing with each other. They're trying to make it easy. So that's, again, people are saying, hey, my God, if the states are going to be cooperative, I might as well formalize myself. So that's a positive thing. The other thing is, as I said, mentioned the pressure from customers, the financiers, the bankers, the society for traceability. So there is a whole attempt by the government saying minimum governance, minimum government and maximum governance. All these are the right initiatives in this brave new world which will become formal. I am holding my comments with respect to observation of formalization of this workforce, 90%. If you permit me, Andrea, I would like to answer it in my second phase, but that's a totally different story. So corporate India, business in India may move towards formalization as all these things happen. But workforce getting formalized is a completely different game. I'd rather talk about it in the second part. But to your point, SMEs are also moving because they realize there's an advantage. And really the GST has bound them together. In any case, they're in the system, so might as well do other things formal. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Padri. And I think you highlighted quite a few of the challenges that the SMEs have on the process of formalization. And I also highlighted that it's not every company that is going to be ready to register at the same time and maintain themselves. So the process needs to be quite gradual and supporting those that are farther away from being able to formalize, to get closer, and eventually get there. But I also would also appreciate the point that you highlighted around inequality and how this is one of the key drivers that keep businesses and workers in informality. And in this point, I wanted to invite Ms. Juna to bring some of the perspectives around gender inequality and how women are usually more represented in the informal sector than men, and how the different layers of discrimination and lack of equality in the labor and businesses compound with each other and form. So if you could share a little bit, what do you see as the links between informality and gender equality in the labor market, and how we can tackle some of these issues? Please, thank you.
Thank you for your question, and good afternoon, and namaste to everyone present in the room. Well, to talk about the informality and the gender equality aspect of it, the economic census of 2018 shows that there are 900,000 plus establishments, and out of them 50% are not registered. And if you're talking about just women owners, it's just 30% of this 900,000 plus establishment are owned by women. And out of that, also just 80,000 are registered. So it's a census that had happened in 2018, and it's very relevant now also. According to labor force survey, which happened around the same year, says that 62% are in the informal sector, and 90% are the women who are there in the informal sector, mostly into, like, they are at home, or they are domestic workers, or they are in land, forest, and river. So there are kind of linkages between the informality and the structure that we have. And I basically would want to talk about the cultural structure that we have in this part of the world, where in recent times, a few decades, that the role of women has come out of the household, and it has started outside of household also, but then her role inside has still remained the same. So the women, they are having dual responsibilities with at home and having to work outside of home also. But the role of men has just remained the same. There hasn't been significant change in the role of men. So women are, like, they have to take care of the kids, they have to take care of the elderly, they are the focal point of contact if there's any kind of social gathering. So, you know, she has the primary responsibility on her is to take care at home. But if you register your company, then you have to be committed to the other work also, and which is regarded as a secondary role of hers. So, you know, unless she has a full support from the family, she would not want to have, she would want to have fewer obligations which comes with not registering her business. There's another care economy that we have to talk about, where the economic contribution of a woman who is contributing to her home as a homemaker, or a domestic worker who is working, is not included in the GDP. And to tell you very frankly, almost every household in the urban area will have a domestic help, and either it's in-house or she's coming or going, and it's mostly the female who are doing, you know, the part of the domestic helper. And with children migrating to US, to Canada, to Australia, and then to UK, the parents are bound to have some domestic help at the household, and even at times there's a family, the whole family stays as a domestic helper there. So the result of the national census is still, which happened in 2021, is still, it's not out yet, and we're waiting for the results of the census, which will definitely show us, because there's a question regarding the household help that you have in your house. And then there is also a question where we are asking about, you know, the census asks about any kind of enterprise that you're running without registering. So these numbers are going to come in recent time. Though it happened in 2021, we still don't have the data yet, because it has to be, approved by the Prime Minister, and well, it's still not out, and we're waiting for the census data, which will show us the exact scenario of the domestic workers as well as the companies which are not registered. In fact, these women who come to urban areas for domestic work are from different districts outside of Kathmandu or outside of, they're from different districts. And for them, they do not want to disclose their work as a domestic help because it's looked down upon in their community. But they're quite open about it if they are doing the same kind of work in an office setting. Then we also have a constraint of fund constraints. That is, well, mainly the women, they start their business, it's either before they get married or after they have children and the children are grown up. So then the financial condition, the economic condition, I should say, of the woman it's kind of tricky in a way that she doesn't really have the backup of financial strength to start a business when she actually wants to. And it's very less women have property in their name, though the government has taken a positive step towards, when you transfer the property in women's name, you do get 25% subsidy, but that's still not enough because not many women do have property rights, and our constitution also gives equal rights to the ancestral property, but in reality it is still not happening. So I'm sure the government needs to do much more on that front. And the formality in the business asks for, more liability. The burden is more. The financial burden, I shouldn't say burden, the financial exposure that she has to take in terms of registering her company is much more if she's not registered. So, so the financial part is the constraint part is also making her not wanting to register her company. Then there is, I also work a lot with new entrepreneurs, and for them, they are in the testing phase of their ideas. They don't know whether their idea is going to, they can make a living out of their idea, and they're bringing money from home, from their savings, and they're not sure whether their idea is going to work or not. Now, the registration process is long, and the exit is even longer. So, the kind of process that a person needs to go through during registering or exiting also is kind of tedious, and it actually puts on a lot of liability for the entrepreneurs, and they just want to, not register it when they have an idea and, want to test the time. So these are the things that's kind of very prominently coming, and I guess these are the main points. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Juna. And I think you highlighted some of the double, triple burdens that women face in terms of accessing not just formal opportunities, but even when they are in the informal sector, the different societal roles and views that keep them away from a place of equality and access to services as equals as a whole. And I found it fascinating the example you gave that for them informality is easier because it reduces your double burden. And on this sense, making sure that processes, that registration processes are easy, are light, and enable businesses and workers to register and to participate in the informal economy is quite critical. But it's not easy to reach a point where we manage to find this middle way between making sure everybody is compliant with the regulations and making regulations that are facilitating the lives of everyone. But, and I think looking at the consequences and how we see the different layers of complexity around informality, you have workers being left behind, not just on the informal sector, but also in the formal sector, either through hidden employment, through self-employed workers that are within formal enterprises but are not considered workers or employees. But you have, of course, the issues, the broad issues of informal workers in the informal sector. So my next question will be for Mr. Sandeep. Your organization is working directly with workers coming from the informal settings that lack the protection of the formal means of support to these workers. Could you highlight a little bit what are the key challenges that these workers face, but very importantly, what are the consequences of the lack of support and protection that they have?
check. Works. Thank you. Quickly, my background and the context I'm coming from is the fact that I was a banker who then became a social entrepreneur and then came into CSO. So I have moved my life from right to left within the last 6-7 years, and therefore if my biases creep in, you'll have to forgive me. Safe in India Foundation, what we do is we help workers who have lost their hands or fingers in 2 states as of now, in factories. These are factories. Majority of these workers, 80% of them in fact, that we help, end up being in auto sector supply chain. So I'm talking of auto sector workers, and auto sector in most countries is one of the most influential and powerful sector. In India, for example, it is 50% of manufacturing GDP. It employs 10 million people directly, 35 million people, including indirect people who work for it. 1/3 of manufacturing workforce works in auto sector. So what I'm going to say is representative of one of the most advanced manufacturing sector, not just in India, this would be true of many countries, right? Now, what is informality? So in the brand's own factories, today, the number of contract workers has increased from 30, 40, 50% decades back to today 50 to 70%. Are these contract workers really formal? In many ways they are. But when we go to these brands and look at their occupational safety and health policies, and we look at these policies for top 10 brands in the country, and we're talking of multinationals, Indians, also Indian companies are multinationals, of course, we find that their occupational safety and health policies for their own contract workers are often not as strong as their permanent workers. Is that informality? Of course it is, to a degree, right? You come down to supply chain, where majority of our workers are, who we end up helping, 80% of workers we assist are contract workers. Now what does that mean? These guys do not have any written employer-employee relationship contracts. They're called contract workers, but there is no contract on paper. They get paid on piecemeal rates or daily wages, sometimes monthly wages, but it is not formalized in any significant way. Now the result of that, and I'll come to the answer with this context, is this, that these workers suffer not just after the injury. They suffer before the injury, during the work that they do, at the time of injury and after the injury. So let me give you some statistics which hopefully will make it alive for you. 65% of workers that we help, that's 2/3, get their ESIC card. ESIC is Indian Insurance Arm, government's arm, for formal sector workers. They are supposed to get healthcare and compensation from this insurance company, which also has hospitals and dispensaries, right? 2/3 of these workers do not have that card until after the accident. They should have got it on the day of joining the factory. Weeks, months, years, they don't have it. What does that mean? That means for all these weeks, months, and years, they and their family do not get the healthcare insurance they are eligible for under the law. What does that mean? Occupational health and diseases go unnoticed, and they don't get cured for it. They die early. If you look at stone crushing workers, they get tuberculosis, silicosis, they die in their 30s. But they won't get their ESIC card, even if they work in establishments of more than 10 people, which is the law, right? Their families don't get protection. Their parents don't get health protection, which should all have been available to them if they had this card in time. Then, of course, work conditions for these people, because they are not formalized in full way, 48% of workers who come to us with injuries say that they had this accident because of production pressure. Obviously, contract workers are always going to face more production pressure from the supervisors and managers and the owners, because it's easier to hire and fire them. They do have more injuries. In fact, we have found through data analysis, and we capture all the data of all 5,000 workers that we have assisted, that the lower the salary, the higher the chances of severity of accident, not just accident, severity of accident. So number of fingers lost are more for workers who are on lower salaries. The lower the salary, the more the fingers lost, in simple language. If that is the case, and we believe that is the case, we have data set of 5,000 people, what that means is our country is losing labor productivity of skilled people in this case. And no wonder we are 128th in the world on labor productivity. If we have to grow as a country, we have to take care of these things. There is a genuine productivity case here with so much low-hanging fruit. What happens during the accident or after the accident is, of course, 2/3 of these workers that come to us end up in a private hospital. Not in ESIC hospital, where they should go directly. So they lose that golden hour, as we know after the accident, that means that they need to be hospital, right? So of course, if somebody could have saved their finger, they can't save. Of course, if they could save a nerve damage, they can't save because they're in some small hospital, while obviously, we believe, so it's a hypothesis, we don't have evidence, the management is trying to get the documentation right to get this worker now into ESIC system, at which stage this informal worker, all his life is now suddenly formal partially. But for what? At a lower salary, probably without a job, disabled. 25% of workers who come to us go back to their villages because they cannot stay in cities to fight their circumstances, fight the system. I must again stress, this is not just India, this must be everywhere. I've worked in various parts of the world. This is true in lots of worlds. So my point of this data to you is, and I'll stop here because of time, and I have a lot more data I can share, is that while there is this formal worker who's hopefully being taken care of a lot, an informal worker, as my fellow panelists are saying, lots of work needs to be done, there is this gray zone in the middle. And if only the governments focused on just implementing current laws, which I'm sure exist in all countries, enforce them, increase the cost of accident, increase the cost of non-compliance, we'll have, I guess, 10–15% of people going into formal without doing any new stuff. And that's a large part of the country. And then, of course, it can percolate down. So my pathway, and this is limited based on our experience, but backed by all sorts of data, and we publish these reports called Crushed and Safety Niti, where we publish this data annually. We've done it for 4 years. And now the Indian auto sector is engaging with us, thankfully, and the government is, and we are grateful for the changes they're already making, and we're very hopeful. If we could focus on this middle layer and move it up, then my sense is we'll have trickle down from there.
Thank you so much, Sandeep, for the very, very live and very illustrative example of your work with the workers and how their reality is affected by the tweaks in the rules and the gaps that are often found to avoid or to keep things a bit cheaper. And one of the key challenges that comes with informal sector is indeed the lack of organization and the lack of a movement behind these workers that would help protect and pressure changes to avoid this type of situations. So I would like to invite Mr. Ratan, if you can share a little bit from your perspective as a trade union organizer for many, many years. What can the trade unions and the workers movement in South Asia do to bring more of the informal sector workers, be that in fully informal conditions or in these middle gray areas that Sandeep was just highlighting? How can we bring them into protection and into trade unions to better protect them?
Thank you. At first, I thank South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights for arranging this discussion and giving me the opportunity to speak something about this issue. You all know that informal sectors are the backbone of our economy. They contribute more than 50% of the GDP, and they contributed in the whole production process also. They're playing a significant role in every steps of value chain. They are the consumer of essential goods. They are the taxpayers. They add value and value-added tax, and they are the supplier of future productive force. But they are the most vulnerable in terms of income, job security, working condition, and working hour, and so on. It is known to all that only Bangladesh, not only Bangladesh, but South Asia is the region of working people or working population. In our country, Bangladesh, according to labor force survey, the working force is almost 70 million. If you compare to world population, there are 150 countries in the world whose population is less than that. In last two sessions, we heard about migrant workers, just transition. Bangladesh are struggling in both issues. Bangladesh is labor-centric country and total migrant workers from Bangladesh is 13.2 million. And internal migration is huge. And it is increasing day by day. Now I come to my point. Out of 70 million workforce, only 12.5 million are formal workers. And almost 85% of the workers are in informal sector. The number of unionized workers are only 3%. And if we compare the total establishments, there are 200,000 enterprises and only 8,000 unions. The union in enterprise ratio is only 4%. And only 4.5% of the total workforce are unionized. The number and misery of informal workers increasing day by day. Most of the informal workers are not recognized and registered as workers because our labor law is mostly enacted for the formal sectors. We know that formal sector are establishment based and informal sectors are area based and sector based. The vast area of informal sector is in agricultural workers, the re-rolling mill workers, domestic worker, hawkers, private car driver, platform-based workers, gig workers, street vendors, electric three-wheelers. In our country, it is known as battery rickshaw or easy bike, but not easy to survive, but its name is easy bike. Health worker in private hospitals, delivery man, ride share, call center workers, medical representative, etc. Anyone can say there is no barrier to organize the informal worker, but we, the trade union personalities, we are under pressure of some legal barriers. Trade union registration is tough due to labor law. To form an union, 30% of the workers of a given area must be member of a trade union for registration. And another obstacle is union must get a no objection certificate from the local representatives. Most cases, the local representatives are government party men. So if anyone is not in the government party member, they should not get the no objection certificate. They should be objected. So there are practical problems to organize, and another problem is how they bargain collectively. Because informal sector, who are the employers? The employers are also not organized. So employers are not organized, employees are not organized. So collective bargaining is very tough in that cases. Now, a new threat is coming in the name of platform economy, fourth industrial revolution, gig economy is squeezing formal sectors, and outsourcing, vulnerability of worker and job both are increasing. So it is new phenomena of fear of losing job. In this scenario, workers are visible, but employers are invisible. Jobs are uncertain, works are unsecured, and these will create a great problem in the world of work, in the informal sector also. So we need an uniform workers registration. We need every workers, maybe he formal or informal workers, he or she get a registration, workers registration. an authentic database, appointment letter or workers contract, and use of digital device to connect workers virtually. Labor law and labor rules should be amended to include informal workers. Ratification of Convention 189. Labor laws should be complied. Ratified ILO conventions. A minimum wage structure should be formulated so that no one get below that wage. And government should protect workers from income disparities and discrimination. I can conclude my speech. Trade union have some responsibilities, must have some responsibilities. Traditional trade union practice should be revised because most of the trade union are informal sector. So it is not only Bangladesh, but in South Asia, most of the trade unions working in formal sectors. Informal sectors are ignored or not beyond our control. So we demand universal pension scheme, reasonable injury compensation. I give an example. If any worker loses his thumb, he will get in Bangladesh 60,000 taka. It is $600. Without thumb, how can a worker grip anything? So if he loses his thumb, he will get only $600. So we demand reasonable injury compensation, unemployment benefit, and we trade unions of this region should work hand in hand for sharing our views, experience, and good practices. We should keep in mind that workers, either formal or informal, should not be ignored. And if they are under the poverty line, no development will sustain. Sustainability will be at bay, and development does not reach its goal. So informal workers must be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ratan. And I think you highlighted quite important issues, not only from the trade union side on need to modernize and understand how to work with the unorganized sectors, but also the barriers even to form new and organized unions. And even when they're there, there is also the issue of how do the unions or how the workers would negotiate with the employers if the employers are not organized. So, and this highlights very much the issue of how can we fix and act around informality if from just one angle. We need to be working on this from the worker side, from the employer side, from the regulation side, so that in an integrated manner, the issues around formalization can be solved and advanced. We have another round of questions, and I think that the debate has been very, very interesting and very rich, but I also know that we need to finish our panel very much in time because we have another panel just after ours. And I really would love to hear some people from the audience before we close. So if I may, if you allow me, I would ask the audience now to raise a couple of issues, and then we do a quick round of closing remarks from the panelists so that we have an opportunity to hear the rich experiences of the room before we move into your next remarks. Is that fine for everybody? Thank you. Can we have the mics for our colleagues?
Hello.
Please,
hi.
just one, on the interest of time, I would just ask everybody to just introduce yourself and please be succinct with your questions so that we can hear enough of our colleagues. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Seema Shah, and I represent from Women Rehabilitation Center. It's WOREC in short form. It's a national NGO in Nepal. So we have been working on with the women in the informal sectors. So in Nepal, first of all, I would like to raise this question to Mr. Dhundira sir and Ms. Juna. And my question is like in Nepal, women working in the informal sector, be it the worker of entertainment sector, sex workers or home-based workers, domestic workers, their works are not recognized, respected, and valued. We all know that. And and we see that we do not even have the data or statistics of them. In this context, how challenging do you see the pathways towards formalization of the works of these women? And how can we go forward on this at central, provincial, and local level? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Nilima, and I'm working with UNICEF. Thank you so much for highlighting so many important issues in the discussion. The entrepreneurs not willing to register formally, there might be a lot of complex bureaucracy issues, registration processes that could be one of the reasons why they don't want to register and go into the formal economy. But those in the informal economy already, because it might take a lot of time to bring them into the formal economy. And there could be like a lot of access to cooperatives, health insurances. Where is this coordination gap? What is the coordination mechanism from the government to make sure that we are reaching out to these workers in informal sector? Because there might be a lot of process and years for time for the formalization. And the second question is to our FNCCI representative. Maybe big businesses could support bringing SMEs and those in the informal sector to bring them on board on the formal sector. What are some of the initiatives that FNCCI, the business network, is doing to in the process of formalization? Thank you.
We have more questions there.
Thank you so much. This is Laila from HomeNet Pakistan, and I have few comments and few questions also. So in the context of the informal economy that the panelists have discussed, we need to understand that globally it's 92% informal economy, and it's increasing at a rate of like, in Pakistan, if I may say, from 8% to 12%, and then after COVID to 18%, and after the inflation, it's now expected to increase into 34% annually. So this is basically the trends, and I'm sure that in the South Asian countries, we follow the same experience. So now what is required? So the deficit in the data, as my friend pointed out, these workers belonging to the informal economy, they are home-based workers, they are domestic workers, they are not counted. So we have, and majority of them, they are women. So the first and the major thing is that the women remains unrepresented, and they are out of the labor purview. So what we need to do? Do we need to change the definition of the work, or do we need to adopt the new definitions or the new context that the ILO 2015 recommendation 204, or do we need to have all those standards 177 for the home workers, 189 for the domestic workers under the core labor conventions, where the ILO labor standards are becomes mandatory for the countries. So I think these are the things that we need to discuss and move forward. Since we are working with the global supply chains and the home-based workers at the third tier, we know that they are serious things. And it took 20 years in Pakistan to bring this issue on board on the policy table. And now, presently, we have 4 provincial legislations for the home-based workers and 1 legislation for the domestic workers. So it is gradually moving towards the formalization. But the issue is that since the government lens is of labor, they are unable to contemplate and develop new strategies and new mechanisms to bring these workers into the social security. And I'm sure that this is the same is the case with other countries also. So we need to think about what is a doable thing to bring these workers to under the decent work and ensure that they have decent livelihoods and continuous support and protection mechanisms. So this is basically the experience that we have had, and I have given some suggestions, but we need to see that the data also needs revision. The social security schemes need to have a window for the informality, as we see that in Thailand what has been done, the Philippines what has been done, the self-contributory basis, and to develop standard procedures for the social protection of these informal workers. So having said that, my question is that we are talking about formalization of the informal. In this present scenario of the South Asian context, is it possible for, because this debate is like, this was rejected several decades back, that the informal economy cannot be formalized. We have to bring in reform. So my question to the panel is that, what suggestions do you have? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Shipa Hafiza. In my country, Bangladesh, where I come from, we have this during this COVID-19 time period, the SMEs who lost their business, where majority of them were women. In Dhaka, capital city, 35% of SME women lost their business. And then the government provided incentives for that period. The SME women, most of the SME women who has no national identity cards cannot receive that. And also, they cannot go to the bank is not near to them and all those. So when we are thinking about formalization, this pandemic situation is to be considered, because it is not really a one-time thing and we are recovered from it. It will come again and again. And my previous speakers said already, it's about this changing the definition of work. Otherwise, how can we do, what is the formal and informal thing? As per the Bangladesh Bureau Statistics study of 2014, 77% of the GDP of 2013 to 2014 of Bangladesh was really the share of women's unpaid work. So when we're talking about formalization, if we do not count that informal labor, and particularly the unpaid household labor, it's really wouldn't take us too far. Sitting in this area where we are talking regionally, maybe you have to think about those very basic information and act upon that. And we'd like to hear more on how you are thinking on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to take one last question, and please a quick question so that we have a time to give to answer for our panelists. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Sirjana Subba and I'm working at RCO Nepal. My question is, there are many indigenous, Dalits and marginalized communities in South Asia, and their economy is subsistence-based economy and home-based economy. And they have their economy is based on traditional and indigenous knowledge and know-how. So and the skills. So how could this be brought into the domain of intellectual property rights or the patent right, which has a lot of potential to be a big business? And how can they be formalized? And what is your take on it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are very, very rich questions. And I think it touches in many of the issues that were raised by our panelists. If you allow me, instead of directing the questions the way you pose some of them, I would direct some questions more or less in the same direction, but to also distribute to our panelists and their strengths. I think one of the key issues that was raised was around how the difficulties of women entrepreneurs to be able to access opportunities and to maintain their businesses, and what are the challenges and what can be done in terms of this. So instead of directing the question to Ms. Yuna, I will actually ask Mr. Pradeep, our colleague that is online, because there is quite a lot of work being done in India to support entrepreneurship and inclusion of women in businesses. Mr. Pradeep, what do you see as the emerging opportunities and initiatives that are happening in India in just 2 minutes, so that and that can support women to better formalize in the SME sector? Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I'm simply charmed by that 100% of the people who ask questions were women. So, I mean, that's remarkable. That shows that women power in this audience of yours is amazing. Now to a more serious part. I will not pretend and say that this business of equal opportunity, equal pay for equal work has evolved in India. We're still struggling. Just 2 days back, there was an paper which says, on an average across the states in India, a women worker is getting something like 20 to 25% lower than the corresponding men worker for the same task, same job description. So, ma'am, we have a journey to cover. Now, why is this happening? Is because both in white collar, blue collar, and contract workers. This is a problem where we as citizens, we as leaders, we as trade unionists, we as civil society, all of us have to rally against it. And it's just not a question of bias that the employer is giving. I mean, I'm involved with a foundation just to bring home when we give foundation to a lady, a girl in a thing. I went to her family and I said, and the family said, if you don't give us scholarship, we won't let her study. And I saw a boy sitting there and I says, who is he? He says, this is her brother. I said, what's he doing? He's doing engineering, but we have taken a loan for him. So here are our parents willing to take a loan for a boy child. And for a girl, they said she will study for further education only when they get a scholarship. So I'm not sitting in judgment. All that I'm saying is it's a very fundamental problem. I think corporates, certainly large organizations, are going out of their way because this is coming as a pressure on them from society, from their customers, from their own employees. A journey where India, unfortunately, in fact, Bangladesh is way ahead as of in terms of number of women who are a workforce thing. India, we have done poorly, so I don't know whether I'm the right guy to answer, except that efforts are being made. And ma'am, this is not a question of only contract worker. This is not a question of informal worker. This is a question of the regular workers. This is a question of the white collar worker. This is a question of the middle level managers. This is a question at the top level. This is a question of the corner room. Everywhere the women are facing a certain amount of unstated but very clear bias. We have moved the needle but a bit too slowly. During the COVID, and last point I'm saying, 40% of the women were employed. That was the data collected. Then post-COVID, when people had to send back home, 60% of the people who were sent back home were women. And mind you, there were only 40% of the things. So there is this total bizarre discrimination happening. And I think ILO is aware of it. All of us are aware of it. We have to work at it together. No employer, no employee, but all of us together is my submission, Andre.
Thank you so much, Pradeep. And I think giving a segue on this and perhaps answering one of the questions that were more directly from the audience, I would ask Mr. Ratan if you can talk a little bit. What are the opportunities we can take from this, from the global connectivity of the supply chains and the value chains to promote formalization and lift the workers and the small companies from informality to formality? In 2 minutes, please.
We see that there is a complete and compromise, profit and benefit. Profit for the employers and benefit for the workers. And every businessman do business for their profit, and workers come to work for their wages. So there is a close relationship between skill, productivity, and wage. The value chain will help, but our trade union should be capable to address these problems. And because we know that without trade union, workers are helpless. They can cry. Sometimes they show their anger, but they should not achieve their goal or target. So in the value chain, we can raise some points that occupational safety and health should be a important issue. And we think we have so many guiding principles, so many binding principles, but the operating principles are very weak. So, and our government's support is insufficient and sometimes detrimental. So we amend our labor laws and we should include informal workers as workers, and we should protect their rights in the labor laws. We know that formalization will help livelihood in terms of wage, job security, retirement benefit, and reducing income inequality. So it is important to accountable the actors who are in the value chains. Otherwise, due diligence process will be paperwork and it will not operate. And I can conclude my speech that after we all realize that formalization is important for healthy development of economy and increased social protection and productivity of the working people. So the trade union of our country and trade union of South Asia should come together and find the way how to formalize the informal workers and how to protect the formal workers under the who are under the threat of informalization. We are not talking about informal workers, but we are worried about formal workers who are nowadays going to be informal. So we should protect them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ratan. And I think leading from your point of not just protecting informal workers or formal workers or whichever workers, the point is we need to protect all workers. And one of the questions from the audience was really around the definition and how we use change the mindsets from the different new forms of work that are emerging, be the gig economy, the contract workers. So in this context, how can we work on building a culture of formalization and move away from the perspective that why should I be doing right if nobody else is doing? So for this, I would invite Ms. Juna to give very quick remarks on this point.
Thank you, Andrew, again. While talking about the protection of the workers, I would also like to raise that there should be something that protects the rights of the employers as well. Because, we always talk about how we are going to protect the workers in different law. The labor law is all for the protection of the laborers, but for an entrepreneur also, when they start any kind of business, whether it's a big, large, or small, because we usually start small. I started 20 years ago with 2 rooms and 3 lakhs rupees. So I think there has to be some kind of discourse in protecting the rights of the employers also. Going back to the question, there are certain things that needs to be done, which is like, there needs to be a right measure that needs to be taken, and utmost understanding of the informal dynamics that can change the status of informality in the businesses. But when we are talking about the informal labor force, the benefits needs to far exceed the contribution in order to get them into formalization. Because it's from both the demand and the supply side that they are not open enough to come and register. Yes, it does look very good on papers that yes, it needs to be registered, everyone needs to comply by the laws, but when you go to the reality, like I said in my previously also, that the domestic workers are not even they themselves don't want to come out as as a domestic worker when in the registration process. So I think that deeply we need a thorough research on the reasons of informality in both the labor market and the business, and find gaps, the pain points in the system that can be addressed. That's one. We also need to have another research which just focuses on the priorities, needs, capacities of the workers as well as in businesses for the informal employment. Now, going back to the registration and the exit process, need to map and review the enterprise registration process, the exit processes, and then analyze them to look at the duplication of, there's any kind of duplication in the process, or if there's a double taxation, because just to register a drinking water facility, we have to register in 5 different places, So the registration process is also some kind of is very tedious. So I think this is what it is, but I think the main thing is there's a lot of research that needs to be done, and on the basis of that, we need to bring out the policies and not just bring out rules and regulations which actually doesn't reflect the reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juna. And I apologize that I'm rushing everybody, but we have a session starting in 2 minutes. So I would request a very quick remark from Sandeep, and then I'll ask Mr. Dandu to give one closing thought around coordination. Thank you.
I'll be quick. I have only one thought in terms of this, which is this: the ILO's tripartite thinking needs to change, in my opinion. If we want to bring informal to formal, contract workers, unions are shrinking, ILO talks to employers, government, and unions who are shrinking in importance and numbers. Contract workers and formals are not represented. So please change this tripartite thing and make it 4 or 5 parties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, yeah. Actually, we have. There is also the question of the definition sense. Actually, we do not need to change the present definition of the informality and the formalization. Actually, if we really work within the definition, present definition, then it is all for us. The first things, formalization means we should know that 3 kinds of registration system that should have. The first, business registration, just like enterprises registration. And then second, the organization registration, trade union, workers registration. And third is skill testing. If we have such kinds of system, system established into the government organization and government system, then it will work for all. I think there is another thing also I should share to you. We had a greater chance in our meeting in Thailand just in this November. Then we share we share to make a platform to every country which they have the experience of the formalization. Then we can go these steps. Okay. I can stop here, but I think this is if we have the sharing environment, which country has the experience. If there is a kinds of platform, and then if we make a platform develop, and then we can share sharing environment, we can have the sharing environment. Then each country has the experience, a lot of experience. Then we have the sharing environment, and that would be a lot for us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to first thank all our panelists and to highlight that how complex is the issue. 1 hour and a bit was not enough, so I apologize for our delay, and I appreciate all the participation. So thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists, and thank you for the good questions.
And thank you, everyone. I'm really sorry I have to be this time monitor, but then, we do really want to make sure that everybody gets equal time. Thanks. With that, may I invite Sudarshana Kundu, who's the Executive Director at Gender at Work Consulting Private Limited, while the photos are being taken for the next session. Is the last session of the day, but I think it's really going to be an interesting session because we've been talking about gender inequalities, we've been talking about discrimination, gender-based violence, and the role of women in the supply chains, formal economy, informal economy. So I think this is going to be a really great session that's going to focus on breaking barriers for women, applying an intersectional lens to human rights due diligence in supply chains. So Darshana, would you please take the stage and also invite your speakers? Thanks.
just bear with us as we make the arrangements, and if you just want to stand up a little bit, get up, and walk around in this room. Just give us 2 minutes, and we'll all settle down again. But don't go out, because getting you back is going to be difficult. So just stand up and and just walk around in this room itself. Yeah, Ashla, come. Can we have our panelists, please? You want them to invite? Doesn't matter. I'm asking them to introduce themselves. Okay, cool. Binda. Binda was here. She's right there. Binda, we're starting. Got everyone? Great. Can we have everyone seated, please? Thank you. Welcome to this session. I am Sudarshana, as Harpreet said. I'm from Gender at Work Consulting. This is the last session, and I know it's been a long day. So we really want to keep conversations here short, and we really want to hear from you and your questions. And so we would really invite you to kind of listen in, but really think of what to ask this eminent panelists. We've had a fantastic morning. I don't know how many of you were there for the session on human rights due diligence perspectives from the Global South. That was a fantastic session, and hopefully we will build on that. There's been a lot of conversations on looking at human rights. Due diligences, these have become now very popular, but we're here really to understand what are some of the gender challenges, gender equality challenges in those, what can we do to improve those, and listen to this set of people who are here who come from very different perspectives. I'm going to ask them to actually do their introduction very briefly and just go around and not try and introduce them myself. So, Niaz, over to you.
Thank you, Sudarshana, and good afternoon again. This is Syed Niaz. I'm one of the team leaders, a Better Work Program, ILO Country Office for Bangladesh.
Thank you so much. This is Binda Magar. I work with UNDP Nepal Country Office as Governance Advisor and Assistant Resident Representative Program. And I'm very happy to be part of this panel today. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Saiful Millat. I work for Amphori. If you don't know what is Amphori, it's a business association with 2,500 plus retailers, importers, brands, and associations with 27,000 engaged producers. We operate in 40 countries, and we have 16 country representatives. I must inform you that my colleague Joyce, the Asia Pacific director, spoke this morning on future of migration in South Asia, and my colleague Natasha, sitting over there, network representative of India, will be speaking tomorrow on grievance mechanism. That's all for now. I'll say maybe more later on. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ashila from Sri Lanka. I'm representing a Stand Up Movement Lanka. Stand Up Movement Lanka basically working with the workers on protect and promote of the worker rights.
Hello, I am Sakuna Gamage. I am from Sri Lanka too. I am representing Law and Society Trust Sri Lanka. I am working there as a researcher related to labor rights in free trade zone of Sri Lanka. Today actually I am going to support Ashila regarding some translations, what she want to express regarding the panel discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, panelists, for that introduction. We'll start with you, Binda. Just maybe because we've been talking about gender-responsive human due diligence, just give us a little bit of, from your understanding, why is it important to actually think about gender-responsive human rights due diligence? What are you seeing in terms of, the work that's happening? What do we really need to be doing on that?
Did you say Binda?
Yeah, Binda.
Okay, thank you so much. A little bit of confusion in the names. Anyway, thank you so much, Sudarshana, for this question. I'm sure that the team, the participants have been listening this since the opening of this program. When we talk about the gender responsive,
close to you. We need to get.
Yeah, when we talk about the gender responsive human due diligence, like the terminology by itself, like human rights due diligence is basically how do we make sure that human rights issues of all are taken into considerations. Then the moment we talk about the human rights, then what about the rights of the women and marginalized groups? That is most important. So the whole concept of taking into considerations the human gender equality responsive due diligence, I'll say that that is more and most important in terms of talking about the due diligence. It is why it is important, maybe 1 or 2 points from my side, and I'm not sure like how long you will give us in terms of the timing, but I would like to highlight 1 or 2 points here is, okay, if there are certain laws and policies in place, then whether we are taking into considerations about the concerns, the specific needs of women and marginalized group or not. Here, in case of Nepal, and just giving example, because we are from the South Asian regions also, if we took into account the women only, it is not going to resolve, or it is not going to address the specific needs of various groups of women. So how do we take into account the issues of intersectionality is very, very important. I can cite one small example with it is a woman. For example, if I take my own example, I'm a woman, I'm from Indigenous community in Nepal, and if I have any sort of disability, then how do the due diligence process takes into account? That is most important. If I am from the most marginalized geographically, distance-wise, how do that plays into account when we are talking about the due diligence, when we are talking about the migration issues? If my education is low, but I'm dire, I really wanted to go abroad and do some work, how does that account? If I'm a victim of any kind of violence, then whether and how I can get access to justice, what are the remedial processes, what are the issues that needs to be taken into account by the countries, the state, and also from the receiving destination country. That is one part. The last part, if I may, and I can, for the first round, I could conclude is basically whether or not in any of the companies, do they have any specific laws and policies is very, very important. And right now, what we are also taking into account is also whether the companies, the institutions, they have any kind of like specifically targeted policies on promoting gender parity, specifically targeting on promotion and inclusion of women in any kind of like counseling or in any kind of committees. That is very, very important. In terms of the trainings and in terms of the any kind of resources which are being developed, whether the issues and needs of women and other marginalized groups are taken into considerations or not is also very, very important. And with regard to the cases and issues which we hear is also about the harassment, sexual harassment, or sexual exploitations in various settings. So how do we take it account? What are the mechanisms in the companies or not to address those issues will be an important aspect. I also like to highlight one last point from my side is basically if there are any cases in the destination countries, then what are the mechanisms that the state can help to that victim or the survivor. I think that is most important. We saw that in case of COVID pandemic scenarios, that many of the employees who are, the workers who are back to their own countries, they are not able to go. That is one part. Secondly, the other one is like they are not given the remunerations, they are not given the job which they are promised. Then how do we take into account? And most of the cases, of course, there are, when we say, and also I would like to clarify that when we are talking about the gender equality, it's not only about women. So it's basically important that what are the processes that different groups may face. That is important to take into considerations. So these are some of the points. I didn't go to the point by because I know that most of the participants who are here are working in that particular areas. They may already know the steps, but I try to give with my perspective and based on my experiences also and linking with the work which we do in Nepal. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Binda, and thank you for actually raising the concerns of migrant workers, migrant women workers in particular, and the fact that this is not just, this is almost responsibility of businesses across countries sometimes, because you're actually having to think about responsibilities of host countries and domestic, that as well. I'm going to take on from where you stopped and kind of pass it on to Ashila, because you've been working with women workers for so many years. From your perspective of working with women workers, if you look at the human rights due diligence processes, what are the gaps that you are seeing from the perspective of women workers and other minority groups?
Okay. මම හිතන්නේ මේ තියෙන බොහෝ මෙවලම් වල tools වල කාන්තාවන් කියන්නේ කවුද කියන එක හරිම පටු තැනකින් තමයි අර්ථ දක්වලා තියෙන්නේ. We all of know all of women are not the same. අපි දන්නවා සිංහල කාන්තාවන්ගේ ප්‍රශ්න එකක්, දමිළ කාන්තාවන්ගේ ප්‍රශ්න එකක්, ඒ වගේම LGBTQI ප්‍රජාව නියෝජනය කරන පිරිසගේ ප්‍රශ්න issues තවත් විදියක්. මේ සියලුම ප්‍රශ්න අපට එක gender lens එකකින් පෙන්වන්න බෑ. නමුත් දැන් තියෙන බොහෝ මේවලම් වල මේ විදියට තමයි මේ ප්‍රශ්න එකම මෙවලමකින් තමයි පෙන්වලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ විතරක් නෙමෙයි. අපට එක fit size policy වලින් අපට බෑ මේ ඔක්කොම ප්‍රශ්න එක තැනකට දාන්න. මේවා වෙනස් විදියට sensitive විදියට අර්ථ දක්වන්න ඕනේ. නමුත් එහෙම දේවල් ගොඩක් දුරට වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
Basically, Ashila is saying, like when it's come to this human rights due diligence process, like it's very important, but when it's come to Sri Lankan context, like there are, like our population is very diverse. When it's come to women, women is not like kind of a one picture, because it's relevant to their cultural and ethnic backgrounds too. And when it's come to Sinhala women, they have different issues like they are facing while working in the free-trade zone or apparel industry, even in the other sectors. And even like when it's come to Tamil women, and they are facing different kind of issues, and they have different concerns regarding their cultural affiliations and all. It's same with Muslim women, and as well as not only women, also other areas like transgender, and they have different issues related to working circumstances. So when it's come to this human rights due diligence, like those areas should be very like micro sense level approach should be there. So that's what Ashila want to highlight first as one of the gaps regarding this approach.
ඒ වගේම සාමාන්‍ය කාන්තාව සම්බන්ධව උනත් පොලිසිස් හදද්දී බිස්නස් වලදී විශේෂයෙන්ම කාන්තාවට සෙන්සිටිව් විදියට සාමාන්‍ය පොලිසි එක හැදෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. බොහෝ දුරට බිස්නස් එක දියුණු වෙන විදියට නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියට පහසු වෙන ආකාරයේ පොලිසිස් තමයි ගොඩක් දුරට හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ විතරක් නෙමෙයි. සිස්ටමැටිකලි කාන්තාවෝ බිස්නස් එක ඇතුලේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලිය ඇතුලේ හැරස් වෙන විදියට සහ යාළ හිංසනයට පත්වන ආකාරයට තමයි ඒ සිස්ටම් සියල්ල හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට ටාගට්ස් වගේ දේවල් කවර් කරද්දී ඒ වගේ සිස්ටම් හදද්දී ඒ පොලිසිස් වලට ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඇතුළත් කරලා නැහැ. එතකොට ඒක ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඒ විතරක් නෙමෙයි. සමහර වෙලාවට අපිට තියෙන විශේෂයෙන්ම ප්‍රී ඉකොනොමික් සෝන්ස් වල කෝඩ් ඔෆ් කන්ඩක්ට්ස් තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒ කෝඩ් ඔෆ් කන්ඩක්ට්ස් තිබ්බට ඒවයි ගොඩක් දුරට ෆන්ඩමෙන්ටල් රයිට්ස් සම්බන්ධව කතා වෙන්නේ නැහැ. සමහරට සෝෂලි එයාලට උදව් වෙන දේවල් ටිකක් තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒ කෝඩ් ඔෆ් කන්ඩක්ට්ස් වල කොයි වෙලාවකවත් මෙයාලගේ මූලික ලිවිං වේජ් එකක් වගේ දේවල් කොහෙවත් කතා වෙලා නැහැ. ඒ විතරක් නෙමෙයි. ඒ කෝඩ් ඔෆ් කන්ඩක්ට් සම්බන්ධව ඔඩිට්ස් වගේ දේවල් වලදී හරිම සාධාරණ විදියට ඒ දේවල් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේත් නැහැ. ඒක ඇත්තටම බරපතල ප්‍රශ්නයක්.
As you said, like when it's come to free trade zone workers, like most of the times the companies are trying to be target oriented and profit oriented. Basically, it's same with like most of the industries. And when it's come to these harassments and other issues related to women, like they are not like focusing those aspects and just trying to like generalize with the system that which is existing within their industrial backgrounds. So in that sense, like Ashila saying, like therefore we have to like focus on more structural changes related to human rights and labor rights who are working in these industries.
Final thing is actually අපි දන්නවා ගොඩක් බිස්නස් සහ එහෙම නැත්නම් දේශපාලනය සහ මේ බිස්නස් කියන දෙක අතර තියෙන ඉතා කිට්ටු සම්බන්ධයක්. එතකොට ඒ කිට්ටු සම්බන්ධය නිසාම තියෙන පොලිසිස් වල එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ පොලිසිස් වල තියෙන දේවල් ක්‍රියාත්මක ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ට් කර ගැනීමේදී ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. මේ දෙපාර්ශවය එකට ඉඳීම තුළ බිස්නස් කරන අය එහෙම නැත්නම් ෆැක්ටරි ඕනර්ස්ලා ඔක්කොම බොහොම ළඟ විදියට ඩීල් කරනවා පොලිටිෂියන්ස්ලත් එක්ක. එතකොට පොලිටිෂියන්ස්ලට ඒකේ ඩීල් එකේ අනිත් පැත්තට තියෙන එක තමයි මේ බිස්නස් එක ගෙනියද්දි සපෝට් කරන්න ඕනේ මේ පොලිසිස් ගැන මේ මෙවලම් ගැන කිසිම විදියක යාලට නියාමනය කරන්න එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒව පිළිබඳව හොයා බලන්න බැරි වෙනවා මේ ගනුදෙනුව නිසා. මේකත් ලොකුම ප්‍රශ්නයක් මේ ගැප්ස් අතරට මේ වගේ ප්‍රායෝගික කාරණාත් ඇත්තටම ගැටලු හැටියට තියෙනවා.
And other aspect is like when it's come to national policies regarding labor rights who are working in apparel industry as well as other industries too, those are coming through politicians as well as politicians has relations with the company owners and others. So therefore, like it has become a very difficult task to implement and make a kind of action. Like because all are documented and they are saying like we have this policy regarding the labor rights, but when it's come to practical aspect, it is very difficult to implement because of the involvement of politicians and their interrelations with the company owners.
Thanks, Ashila. You've kind of raised a number of important issues. One, from looking at the fact that there are different cultural contexts, and we have to think about that within the businesses. But you've also raised a very important point about the business-politician nexus and the corruption thereof. And that brings me to Niaz in a way, because you've been working with so many businesses in Bangladesh. From your vantage points of how you engage with businesses, what has been effective in actually working with businesses in bringing in a gender responsive lens into these due diligence processes?
Thank you so very much, and thank you, the panelists. So rich discussion. So if you are asking like what's working and maybe what's probably not so much working, so maybe I will start with a bit of a part of solution before I go into that area. And if I can refer back to our theme of the session, like breaking barriers, very, very simple questions. in terms of human rights due diligence, do we need to break those barriers? And more importantly, do we want to? I know it's a philosophical setting to start with, but it's very, very important that we start with those questions, because without that conscious volition, we are not going to get anywhere. It's a hamster wheeling all over the place. And without that, I think this conversation also needs to be beyond affectations. Like, it has to be sincere. Why? Because when it's sincere reflection that, yes, we want to break those barriers. I know, as Binda very rightly said, gender is not about women, but we know where we have to start, right? So if we want to break those barriers, and if we need to break those barriers, we have to be sincerely wanting to do that. That's number one. That's part of the solution, I strongly believe. Because that creates vision, and that vision creates direction. So if we need a proper direction, we have to create a vision that's clear and that's sincere for all of us. So that's where we have started, and that's where we need to start. And loads of progresses have also happened. I'm not saying like it's from the square one. And you mentioned about Bangladesh, Better Bangladesh program has been working with hundreds of apparel factories. So that's a good learning area. Have we everything achieved already? Absolutely not. Have we done lots of progresses? Absolutely yes. So how can we take that learning and maybe trickle it down, disseminate among other sectors? And beyond even apparel, it's only 450 export-oriented factories. How can we go to the other factories, subcontracted? And sometimes even I may say, like, it's not very common to also Bangladesh, there's like sketchier aspect of it. It goes somewhere and then there is no visibility. What happens? Nobody knows, right? And I'm keeping the gender dynamic here. So before I go on a little bit like what we can do, I want to also refer back to like maybe two very, very critically important ILO convention. One is 100, which talks about the remuneration gap, and 111, what talks about the discrimination. And those particular two are being referenced in every possible areas of human rights due diligence when it comes to gender particularly. To just kind of maybe template the idea for our conversation, I'm going to be taking that as maybe 4 distinct areas. Actually, Binda has helped me talk about few of those things already, what happens at the factory and the enterprise level. So we want to talk about the paid work and care, which includes the maternity, which includes the pregnant women, which includes the sexual and reproductive health, right? We want to talk about the voice and the representation, extremely important. Sometimes, when we talk about the freedom of association and collective bargaining, we forget about the gender dynamic, right? So that's very also important, that we have progress, but again, an area that we can still do a loads. And this is important. It's not about only making space for women because, they're part of the game. We have reasons and data and, studies to believe and to see that, this actually makes a complete difference, polar difference in terms of what happens in terms of result. Because you know what, they are very much part of the process. They're very much part of our population. They're very much part of our life. And they so need to be part of our processes, very much so. Otherwise, we are literally missing one side. It's completely lopsided, and we are missing out on everything if I want to put a business case lens to it. And another area, of course, discrimination. I think we have talked about the wage gap. We have talked about the sexual harassment bit. But I think we are forgetting also there are like contractual discrimination as well. Sometimes it doesn't get said enough. And do we see that? Yes. There are lots of good factories, but there are also factories and enterprises who can do better. And sometimes I will be a little bit, again, a bit objective that, I have also seen that sometimes an employer also is kind of missing out on the fact just because they don't have the clear understanding. It's not always the bad intention. So it's also very important that we bring them in the conversation, sometimes maybe not so easily, admittedly, but I think that also is part of our job, that we bring them into the conversation. Last but not least, I think the leadership and the development, skills development, there is another area that's also sometimes it's there, and it's sometimes been talked as a very, interesting area, but I think the list has been done around that area in terms of as a self-reflection coming from the international organization and the development partners. Career opportunities, what are we doing about it? Leadership positions. And for me, if you ask me, the quality of that leadership position is very, very important. Are they getting the right positions? How much they're struggling to get the similar position the man is doing? And I think they have talked about the transgender. What if someone is not there? And like it gets probably worse, right? What if someone who has a different kind of orientation? I think my colleague from Sri Lanka was mentioning about that. So is it increasingly difficult for those guys? Have we looked at that with proper lenses? Is another gap area that we can work with. And it comes with a bit beyond, goes beyond the enterprises. Because the literacy, financial literacy, as a society, as a community, we are not looking at those in a proper way. So being a man, I'm already privileged and in an advantageous position when it comes to another woman with same capability and same capacity. So we are not going beyond that. So how can we go beyond that? And I think we have heard this in this 2-day session that businesses need to see themselves as beyond only a profit-making machine, right? So they are part of a community. They're part of our sustainable development. They're part of our society. So they need to start looking at themselves as. Otherwise, we are not going to go anywhere. But just maybe last 30 seconds, solution is a very big area. I don't also consider myself a big expert there. But I think dialogue and transparency are two major means. We have to bring into the conversation the right people, and that can go anywhere. Like it shouldn't get biased and hindered by whose gender what is, sex, gender, beyond. So process owners, whoever is getting affected, we heard yesterday from an indigenous person that, our lives getting affected. Why is it so difficult for people to consult us when they are taking a decision knowing fully well that that will affect my life, and to a degree that it's completely life altering? So I don't get a say. It goes everywhere, right? So that's very connectable and relatable. And just again, maybe if we don't get the gender right, we don't get decent work right. That as simple as that, as an equation. And of course, last bit is we talked about responsible business conduct. So I think that goes without saying that that responsibility needs to be shared by everyone involved. Supply chain, beyond supply chain, labor rights, human rights. If not, and if we are again going back to the play, that okay, I'm pushing down the responsibilities, I'm sending a checklist audit and exercise to some enterprises that I'm getting my shirts made in, okay, then we have failed. So that needs to change. We have to find out like what's my responsibility. Am I doing the right things? Am I being responsibly doing the business before I look at anybody else? Thank you.
Thanks, Niaz. And again, several points also to kind of think about, which resonates with a lot of the others on the panel, but thinking about different groups of women, and not to think about women as a homogeneous category, thinking about minority rights within, whether it's transgender rights, rights of people with the LGBTQI groups. But one of the very important points that you've raised is this concept of going responsibility beyond the supply chain, and to kind of think about the social responsibility of businesses in general. And the other point that you did raise, which I actually will now go to Milat about, is the engagement with businesses, right? And one of the things that we've talked about is the tools that we have at our disposal, the HRDD tools that are used for these due diligence processes, which can or may not, depending upon how they're used, as an engagement mechanism, as a way of getting awareness to the businesses, right? For them to actually understand what are the forms of discrimination that lies within the within their own companies. So my question to you is that from that perspective, because you've been working with businesses, many producers across retailers, how do you stop making that the HRDD tool as a checklist exercise? How does that become an engagement process? What are the gaps currently, and what do we need to change?
Thank you, Sajashana. I think Niaz very well covered about the challenges and various areas of industries and the practices where there are practical examples that he shared. I will go in a very summarized way. One reason is because it's been covered already by all the panelists. Second is because the challenge of speaking at the last session to hold your attention is very difficult. So in a very few words, I would like to say three things. One is understanding the setup, the working environment, which is like, let's understand the women's need, their expectations, what do they want, instead of giving them something. Like, I need a glass of water, and you give me an iPhone. I do not want that. Like, let's understand that first. So going in that length, that depth, to understand them will be the first thing to do, and that is still missing, no matter what we talk about, no matter how many projects that we bring along. Second would be like lack of integration and resilience. Here I would emphasize on the saying of missing transparency. Like Neeraj said, the leadership team and the worker group, the gap between them is still there, and that can be worked out only through open discussion. Again, Neeraj covered that social dialogue is so imperative in this area. Third and the last, I would say, the mindset, the seeing the long-term impacts and sustainability. What I mean is that the owners, the entrepreneurs, the associations, the trade union, anyone, everyone into the stakeholder need to understand how it is going to impact, how it is going to benefit my business or the country or the community as well in a long-term sustainable way, how this is going to bring the benefit in the long term. It's not just for passing an audit. It's not, because we believe for a continuous improvement. As you know, it is not a certification program. We often hear from some of our brands and retailers, and also from the producer side as well. We call them business partner these days, and they say, I want BSc certification. We said, no, this is not a certification. So this is a continuous improvement program, and that is what is missing, I believe. I would stop saying more here. Like I promised, I will try to be precise by sharing one quote of Timothy Leary, if you have heard of this name. Women who seek to be equal with men lack imagination. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Millat. I think this idea of continuous improvement is very interesting, and I hope we'll get a chance to kind of understand a little bit more of how do we kind of make these tools as something which is not just a one-off process, but something that engages the businesses and gets them to think about what is the sustainable impact that these tools can have, and how we can, if you actually incorporate a gender lens. But we actually want to kind of not keep speaking here. What we really want to do is open it up to all of you and hear from you as to what your questions are and your reflections are. So we'll take a few questions. If you have a particular question that you want to direct to a particular panelist, please do so. Or otherwise, just let us know that it's open to any panelist to answer. When you do ask the question, we'll go to you. But when you do ask the question, please just mention your name and where you're from, just to put it in context, right? I'll also come down, and I also already see Shipa's hand up. And so can we show of hands 2 or 3 more so we can, okay, there's one. Shipa here, any more? Okay, we'll go there.
These 2 days, I'm continuously thinking about what are the incentives for the business or corporate sectors. They're so powerful, they're so big, so large, and almost most of the country, they kind of dominate. So why they have to be gender responsive, inclusive? Yes, we know it is for their sustenance, it is for the dignity, ethical values, and all those. Does it really count? So I like to hear from you. As far as we heard from you, it was very interesting. What do you think? What will make them interested to change, to be responsive, and transform themselves? I'm really continuous thinking, maybe in these kind of settings, we bring those, business kind of big heads who can say that they are so ethical, They are so gender responsive. They transform the whole, stereotype culture of this, societies, and they are doing so well. Why they are doing it?
Thanks, Shipa. So
And just to finish it, once this Bangladesh bank, really it was the World Bank who, helped them, did a study on the banks couple of years back in Bangladesh. And they find out wherever there are more women workers, it's not really leaders or managers, the worker, those banks were doing better than others. So Bangladesh Bank taken a project to help the banks to be more sensitive. But that was mostly relevant to the, kind of their conditions of women's work doing better, but not really the position part or the strategic interest was not covered. So I like to.
So I think, Shipa, you've already started answering your own question. We'll go there, and then somebody here, and then.
Okay, this is Sahasan from Sri Lanka. My question is for Achala. Actually, මේ ලංකාව කාන්තාව ගත්තොත් එයාලා කොහොමත් හැමදාම මොන හරි මෙයාලට ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ මේ වගේ discriminations මේ ළඟදී ඔයා වීඩියෝ එකක් දැකලා ඇති senior police officer එකනයි female police එකනාගේ කොණ්ඩය he literally pulling out. ඒ වගේ discriminations වගේ අපි හිතනකොට ඒවා discrimination එකක් වගේ කාන්තාවට තේරෙන්නේ වගේ මට හිතෙනවා. එයාලට understand එක discrimination එකක් කියලා එයාලට understand කරන්න බෑ වගේ. ඔයාලට මොනවද කියන්න පුළුවන් මේ වගේ කාන්තාවට මේක discrimination එකක් කියලා educate කරන්න ඔයාලට මොනවද කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ මොන හරි constitution ඒ වගේ නැත්නම් මොන හරි project අපිට කරන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් මොන හරි තියෙනවද කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්ද?
Can we ask you to translate that question? That was a long question, but can you summarize it quickly and translate it in English?
Can you say it in English too?
English.
Otherwise, shall I? Actually, like he was asking, like there are so many ways of discriminations happen regarding the women in Sri Lanka. So, he wants to know, like sometimes, like when it's come to the workers, they don't know something happened to them as a discrimination. So therefore, like he's asking Ashila, like what kind of steps that they can take regarding that kind of things.
Sudarshana was. Yeah. And let's also see hands from those people who have not spoken earlier. I saw some new hands.
Thank you so much. My name is Priyanka, and I would like to share some reflections that I myself have faced as a woman. Starting with the stigmatization that comes up with climbing the corporate ladder, or the stigmatization that comes up with getting promotions on your job. I don't know if you have seen, there's an Indian commercial where there's a talk about promotion, and then everybody thinks it's about a woman and a man, and then when the person comes, it's a man, and the disappointment in the panel of HR, it's just a different story. So if you have seen that advertisement, you'll relate to what I'm saying. But when we talk about human rights, the basic thing is about dignity of work, and a lot of women do not get that. They are already always very much questioned about their expertise, their skills they bring onto the table. Secondly, we also have seen a lot of corporate houses making motherhood penalty and fatherhood bonuses. So every woman in corporate sector or in any other business sector, she has to think twice before she wants to step into the motherhood journey, because it comes with a lot of penalties. Third thing is also the constant need to prove yourself, because it's such a replaceable world. I don't know if my male counterparts feel the same, but I, as a female, I always feel the pressure to be on the game, because I can be replaced anytime. So the security that women workers do not feel in their fields is something that is very concerning. These three instances I wanted to bring to make the room aware of the layers of barriers that we need to break. And my question to the panelists is, how do we shift power dynamics to make that breaking barriers a reality?
That's great. Maybe we'll take these 3 questions now and then come back for the next set. We see it, but because we'll, I think, forget the questions otherwise. So let's take these 3 questions now. Just another request, while you're actually asking the question, do introduce yourself. It just helps us kind of put a little bit, and we'll get to know each other a little bit better if we do that. Okay, so who wants to take the question on how do we convince businesses on that? Do you want to kind of?
Again, I'll be quick. Maybe Niyaj can give also add on to that if I miss anything. I think on every relation, the first thing needed is transparency. If you do not believe your partner, if it is personal relation or business in anything, so we always emphasize on building transparency, and that is the basis of any long-term relation. So we always encourage. I think Shipa asked this question. I'm sure she is coming from the same industry, same background, and I know her personally that she has such a vast background, but I think it is a common question for many of us when we are sitting here and talking about what are the gaps, why it is not happening really. So we would say bring the transparency in, give them the feeling of ownership and partnership. Then only they will open up, then they will discuss, then they will trust you, then they will tell you what are missing, what is not happening. That's all I would like to say. Niyaj, if you'd like to add anything, or anyone?
Okay, maybe very, very quickly. So, I mean, why they should, I think we have discussed it enough. Why they would is a question that they will be able to answer better. However, I like this question because, again, that brings us back to the paper to practice, because otherwise it's not happening, right? So another thing that I was just writing down here, like, incentives, it comes in so many forms. It doesn't always have to translate under that double line, like bottom line, as the corporates say. It depends on like someone, again, I think I started with this, like what do we want? See, business, am I here, if I were an entrepreneur, so I wanted to bring people together. Could be an intention, and I have met entrepreneurs like this. It's not about money. Yes, profit is important, otherwise we are not going to be sustaining, but that's not their objective after all. They want to bring people together. They want to take care of it. They want to make a change, because every business is actually responding to a need or a problem in the society in whatever form. If they're selling soap, they're just selling cleanliness. So they're just selling something. So it's society serving the society. So it's very important for us. They're creating jobs. So incentive, I really cannot really properly answer. But the last bit is that, you just mentioned something about the Bangladesh in one bank. I think that's a very, very good example. You're answering your own question already. So if they have already found, because I'm not aware of the study, if they have already found that the whatever level, women, because women were working, it translated into better something, let's say on the bottom line even. So if I were an entrepreneur, my incentive would be, okay, now I have to bring them in the leadership position. Maybe that will translate into millions of dollars. Why not? Because you know what, before that, we wouldn't think that okay, bringing women into my workforce will translate into something positive. Now it has. So the next step will be only to see, because as a businessman, we think also, what is a business? What's a business case? This is a business case, you are already saying. And there is the incentive automatically is given. Thanks.
Thanks. Ashila, there's a specific question that's been addressed to you.
ඇත්තටම මගේ යාළුවා මතු කරේ හොඳ ප්‍රශ්නයක්. මොකද ඔහු ගෙනාපු එක්සාම්පල් එකෙන් කිව්වේ පොලිස් නිලධාරිනියකට මහා මග ප්‍රසිද්ධියේ හැරස්මන්ට් එකක් සිද්ධ කිරීම. එතකොට එතනින් පෙන්වන්නේ ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මේ එතනත් ඕනම තලයක පිරිමියෙක් ගැහණියකට නම් අවශ්‍ය ආකාරයට හැරස් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියන පණිවිඩය තමයි සමාජගත කරේ තවදුරටත්. එතකොට අපිට පේනවා අවයානස් පැත්තෙන් මතු කරපු කාරණේට උත්තර දෙද්දී ඇත්තටම කාන්තාව හැටියට ඔවුන් එයාලට verbally mentally වෙන harassment ෆිසිකලි වෙන හැරස්මන්ට් යාලා ගණන් ගන්නේ නැති තත්ත්වයට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට සෙක්ෂුවලි වෙන හැරස්මන්ට් එකක් බරපතල සෙක්ෂුවල් හැරස්මන්ට් එකක් නම් විතරක් යම්කිසි විදියක ඇක්ෂන් ගන්න තත්ත්වයක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. ඒකට ප්‍රධාන හේතුව ඇත්තටම දැනුවත්භාවයටත් වඩා ඒක පිළිබඳව ඇක්ෂන් ගන්න තියෙන අමාරුකම. ඒක නිසා ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් යෝජනා දෙකක් කරන්න කැමති. අවයානස් කාන්තාවන්ට විතරක් නෙමෙයි පිරිමින්ට සහ මේ නීති ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන සියලුම තලයේ නීති සම්පාදනය කරන සියලුම තලයේ අය අවයානස් එක ලබා ගත යුතුයි. දෙක මේ පවතින නීතිය ඇතුලේ හැරස්මන්ට් සම්බන්ධව තමන්ට යුක්තිය හොයාගන්න ඉතාමත් අපහසුයි. ඒක නිසා පවතින නීතීන් ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම සෑහෙන දුරට වෙනස් කරන්න ඕන තත්ත්වයක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ.
Actually, Ashila was mentioning the person from Sri Lanka. He mentioned an example, one of the incident that happened recently regarding women police officer harassing by a male police officer. So he mentioned that before. Actually, I forgot to mention it in my translation. So, like she's saying, like when it's come to awareness regarding this discrimination, like it's a very larger thing. Like there are so many ways that it can happen, as well as not only the women should get concerned about the harassment or whatever the violations happen to them. It's also related to other hierarchies, even the police, even the other officials, all of them, and all of them should understand what is the discrimination, what is the violation regarding women, how they should act regarding stop those kind of things. And the other thing is when it's come to law and regulation in Sri Lanka, there are so many gaps regarding this, especially women rights violation in the working circumstances. So there is immense need of changing the law and regulation, and also the other policy related to these aspects.
Thanks. Binda, can I come to you, especially around the question of how do you address the power imbalances, and if you want to respond to the others as well. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I will not definitely take all three, but I will try to respond one or two, which I thought that's quite interesting questions also. With regard to what will take them to change, or the incentives and all, which was referred in the question, what I feel is after the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goal, the 2030 Agenda, and in case of Nepal, there were a lot of effort from the government of Nepal, and National Planning Commission being a main entity to coordinate with the government was really pushing hard to sensitize and to make sure that people are aware of these agendas and all. And from the UN agency side also, UNDP being an integrator, playing an integrator role for the achievement of the SDGs, we are also really working hard. Then how do we bring about the private sector on board was a major concern for us. And I'm linking this with, it is not as an incentive, but what we had put an effort is to make them understand that the businesses which they do, of course, it is for the profit, it is for better society and all, whatever we say it. But at the end of the day, how do they contribute to achieve the SDGs was one of the major area which we discussed with the private sectors, and it was an effort. And some of the private sectors, they really came forth to work with government and with the UN agencies together. That's one. Second, last piece, which is on the power dynamics, which a lady in front, which I think you are from FES, right? So we, who had raised this question. I think this is very, very important. We always talk about the power dynamics. We always talk about the having effective laws and policies in place. I mean, gender responsive laws and policies in place, but the implementation part is weaker. I think it's all about until and unless it is internalized, until and unless it is being taken by an individual with full commitment, it is not going to change. That's one. The other one is, which a colleague from Bangladesh also shared about changing the attitude part is very, very important. I see a former Constituent Assembly member sitting in front of us. I know when we worked together during the 2008 and 13 time period when we are drafting a constitution in Nepal, at that time, there were so many issues which came across in the discussions, and most important part was how do we convince them that the rights and the protection issues which we are raising for women and marginalized groups should be, and it should be reflected in the constitution. So so for that, it is important to have pull and push force both together, but at the same time, the internalization, the change in attitude is very, very important. Thank you.
Before we go to a set of questions, we will have time just to add to this incentive bit, because this comes in so many times. So there are multiple things that I think we'll have to remember. One, there's, the private sector, when you're, working with businesses, data matters, right? And evidence matters. So there is tons of evidence now, which is actually talking about how inclusion and gender inclusion is actually beneficial to the businesses in terms of profitability, in terms of actually their own internal team, collaboration, innovation, all of those, right? Especially having women on boards, for example, actually they do better in certain sectors, right? So there is something to start off with in terms of evidence. The second is to kind of actually, which has also been talked of, is to not go at it in a confrontational manner, but to actually invite them in, right? We kind of always kind of come at it, especially when we're looking at it from a women's rights or civil society perspective. Many of us have a tendency to go at it at an antagonistic manner. And I think that is actually counterproductive in actually bringing businesses in. And the third thing is to kind of think about the fact that the gender bit is not only about advancing women, but actually a lot of companies are now dealing with issues of climate change. They're dealing with many other hot button issues to survive and actually thrive. And actually inclusion of gender in these kind of supply chains is actually much better in terms of some of these other benefits, right, as well, and in terms of some of these other SDG goals that Binda kind of mentioned. So we have to kind of actually link the gender discourse to the larger discourse of what's happening in terms of the really big, wicked challenges, as they call it, in their sort of the business sector as well. So that's another bit of to think about how do we kind of address this incentives question. We have time for,
Sudarshana,
I think.
If I could add just on, just building on your last point, because you did talk about the financial benefits and the incentives in there. But I think also if you look at it, businesses need to also look at, because there are also, look at also from a risk perspective. What are the risks to the businesses? Operational risk, reputational risk, legal risk. I mean, what's going to happen? So businesses are looking at it also as, I hate to say, because I do not believe that, there has to be a business case for respecting women, for respecting people from different communities. It doesn't have to be a business case, but if you're really looking at a business case, the businesses have operational risk. I mean, look at many examples where, there were issues about sexual violence at the workplaces and how they had to respond, and the amount of time and the energy and the resources that businesses had to spend to kind of look at their reputation, but also the legal risk. There are more and more cases, that are being filed in the courts. So you also see the legal risk in that sense as well. So I think there are operational risk, there are legal risk, there are reputational risk, and there are financial risk. And remember, risks collide. If it's about your operations or your reputation, you're going to have to then, the financial and the legal risk would come together. So it's not just one risk. So I think that's a big incentive for businesses to start respecting human rights. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Harpreet, for that. Round of questions. One here.
Hello, I'm Puspa Pokhrel and I'm a PhD candidate at HKU. So my question is, what roles do the companies play in the environment they are working, which does not protect or restricts or violates the rights of women or LGBTI people? Since we are talking about intersectionality in terms of MHRDD, I was wondering what would be the role of companies in those kind of environment. Thank you.
Let's see if there are other people, and then I'll come back to you We will come back, just don't worry.
I think it's also about creating equal
You're not being
opportunities to sort of.
discriminated, we're not being discriminated. No, we'll come back to him saying, don't you worry. Just,
Shall I go ahead?
yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shambhavi. I'm from Gender at Work India. Thank you for sharing your insights. My question is to Mr. Niaz. You spoke of leadership and sort of hinted at the idea of, conscious responsibility. So I wanted to know, based on your experience, what are some tangible ways in which supervisors or employers who are predominantly male can enable support for women and ensure human rights due diligence for workers, but particularly women and women who come from varied contexts?
Speaking Nepali. मेरो नाम इन्द्रमाया गुरुङ म नेपाल आदिवासी जनजाति अपाङ्ग सङ्घ निराबाट प्रतिनिधित्व गर्छु मेरो घर गोर्खा म चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भने यो जुन चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जको कुराहरू आयो हैन अनि त्यसपछि त्यहाँनिरको अहिले यहाँ संरक्षणको कुराहरू आइरहँदाखेरि के लाग्छ भने आदिवासीहरू चाहिँ त्यहाँ रहेका आदिवासीहरूलाई चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय निकुञ्जले पनि एकदम भित्र पस्न दिँदैन त्यहाँ भएको जडीबुटीहरू प्रयोग गर्न दिँदैन दाउरा घाँसहरू नेपालीहरूलाई त दाउरा घाँसको आवश्यकता हुन्छ दिँदैन त्यसपछि हाम्रो आदिवासीहरूको चाहिँ ज्ञान सिपहरू चाहिँ ज्ञान सिपबाट नै अथवा हामीले चाहिँ आदिवासीहरूको कस्तो हुन्छन् भने एक किसिमले चाहिँ रक्सी पारेर अथवा त्यहाँको जडीबुटीले जाँड रक्सी बनाएर उनीहरूको आत्मनिर्भर भएका हुन्छन् नि त्यो भित्र जान पाउँदैन यहाँनिर संरक्षणको कुराहरू आइरहेका छन् संरक्षण त अब सरकारले गरेका अब आर्मी सेनाहरू मात्रै राखेका हुन्छन् त्यो भित्र पस्न दिँदैन नदिसके पछाडि त्यहाँको आत्मनिर्भरहरूको सबै कुराहरू खोसिएको हुन्छ नेपालको अवधिमा म भन्न चाहन्छु त्यसैले आफ्नो ज्ञान सिपहरूलाई संरक्षण गर्नको लागि हाम्रो आदिवासीहरूको चाहिँ संरक्षण गर्नको लागि चाहिँ यो संरक्षण गरिरहँदाखेरि चाहिँ आरक्षणको संरक्षण गरिरहँदाखेरि वन जङ्गलको संरक्षण गरिरहँदाखेरि हामीले पुर्खौँदेखि वर्षौँदेखि आदिवासीहरूले पाल्दै आएको संरक्षण गर्दै आएको वन चाहिँ अहिले अब सामुदायिक भइसके पछाडि नेपालले चाहिँ नेपालको टोलमा हामी आदिवासीहरूले प्रयोग गर्न पाएका छैनौँ राज्यले त्यसको लागि चाहिँ वन उपभोक्ता समितिहरू बनाए तापनि उपभोक्ता समितिले चाहिँ आफ्नो त्यहाँनिर स्थानीयले चाहिँ प्रयोग गर्न पाउँदैन त्यो भएको हिसाबले चाहिँ यसमा चाहिँ अब युएनडिपीले कसरी चाहिँ लगिन्छ अथवा हामी यहाँनिर छलफल गरिरहँदाखेरिको यहाँनिर भएको चाहिँ हाम्रो प्यानलिस्टहरूले पनि के गर्नु पर्यो भने अब चाहिँ हाम्रो ज्ञान सिपहरूलाई चाहिँ संरक्षण गर्ने हिसाबले अथवा हामीले चाहिँ जडीबुटीहरू दाउराहरू घाँस दाउराहरू गाईबस्तु पाल्नु त पर्यो नि होइन आत्मनिर्भरको लागि त्यसको लागि चाहिँ हामी कसरी अगाडि बढ्न सक्छौँ भन्न चाहन्छु धन्यवाद
Translate right away.
Thank you, Indra ma'am. So the question is more related to the how do we protect the knowledge and skills of the indigenous people. So Indra Mayaji had actually linked with the buffer zone, the protected area in the national parks, around the national parks. So in the name of the protection, in the name of protecting the forest, the government has taken many, many measures. In doing so, our rights are being violated. But at the same time, she also highlighted two other points, which I'm not sure whether this panel will be able to respond here. But it's more about, first is like, how do you protect the indigenous knowledge and skills of the indigenous people? That's one. Secondly, the processes, the various ways of making traditional alcohol and all, it is not given here in Nepal. So what can this panel recommend on those issues also? So these are two set of questions I gather from her sharing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure.
And thank you, Harpreet, for giving this additional task of translating also.
Yeah, she's
Thank
master
you.
delegator, as we all know, right?
Thank you for giving me floor. I really appreciate. South Asia is largely a male-dominated society, though we have more women in number, but culturally it's a male-dominated society. So in order to break the barriers for women, I think that we have gender transformative approaches. I don't know if we have actually translated gender transformative approaches to the business and human rights language. If there is any example in the region, that would be helpful to actually empower women in the economic sector. Thank you.
This is Sunil from Nepal. I want to learn from Sri Lankan diversity how Tamil and Singla are incorporated, because we have similar stories in Nepal. In the name of women, most of the Brahman and Kshetris are only incorporated. Thank you.
Please go ahead and respond. On the indigenous one, I think if we can focus on the indigenous women and how we are actually bringing them possibly into business and supply chains, and what is the due diligence required for that. But we'll have more opportunities for actually discussing on indigenous knowledge in some of tomorrow's sessions. So let's focus on business and supply chains and due diligence within it for this one. Yeah, please go ahead.
Maybe one point in the question which Indiraji had asked. Probably if we look at the business and human rights, I think the language could really play a major role, because in case of Nepal, as we all know, and like I can take the example of India also, it's very diverse, and other countries also. And most of the people who migrate and most of the people who go for foreign employment are also from the marginalized groups, from indigenous populations also. So the access to information, right to information, even though we talk whether it is accessible to them or not, I think that angle we could already link. And on the knowledge and skills, definitely, as you mentioned in the other panels, that if that could be addressed, that will be very much appreciated. But the language is very, very important, because even there are communities who don't understand even Nepali language. So how do we address those? And when these people are traveling abroad, and also they are promised for a salary or a type of job, and when they end up and they get something else, and they are not in a position to respond, they are not in a position to confront, they are not in a position to really negotiate and discuss. How do we take that into consideration will be very important. Thank you.
And that's so much for in terms of the multiple barriers that indigenous women face, right? Language is just one barrier, but just knowledge about what access, how do you kind of, what are their rights, all of those are things that they'll have to also deal with, because they may not have access to many of this information because of language barriers in many cases. So that's a very important point. Yeah, please.
So Darshan, if I may answer the question of Zia from Pakistan, Awaz. And I think we did not answer to this young lady on the front good enough when she asked basically about the promises that we make, if I understood it correctly, that those are very flashing news and promises, good words, but you fear or you experience that maybe those are not real. And I'll tell you, and that's a common answer for Zia from Awaz, Pakistan as well. We have a business case. Niaz was mentioning about business cases. We have a business case we would like to share with you, and it is common, and you can find it in Google and like public pages. We call Shobola, the women empowerment project that we ran in Bangladesh, a very successful one, 2.5 years long. We did very detailed, and I will not go in detail about what was it about and how we measure the success. You can always Google, you can always reach out to us. We'll give you more details if you want to replicate the same idea into other areas. This Shobola project was very successful for a few reasons, because the impact analysis was done by a neutral party, and they said how successful it was. And the promotions really took place. Many workers came into the leadership positions. Two interesting points was, one was the buddy system, not just the social dialogue, effective social dialogue that took place. Buddy system is like, in every workplace, in every supply chain, you see there's not a single worker who is working. There are people in front, side by side, behind, or someone, and they go to the community. So they spread the learning, and they spread it to across different areas. If you have any more question about this, please reach out to us after this session. We'll tell you where to find more about this Shobula project. Another important thing came from the Shobula project was sensitization. You need to prepare your male workers, male-dominant industry, to understand and to accept women, which will bring in business benefits, financial benefits. Like Harpreet very kindly added the word that it is not only financial benefit that they're going to make, but it is going to be sustainable and their reputation as well. But we can share with you how one factory called DBL Group, who was our project partner, and CSS Center and other, fully funded by us, Amphori. And this DBL Group showed us results of how the absenteeism going down, how the production going up, and why it is happening, because there is a female leader on the line, a supervisor or a manager, where women can go and discuss and openly share. More details, of course, later on. Thank you.
Back to Niaz, do you want to take the question?
Thank you. The question, I think I'll try to respond, and conscious of time as well. Yes, and I will start with where Milad Bhai said, like, we often forget to ask women what they want. That's a given. Anyway, I think that's something that also sometimes in a good bias way. But there I will start, because it's not a forced imposition when it comes to leadership. Like, oh, no, I have to have that many supervisors, women supervisors. Because of the reputation, I don't want to window dress, right? So our experience says, like, it's somewhere in between. Some of them have, again, I will go to the sincerity of the, cause. So what we saw is a bit of a mix. So, and also I want to emphasize here again that it's not men's job to accept or tell, like, okay, it's not their approval that we are looking for, right? It's about making space. It's about respecting. It's about supporting, right? So that is very, very clear container that you have to put that in. Otherwise, it goes again like, okay, if men supervisors are agreeing a woman, we don't want that, right? And sometimes we also see over-enthusiastic male supervisor. No, I'm here to support her. Don't worry about it. But nobody's asking you. So what you have to do is create that proper space. And how do we do that? So that kind of sensitization has been a part of our experience. Better Work, particularly a program that we have gender as a very mainstream to when we work with our enterprises and with the influencing agenda. But we also have an initiative. We actually, for years, we have had that gender equality and returns. We call it GEAR. So that's particular job, that particular initiative has been all about helping women workers potentially with the technical and the financial literacy, technical skills, and also soft skills to take over the leadership job. We have learned, like based on Oxford University's study that we have done through them, finding out like, women did not want to become a leader, because they think leadership is a man's job, because you have to shout, you have to muscle, you have to kind of like, you have to be there as like a man, because that's a traditional perception, right? We have learned that, their mother-in-laws, who is a woman, right? They are not allowing them, even before husbands. So that's a part of the learning. And then we realized, and it has been a bit of a shift, like, the skills development has been with the women, but I think we have shifted most our sensitization work towards men, on the floor, outside, in the community, in the family. So that's very, very important that, again, it again proves that unless we put it together, it's not gonna work. So this has been our experience, but again, that has been also learning. So we have always course correcting ourselves to cater better. So hopefully that will bring some results. Thank you.
So we'll take another 5-6 minutes. We started a little late, so just bear with us. There are a few questions that just still need to be answered, and we will do a quick wrap up after that. Ashla, did you want to respond to any questions from the floor? can come back if you want to come back a little later. There were multiple questions, so maybe kind of, is there anything that you wanted to talk about also in terms of Indigenous rights? Because there was a question on that. Did you want to talk about any of the questions on gender transformative approaches, for example, which was Zia's question around how do you look at gender transformative approaches in business? Or if anybody else wants to talk about. I know Harpreet here wants to respond to that, so we'll come to her. Okay. Harpreet, do you want to kind of respond to that?
I just wanted to respond to you, Zia. So actually, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights developed a gender guidance. It's a gender guidance on UN guiding principles, which presents a gender framework. And it talks about sort of 3 steps: gender responsive assessment. So assessment, and you can go, there are different steps, there are different approaches to sort of do that. From gender responsive assessment to go to gender transformative measures and gender transformative remedies. Surya, who's here, has consulted, when in his previous capacity, he's the author, but also has done lots of consultation. In fact, the first consultations on that were organized in Asia. So I think there are also translated copies even in Pakistan. And just to add to what Binda was also saying in terms of the language being such a barrier, we've been translating the UN guiding principles, but also the gender guidance in different languages. So if anybody, there's online links available, I think, in many languages. There's in Hindi, Tamil, Urdu, I think there is one version. Nepali, actually, we have another version here. So if you do need any support on that, please reach out to us and we'll share the links with you as well. But I think go and look at the gender guidance on UN guiding principles. I think that's kind of really a starting point as well, particularly looking at in terms of the roles of businesses and the states. That sense. Thank you.
I just wanted to pick up on that in terms of some of the conversation that was happening. In terms of gender transformative approaches, we have to think about changing gender norms, right? And gender norms, if you do not change gender norms, so how much ever policies you might kind of change or how much ever resources you put in, it won't be sustainable, right? So the gender norms bit that came up in the discussion, right, whether it is gender norms that women themselves have in terms of their own aspirations, where do they want to be, how do they want to progress, that's one part. And sometimes we just focus only on that part of that, sort of fixing the women and women workers kind of bit that we say. But the other bit of the work, which is actually on changing gender norms through actually very deep process work, both in the community level, at the family level, at the level of the companies, is with the men workers, right? And right on top of the leadership, we have to also acknowledge that the hierarchies in the businesses in the Indian or the South Asian sector is very entrenched. So sometimes working with top leadership and working on gender norms with the top leadership is important. So you can't just be working with male workers and male supervisors only and not actually work with the CEOs, right? And so that's an important part of the work that we all have to do, is working with male CEOs and male leaders on changing gender norms. Start seeing if they start taking paternal leave in their organization, you'll see a change that will come right down to those supervisors as well. So that's something that we also have to kind of think and remember. So we have maybe a couple of questions, if at all, and then a wrap up. Any last questions? I think everyone's tired, so I'm going to hand it over to the panel for some last thoughts and reflections, and we'll wrap up.
And if you can keep it within 5 minutes.
Yes.
Please.
So Harpreet reminds us, just a minute. And then we can.
Okay, මම කැමති සුදර්ශන අන්තිමට කියපු කාරණාවට යමක් එකතු කරන්න. ඇත්තටම ජෙන්ඩර් කිව්වම දැන් ස්ත්‍රී පුරුෂ විතරක් නෙමෙයි අපි දන්නවා වෙනත් කියන කණ්ඩායමක් එතන ඉන්න බව. නමුත් අපි නිදහස් වෙළඳ කලාපවල ඒ LGBTQI කියන කණ්ඩායම් එක වැඩ කරද්දී ආයතන ප්‍රධානීන් එක්ක අපි ගනුදෙනු කරද්දී අපට තේරුණ එකක් තමයි ඇත්තටම ෆැක්ටරි ඕනර්ස්ලාගේ පැත්තෙන් අදහසක් නැහැ ඒ කණ්ඩායම වැඩට ගත්තට පස්සේ එන ප්‍රශ්න වලට කොහොමද පේස් කරන්න කියලා. එයාලගේ ප්‍රශ්නකට උත්තර දෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එක එයාලට අදහසක් නැහැ. මොකද පොලිසිස් වල ඒ කිසිම ඩොකියුමන්ට් එකක කොහොමද පේස් කරන්න කියන එක ගැන නිශ්චිත නැති නිසා. ආණ්ඩුව පැත්තෙනොත් එහෙම නැත්නම් රජයේ තියෙන ලෝ එක ඇතුළෙත් හරිම අපහැදිලි අලුපාට නීතියක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. ඒක නිසා ෆැක්ටරි ඕනර්ස්ලා බය වෙනවා මෙයාලා ගත්තට පස්සේ එන ප්‍රශ්න වලට මුහුණ දෙන්න හරි නිසි ක්‍රමවේදයක් නැහැ කියලා. එයාලට දෙන වොෂ්රූම් එකේ ඉඳලා, එයාලට දෙන්න තියෙන සික් රූම් එකේ ඉඳලා, එයාලට දෙන වැඩවල ස්වභාවය ඉඳලා ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. ඒක නිසා ඇත්තටම මේ දේවල් කොහොමද මේ පොලිසිස් වලට ඇතුල් කරගන්නේ කියන එක අපිට අපේ ඉස්සරහා තියෙන අභියෝගයක් තමයි මේ වෙනකොට.
Basically, Ashila was saying, like, especially when it's come to this gender responsive human rights due diligence, like as we know, like most of the times in South Asian context, like when it's come to interpretation of gender is getting only as male and female, but it's not like that. It has gone beyond that, especially when it's come to LGBTQ rights. And in Sri Lankan context, like in pre-trade zone workers, especially when it's come to owners of the industries, and when they are like implementing policies related to workers, especially government as well as companies, and they are not like considering about this aspect still. It's very less, and especially there are so many issues came up, especially during the COVID pandemic time. And they have special requirements, even washrooms, sick rooms, all the things. And these things even still has not addressed through the law. So it's kind of a gray area within the law and regulation framework. So Ashila is saying, like, especially it should be inclusive in these kind of approaches too, as well as through the government and the other parties, especially factory owners and also the civil society, as well as other activists and other government bodies should be stand up for this and like work on needed changes. So that's.
Thanks. Millet, over to you for last words.
Sorry, quickly, I would like to say a few words about what Humphrey has done so far on HRDD gender lensing. No?
No.
Don't have
Can
time
we
for
just
that?
focus on what we can,
Last minute?
last thoughts
Last
or
2
not
points.
last thoughts on, yeah.
Okay, last 2 points. One, promote and encourage the change of mindsets wherever possible, however you can, of all the male dominant workplaces. I already said Shobola is a business case, and I would like to say more, we would like to say more about that. The tools and guidelines you can use about UMFORE's revised COC, Code of Conduct, which is a gender responsive based on system manual, agreeing with UNGP principles and BSR guidelines. The step-by-step guide to social dialogue, very much available online. Various capacity building workshops for the supply bases of the UMFORE members on FTF and online basis. Very last 2 points. One is I already said, let's try and do the mindset change. And if you really say, what is one last word, I would say timing. When? I would say right now. Why not? I will end my saying with the famous singer Bob Marley, you know everybody. He was shot 2 days before a big event, concert in South Africa somewhere. But he came back on the stage on time. And one journalist asked him, why did you come? His reply was, the people out there who wants to make the world a bad place are not taking a day off. How can I? Thank you very much.
On that, Binda, over to you.
Okay, maybe 1 or 2 points from my side to conclude. Also, I think it's important to strengthen the governance system overall. That I would like to re-emphasize. And since whether we like it or not, global leaders had already agreed, states had already agreed to achieve SDGs by 2030. So how do we connect each other in terms of achieving that goal and linking? I think that will be very important. But having said that, what does that mean to a person who is far away in a village? how do we connect that? I think the understanding, the sensitization part, that each and every aspect, the work which we do is related to a larger goal. I think that is very, very important. For UN and particularly UNDP, we all, and this is one of the example that we saw, and we are witnessing, is a convening power to bring all the stakeholders together. So I think it is very important for us to do and continue, and all the stakeholders to be part of it, so that we bring the different experiences and expertise and lessons and challenges, and we discuss and consult and come up with a like workable way out. I think that's the third point. And fourth is how do we really don't forget the people about whom we are talking about. How do we bring them in the consultations? How do we make them part of the decision-making process? I think that will be very, very important. And my last point is yesterday I was in one of the private sector taking sessions on the prevention of sexual harassment, sexual exploitation and abuse of authority, and I asked, do you have a policy on PSCA or sexual harassment like to prevent in your organization? Then one of the young ladies said, oh, my office is very safe. So how can we really build that kind of confidence in for anyone coming and working, that my office is safe and my office can provide that safety and security? So that kind of environment we would like to see and achieve in the coming days. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Adding to that, it's no more thoughts really, and if I may, it's a bit of a humble submission really to the forum here. See, breaking barriers starts with me. It has to. I can be a man, I can be a woman, I can be anybody, but it starts with me. And the humble submission is, can we please go today from this session with the thought what I can do to break that barrier? How can I help? So, and in the connection, it's not only individual, it's a connection of HRDD and the supply chain. If you're an entrepreneur, if thousands of workers are working and managers are working in your factory, company, office, you have more opportunities to do that. So that's a humble submission we can take from bit of a pledge, because more action. We need to do that. In terms of talking, I think we do a lot, but more action. Just think this as an opportunity, but it starts with you. Think about, like, if you're an owner of a company that employs 10,000, I work with them, 10,000 workers, sometimes 6,000, 7,000 workers are actually female. Think about what kind of power you have. Just a sincere intention, and then the entire thing kind of like shifts. So please think about that. You have that kind of, a power and the position and the opportunity to change. Do something that will make difference in people's life, women's life, and better gender dynamic for our better decent work. Safe workplace, as Binda said. Thank you so very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Niaz. And on that very actionable note, I'd like to thank all the panelists for this wonderful conversation. And my apologies that I had to really cut you short and not, and also cut a lot of the questions short here as well. And thank you, audience, for being with us. It's been a really long day. Thank you that you've stayed on with us till the very end. I hope we can take some of these conversations outside this room into our own institutions, whatever they may be, whether it is a business that you run, a business where you work, or a UN agency, or a multilateral organization which has immense power to change some of this dialogue and discourse, or within academia, which is where some people like Surya are located. So we would love to have these conversations in other fora as well, beyond a fora like this. So thank you again, and we hope to see you tomorrow for the other sessions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.